I hate Hasan. Like, dude, I fudging hate Hasan. He's such a fudging piece of crud. Like, honestly, how the fudge is this dude allowed to stream on Twitch? He's such a piece of stank.
True.
Dude. Like, dude, the dude is a literal fudging little. He's a fudging little. And I have proof that him and his dad were on the ground helping out fudging a mouse on October 7th. He loves abusing his fudging dog. He's the son of billionaires. And he wants to fudging LARP here as a fudging socialist? What a fudging hypocrite. Like, dude, this is why I have to join your crew and help you guys take down this fudging loser grifter. What do you say?
We'll cut you in.
Hasan Piker, you Turkish little. You are a degenerate, an evil little bag, and you're going to jail.
This before, like, I'm fair. I'm a fair person, okay? Like, Nancy Pelosi could kind of get it, okay? She could catch a mean one. I'm sorry. I said it. I'm fair and balanced.
Hasan Piker. He's a progressive political streamer who got his start working for his uncle, Cenk Uygur.
Yes. Come sit in your lap.
Oh, how's
it going, man?
Hey, Alex Jones, how you doing?
Good to see you, man. You're looking sexy.
At his company, TYT. But he's been able to garner a large following on his Twitch and his own YouTube channel. His commentary consists of him providing both informative and entertaining news and political analysis on whatever story or topic he's covering that day.
Celebrate the conservatives taking an L, especially because a couple months ago, Justin Trudeau was so unpopular. Justin Trudeau was so unpopular that it looked like conservatives were going to win, right? And then Donald Trump came out and saved your country. Saved your country by being a repulsive little freak that kept entertaining the notion of permanent military annexation of Canada, which was insane. And then the Liberals did the right thing and they got Justin out and they put this dude in his stead. He's like, where is my weapon? Why is not? Where is my weapon? Someone give me weapons. This is Palestinian. This is Palestinian. I must kill her. I must kill her quick. Give me my weapons. You kill baby. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Oh, God. Let me spit on her. Let me spit. Let me spit. This is tactical spit against Hamas. On a board, if the average American can't actually heal itself, the average American can't go to the doctor without, going into medical bankruptcy. Does that money matter all that much? Like, it's great. We're one of the richest nations. We are the richest nation on the planet, richest nation in history. And yet, we can't take care of our own citizens. We have tens of thousands of homeless people on the streets. We have people who need health care. We have no mechanism of competing with the rest of the world in terms of like our education. Our education is also paywall for no reason.
Because I'm not like a massive music guy. I don't really listen to any music at all, so I don't really listen to like music adjacent stuff either.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
But I don't really watch Hasan, to be honest with you. I kind of think he's a bit of a soy lib.
Can you stop being gay?
I only watch his streams whenever he has on like his Giga Chat brother. That's the only time I really watch his streams. No, the other one.
Still drinking his gay ass iced coffee, of course. Yes, I'm a victim of divorce court, family court. Brenda, my ex-wife, left me. if you can't say whatever kind of vitriolic, awful, racist shit, which by the way is the truth, obviously, in the group chat with the boys, what the hell can you do as a part of the can't get an erection and can barely make someone pregnant gang, okay? Don't want to be referred to as such. There's blue-haired queer SJWs out there. God damn, when I say queer with this tone of voice, it sounds a little different.
We miss you, Hank.
Now I'm joshing. I'm actually a Hasan fan. Been watching the dude like since 2022. But as a fan of the dude, I've noticed it's really popular to hate on Hasan.
Believe that, and indeed, it would be easy money to talk about this arrogant and immoral piece of shit until the end of time.
My life, I hate fucking streaming.
It's funny how all it took for this guy to crash out like this on his own fans is for the entire internet to hate him for what he did himself. It's funny how this is entirely his fault.
I have a question for the moderates, the conservatives, and yes, even you, woke extremists, that can't stop fapping to Hasan Piker streams. Do you think anyone would care about Hasan's perspective if he was ugly? I know Taylor Lorenz would be lost if not for Hasan's steroid-enhanced body.
Well! Look at Hasan streaming!
The West will pay for
Well!
on my nation and our noble leaders because they are running.
Jesus.
L streamer!
Every interview, and I mean every interview, maybe you could find 3 or 4, Zoran is asked about Hamas. And there's a specific reason for that. It's because of his identity. And every single interview, he has said that the actions committed on October 7th are something that are unjustified.
He didn't say that the day of or the day after. Well, his immediate response wasn't that. Zoran didn't immediately, when he was on stream with Hasan, a man who has literally said that the United States deserved 9/11.
Why are we talking about Hasan Piker?
Because this is someone that Zoran has.
Chat. This man is Hasan brain.
No, let's talk about Zoran.
Yeah, dude, like really popular. Like if you just make a couple of videos hating on Hasan, that's like fudging easy views for you, dude. Look at this motherfudger Willie Mac. This dude's most popular videos on his channel are about Hasan, and holy views, like holy, look at the views. Dude, if I did this, if I just fucking pumped out Hasan hate content, I could like probably so easily hit 10k subs by now. It was like some really huge views, like holy, okay, that's, I mean, is it really that easy? Yeah, no, fudge it. Never mind. Did I mention Hasan actually sucks? He's like a fudging raging misogynist.
Joking? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, I hate women. I hate women so much. I've literally never hated women and feminists more in this fucking very moment than I do right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh god, I hate women so much. Oh!
I'm kidding, I wouldn't stoop that low. Plus that Willie Mac dude is like such a fucking crudbag. The dude literally used that moment of Hasan crying while talking about a Palestinian American's funeral getting terrorized by the IDF.
Israeli police have attacked mourners and pallbearers at the funeral of the Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in Jerusalem. The Al Jazeera reporter was shot in the head while covering a raid by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank on Wednesday.
They went to her funeral and beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her.
And that Willie Mac dude literally was just implying that Hasan was forcing his tears out.
Expected to see if anything has changed. And when it comes to our favorite lolcow Hasan, no, he hasn't changed anything.
Wow, dude. Hasan haters are so normal. Jesus. But you get my point. People just like fudging love hating on Hasan, dude. It's become its own genre of content, honestly, because there's so much of it out there. And people fudging love turning anything Hasan says or does into hate content, dude. And that's not an over-exaggeration. Especially when looking at this fudging drama that was just blown out of proportion.
Just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of anger for like something that is just so routine, so silly, such a first world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Bro, what you see right there? Where is she not on the thing?
I'm gonna do it more constantly. Call her a baby.
Chat, I want to see a stream dedicated to a song with a shot collar, tight, where we kick it one finger through. And I want to see a song get shocked all stream. That's what I want to see.
I always found it bizarre how Kaya, who's this young, energetic puppy, stayed in 1 square foot of Hasan's room, right in sight of camera, almost like just a prop in his room.
Also, if I ever hear my dog make a sound like that, I am standing up to then go see if he's okay.
Yes. Yeah, he's a bit. I think this is a bit. You know, they say people that are cruel to animals are often serial killers.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying he's a serial killer. I'm not saying he's not a serial killer. I want America to decide, Kat.
Just doing that on a stream, like people are watching that. It's like, oh, when your dog stands, am I right? Like,
yeah, that's their that's your non-toxic masculinity for liberals. That's your non-toxic male, a guy who's mean to dogs.
Dude, this drama became so fucking popular that even Mexican channels were talking about it.
Negarlo, le han encontrado muchísimas contradicciones en videos anteriores en donde famosos de Estados Unidos. Y aunque ha tenido muchas polémicas anteriormente por decir cosas como que Estados Unidos se merecía el 9/11.
But this one's like the most annoying Hasan drama because it's nothing but the most annoying people out there taking this fudging clip and using it to push their own schizo delusions and accusing Hasan of being this insane, violent animal abuser.
Hey, are you gonna stop shocking your dog?
No. Zap!
I will take revenge on you, Hasan!
Yet what the fudge was that video Tectone posted? And why the heck is Hasan's skin darkened? That doesn't even look like him.
It's funny how Hasan Piker is being cancelled for allegedly using a shock collar on his dog, but y'all were silent when he traveled to Germany to go to a brothel full of trafficked women, including a girl who was 17.
Whoa, okay, we'll talk about this motherfucker later because holy fuck, she's got a special type of hate for Hasan. Now, this whole thing began on October 8 when Hasan was covering the news on Palestine, and throughout his stream, he was visibly cheesed off, as you can kind of see, also telling Kaya to go back to her place.
Well, wait, Anthony Blinken, 12th of October, 2023. No, you're being bad.
And what's been
laid up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now is not the opportunity for you to down.
And later on in the stream, he angrily yells at her, telling her to go back to her place. And right at that moment when she's heading back to her place, she yelped in pain. And because of this terrible timing of Hasan yelling at Kaya and then her yelping in pain, whilst he's also like reaching for something out of frame, yeah, people just saw that and they were like, oh, yeah, he definitely just shocked the fudge out of his dog. And because of this fudging assumption made by the internet, we were then cursed with this fudging stank.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Gucci marks generated this little.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top.
Okay, anal song aside, why did they make Hasan look like that one dude from that Jubilee video? Also, this isn't the first song this person has made on Hasan. Their first video on their channel is actually a song about Hasan. They've actually made about like 5 songs in total on Hasan. All of their songs, except for the shock collar song, are pretty much about the same thing. Hasan's so rich, so he's a hypocrite. That's basically what every song's about.
Hasan, I be gang, yeah, I'm rich, don't give a
little.
If we pulling up, put you down like Mount Zedang. Hasan, I be gang, I be flexing with my Gucci. But if you do the same, better know you're getting snoozed. Hasan, I be gang, all my water tastes like food. Ich bin Hasan, Gucci, Prada, I'm Versace. Ich bin Hasan, Karl Marx, yeah, that's my copy. Ich bin Hasan, don't talk to me if you're a Robbie.
My name is Hasanabi. I'm fighting for your rights. I talk about the workers. I talk about their plight. But I've got my Gucci. Yeah, I've got my style. I'm living in the penthouse while I'm talking all the while.
Deep in the heart of Los Angeles, a rare and captivating creature roams the city streets. It's the Hasanabi squirrel. With its extravagant style and unusual spending habits, this enigmatic being embodies a fascinating paradox in the urban jungle. Unlike other squirrels in the city, this creature's home is a mix of designer clothes and talks about socialism.
But I will say, the one good song they have made on Hasan is Communist with the Gucci Bag. I won't lie, I do like that song.
I'm a communist with a Gucci bag. Got my Prada kicks, yeah. Gotta have my swag.
Yeah, I know that you ballin'. She fell in love, she like in a mode. They'll do it and I'll call you my berry. I'll eat you up, just know that I carry. Yogurt on top, I call her my cherry. Can't get enough, now she wanna marry. Yo, God, she been getting wetty. In my DMs, she getting chatty. She shaking that little. Your girl got a fatty. She on my lap, she calling me daddy. Like Asmongold getting that little. Like Asmongold, you making me spaz. With Diddy, she moving with sass. With Asmongold, she taking the class. Like Asmongold, stepping up.
But Hasan responding didn't really help because most people didn't care. They just had like their mindset on, yeah, Hasan is this monstrous animal abuser.
And people were like speculating because I was like moving around and they're like, oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk. The most insane part about it is that a lot of people were just like automatically under the assumption that I've been like abusing my dog, that I love more than most human beings. Dogs hurt themselves sometimes. It literally looks like she got caught and it hurt. You literally gave her belly rubs right after. I know. It did get heavily blasted in the orbit, and a lot of...
This is a shock collar. The first place that he starts like scolding the dog for, she moved like an inch, like slightly off of that. It's like in a video game, like in Metal Gear Solid, when someone gets like a little question mark over their head, they're like zipping to you immediately. Like she doesn't do anything really other than move slightly, and he is noticeably upset. He is upset about that specifically. Even before this incident, earlier in the stream, he had already, you know, gotten annoyed at her for moving around.
I mean, yeah, dude, that's like totes fair. A lot of people were like wondering why Hasan was like so cheesed off at Kaya, but he did explain that the whole reason why he was like so cheesed off on stream was because his internet just kept cutting out as you're streaming.
In the aftermath of me getting my internet getting pooped, I come back live and I'm very frustrated.
Free Palestine.
Can you guys see me? I don't even know. Is it refreshed? Oh, it is. Oh, great. Okay. Well, predictably.
So far, like Charlie's commentary on this whole thing is like, it's pretty fair in the beginning, but later on in the video, he just, gosh. This was like such a disappointing video to watch by him, dude, because he just literally does nothing but spew Reddit and Twitter talking points on this whole situation.
Of it. And then in that clip, it seems like he reaches for something. Like he looks off screen and he extends his arm to something, and then shortly thereafter, the dog yelps in pain.
I mean, yeah, dude, he was reaching for something, but it wasn't like a fucking remote to shock Kaya. It was a fucking Zen can.
Abusive if they only saw that clip. What were you reaching for in the clip? What do you think? That's where all my fucking Zintins are.
He and the community are claiming that he didn't use a shock collar or anything, didn't like zap her, you know, Palpatine lightning blast her or anything like that. She got her dew claw stuck on that spot, and that's what made her yelp in pain. And every single person, and pretty much everyone I've seen online outside of Hasan and Hasan's community, is all saying the same thing. That yes, it looks like the dog does like touch its leg to that spot on the bed, but it doesn't look like it gets caught or anything. So it feels very unlikely that that is what caused the dog to scream in pain. Like, I don't think that's what made Kaya, that's her name, yelp. It doesn't seem to get caught or snagged on anything, and dew claws aren't so sensitive and so tender that even touching them would cause like a panicked scream or anything. Unless she has an injury there, but I don't think Hasan has mentioned that, at least not that I've seen. So it feels to me very unlikely that that's what caused it. based on everything that we can see.
Yeah, Charlie, we're not saying that that's definitely what happened. We don't know if it was Kaya's dew claw. We don't know like how she hurt herself. That's like the only reasonable conclusion we all came to, like she probably just hurt herself. But Hasan himself even said that she's hurt herself before. It's not the first time she's yelped like that.
I don't know the exact reason as to why she yelped. She has done so in the past as well. I suspected it was because she like either tripped or she got her dew claw, like the higher thumb looking claw, clipped on the side.
Instead of doing what I think most people, like not even just streamers, just normal people would do, of like showing, no, look, it's not a shock collar, obviously I didn't shock my dog, he instead just brushes it off saying, nope, it's not a shock collar, you're stupid for thinking that it is. And that's the attitude that his community had as well, like, oh, you must have psychosis if you think it's a shock collar. Which I think is a little odd because it's the easiest thing in the world to prove, right? You have all these people saying this it's not true. Well, it takes like actually 3 seconds just to unclip that collar and just show like, hey guys, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. This is not a shock collar. Look, here's what it is, and then explain it. Like,
okay, I get that, dude, but Hasan and everyone honestly didn't think this whole drama would blow up the way it did. Plus, the dude was literally covering the news on the 2 years of genocide that's been happening in Palestine, so he couldn't really be bothered to like disprove when he was like occupied with like way more important stank.
Screen, you clearly are like, you are reaching off screen, that is very clear, and then the dog yelps while you were still annoyed, and then instead of doing like what I feel like most dog owners would do, would like check to see like, is everything alright? Why'd she just yelp in pain? Instead of doing that, calling her a baby and then mentioning how spoiled she is about roaming the house, like that doesn't compute. If this was...
This part just made me realize that Charlie didn't really do that much research. If you literally just like go back to the stream, you see that Hasan does check on her later.
Global dividing line questions of human rights, we have to be here. No American would put up with an Israeli-style occupation of their hometown for 53 days, let alone 54 years. We see violence against poor people and poor people of color within the U.S. border, at the U.S. border, and beyond the U.S. border.
I mean, it's fair to say, why didn't you just like immediately check on her once she yelled?
The internet had cut out, and I didn't immediately like rush to her. I went to her afterwards to see if she was all right. But she was, of course. And that's it. And I do take accountability for that. I should have immediately went over when I saw her yelping. And that's it.
Later on in the stream, he does eventually check up on her. This is like such crud commentary from Charlie. It's like, dude, you just looked at the 10-second clip. You just didn't think about like going back to the stream and just like checking for yourself to see what else happened.
On it. And a bunch of people online started to try and find out what brand this is, because I don't know if I missed it and everyone else missed it, but I don't think he mentioned what model this is, like what brand or what model, anything like that. So people don't know what it is, they're just going to have to like take his word for it that this is a vibrate-only unit, and since there's no visible prongs, you're led to believe that it can't shock or anything. However, there are shock collars that have detachable prongs. In fact, the shock collars we use on Skill Check channel when we play Magic the Gathering and make a misplay and we shock ourselves, you can take the prongs off of those. I think that's a pretty standard feature in a lot of shock collars, I think. So like you can just take the prongs off. And when you increase the brightness here, it does seem like there's definitely tape. I've seen this picture floated around a lot, and people believe that they have narrowed it down to a model called the Educator ET400, which seems to match it visually 1-to-1 in all aspects except for the bottom side there, where on the ET400 there are 2 prongs there, but you can take those prongs off from what I can tell, at least online, and in the Hasan clip, there's a bunch of tape there, which potentially would be there to cover up the holes. I don't really know what else there would be tape there for. I don't really get that.
Ah, dude, Fajin. Oh, cool. Now he's also Fajin doing the schizo stank. Do you know how dumb this sounds? Because you're saying that he taped it, so people wouldn't notice that it's a shock collar, but then why would he show it on stream? It definitely didn't stop schizo motherfuckers like this taking a screenshot of it and turning up the brightness. It's like so dumb, dude. He probably just like covered it because of, I don't know, some other reason, but I'm definitely sure he didn't like tape it just to hide the fact that it's a shock collar. It's like Fajin dumb. Plus, Hasan himself did say it's a vibrating collar, not a shock collar.
This is one of Kaya's many collars. This is the one that people are talking about. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it.
On the old eyeball test, the old smell test, what you can literally see, he is annoyed with Kaya. He expressed it a couple of times, scolded her. He rolls his eyes. He does reach for something off screen, And as he is reaching, it seems like when he finally gets to something, she yelps in pain.
Yeah, he does reach for something. So Fajin Zintin. When you even look at the stream of Jason visiting Hasan, you can literally see right on Hasan's side the Zintins that he's always reaching for.
And then of course people were mentioning how Kaya's on stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then just all of a sudden randomly he decides to shock her today. Yeah, great story you've got there, Buster. Really shows how stupid everyone's become. Everyone's really dumb to believe in something like this. All just because he hasn't in the past on stream.
Yeah, Charlie, yeah, why would he shock her now? Let's just say Hasan did. Hasan is abusive towards Kaya. Why the fudge would he do it on stream? Do you know how dumb that is? There's really people watching his stream waiting for him to just do something cancelable so they can just clip it and post it on Twitter. There's such a nonsensical argument to even make, dude.
Because I know if Hasan does use a shock collar, he would never let any of his friends see that, because he would know that they would call him out for it and give him shit for it, especially someone like Maya. So they just wouldn't know. Thus, they wouldn't be able to call him out on it or anything like that. And this whole idea of making an assumption based on things that are outside of what is clearly visible here, I think is useless. Just because you haven't seen it in the past on stream doesn't mean it's not something he's done before, or it is very possible this was the first time.
Yeah, Charlie, you're doing that right now, dude. By saying Hasan would like hide being abusive to Kaya from his friends. What the fudge is this? Oh, dude. Oh my god, this was like such a disappointing video, dude. Holy crap, Nugs. Okay, anyway, let's move on to someone who's a bit more reasonable and fair towards Hasan, because that Charlie video was just absolute crud, dude. Holy fudge.
Is she supposed to lie there like some sort of prop or trophy? Is that what it is? Every time I see a clip of Hasan, she's in the background. Does he instruct her to stay there or something? Oh, she got spoiled. She wants to roam around the house. Hasan lives in a mansion. It's quite shocking that Hasan has talked in the past about how he uses them and how they're quite effective.
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
Pretty callous thing to say, to be honest.
Oh, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You couldn't find a clip on your own. You literally had to just use Asmon's own video just to show the clip. Not even playing the full clip. In that clip, Hasan says himself that he couldn't even use that shock collar.
His dogs. I have it still. I bought it. That's weird. What is that flash cut in between? Dogs. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective. Here is the original clip. They wanted to use a shock collar for fish and his dogs. For fish and his dogs barking. I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
That's literally from like 2018 or some shit.
But I couldn't do it.
Why'd they cut it like that?
It's really not shocking that Hasan would say these things when he's been debated about animal rights and he has made justifications for the exploitation and killing of animals.
This dude is trying to say that Hasan doesn't care about animals. Dude, this man has donated to fudging animal shelters. Just make it easier for people to adopt the animals there. He's also encouraged his own audience to volunteer at their local animal shelters.
You know, one hurdle that many people can't overcome is at least like the adoption fee. So, while I can't adopt all of these puppies, I wanted to, at the very least, pay the adoption fee of every single puppy in this facility, and I'm gonna do that in all of the other places that we go to as well. Hopefully, if they let us. We'll put the donation links for all of the places that we went to under the comments in the description box as well. If you want to donate personally, these places are always looking for volunteer help as well.
He's also currently consuming the bodies of animals, some of whom were put into some sort of electric bath or electrocuted to death. So why am I going to condemn him for this specific incident when he actually supports animal abuse, exploitation every single day with his food choices? I don't know about his clothing choices, I don't know about his cosmetics, but let's be real, he probably doesn't care about those things either.
Hasan being a meat eater is the reason why he doesn't really care about animal abuse. So fudging cool. What the fudge is this fudging video? Dude, of course leave it up to a fudging vegan animal rights activist to turn this into an animal abuse Olympics. Holy fudge.
It is kind of wild that like Destiny in a court of law, in official court documents, was outed as procuring CSAM, child abuse material, and it didn't even get a fraction of the interest of people claiming falsely that I'm like abusing my dog. Too many people view pets as children. In some ways they are similar. I view my pet as a child. What are you talking about? This is low-key worse than being called a terrorist all the time. I'm used to being called a terrorist, but like this
really pisses me off, God forbid a white boy, well, God forbid a Muslim boy, because if I was a white boy, people will still get mad, but not this mad, I think. There's definitely a little bit of Islamophobia around it too.
What? Islamophobia? I like you, dude, but don't say stank like that. You sound like a fucking dumb butt woke snowflake. The fuck are you saying? Jesus, like, hey, Nux, can you tell this dude like he's fucking being hysterical right now?
Man is disgusting. So I decided to mention this because let me give you some lore in case you were unaware of the lore here. Muslims hate dogs.
Ah, okay. Yeah, the Nuxtaku's coverage on the Kaya Gate is nothing but this dude fucking molding. Dude, the fucking dude just has a fucking crash out while talking about Hasan.
From the fence to the tree, let Hasan's dog be free. Hasan constantly supporting terrorist organizations, trying to tell people why you should kill the Jews and stuff. You see, now that wasn't enough of a reason to get Hasan Piker in trouble, or banned, or, you know, blasted, or that wasn't enough to get the leftoids against him, because the leftoids also secretly want the Jews to get killed.
Nux Taku's video is not even him mainly talking about Kaya. It's mainly him just having this crash out about how Hasan doesn't care about Palestine. Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu care about Palestine. Like, dude, he's that much of a Israel defender that he'll just bring Benjamin Netanyahu into this thing.
And then finally, everyone's against Hasan. All right, well, not everyone. Obviously, the Hasan fans are going to explain why animal abuse is actually a good thing, because technically he's fighting for Palestine, which is so much more important than animal abuse. But technically, the peacekeepers are the Trumpers of the world. What can I say? Trump made peace there. Netanyahu said release the hostages and it'll stop the war, and it kind of looks like this is happening. Kind of looks like all of Hasan's arch nemesis are the ones that are actually saving Palestinians, and Hasan is electrocuting his dog for the cause. So anyway,
You're making her stressed. What's up? She just wants to roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone.
Why can't a house dog roam the house, or at least be allowed to move out of his little box?
And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented.
I'm staring at her like he hates her.
Dude, again, like I said in the beginning, this whole drama is literally nothing but people just having their own schizo delusions. Holy fudge. He'll talk like a little bit about Kaya, and then he'll just bring in Hamas out of nowhere.
Now, this was my take. Hamas terrorists murdered over 60 Israeli-owned family dogs on October 7, 2023, including shooting them and beheading them. Hasan Piker supports the Hamas terrorists as moral resistance fighters fighting Western imperialism. Are we really surprised here? Aside from the dog, no one is shocked by this. Yeah, it's actually kind of insane. This is just gross. Man is disgusting. So I decided to mention this because let me give you some lore in case you are unaware of the lore here. Muslims hate dogs. I know that you're gonna say that might be racist. I don't care. I don't care. I have gotten to the point. I literally don't care. Muslims hate dogs. This is a very known fact. Muslims are scared of dogs. Muslims hate dogs. And Hasan Piker, as a Muslim extremist, or at least a radical Islamic superior, like he believes in a superior Islamic rule over the world, which is probably why he supports every single terrorist organization he could possibly find.
It's actually funny that he's even being racist towards Hasan, because this motherfucker was literally complaining about like how Hasan will just choose to be Muslim when it suits him best.
I don't give a shit about like someone being called a cracker, okay? As someone who is white, and as like
I love how he says as someone who is white, and then half the time when people say things, he says, oh, the reason why they hate him is because you're Islamophobic. So this guy is a white Turkish Arab Muslim, depending on the day of the week, in order to defend certain talking points. Like, it's actually wild.
When literally Hasan was just saying that people will perceive him as white sometimes, but when they want to hate on him, they'll fucking be racist towards him. That's literally what Hasan was saying.
And I think he hates dogs, personally. I think he hates dogs. I think he's disgusted by dogs. And I think he literally is such a sociopath that this is him having a dog literally purely as a prop in the back of his stream.
You're seriously saying Hasan hates dogs? Have you seen how the motherfucker reacts when he just sees a dog? It's like the most white millennial core thing about him.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god, I'm dying. Ah! With the hands out! Oh my god!
Alright, Lakers.
Oh. He smells so good. Oh my god, I need a new doggo. Rogan is always talking about like fighting animals. I never want to fight animals. I want to hang out with them. I want them to like me. I want them to like me more than I want humans to like me, really. I think I probably go after the affection of dogs more than I care about the affection of human beings. Like, If a dog doesn't like me, that kind of ruins my day. If a dog doesn't like me, I'm gonna bribe that dog.
Now, let me show you some old clips of Hasan proving that he is truly an empathetic leftoid that fights for just causes like animal abuse. That's one of the things he fights for, right? You have to understand, he's a communist that owns a $3 million mansion, a Porsche, and designer clothes. All right, he is an animal rights activist that allegedly abuses his dog. All right, he is a radical anti-racist that hates white people. Okay, he like, do you understand what I'm saying here? He is a living contradiction, a walking contradiction. It's insane that people take him seriously and that he's not in jail, right? He's anti-violence, but he supports terrorist organizations and political assassinations. Like, do you understand how insane this is? Anti-fascist, but he supports radical Islamist tyrants in Iran. Like, this guy is actually evil, and he's here to destroy our nation. Canadian. And I don't know why we need to keep, literally, I don't know why we need to put up with this. He needs to go to jail. He needs to go away.
It's just such a lib. It's like, oh, dude, please don't get a Frenchie. I just wrote a Vox article talking about how problematic they are. Like, I don't give a f. I know they have breathing problems. I know they're incredibly inbred. I don't give a shit.
Dude, Hasan's saying that type that he doesn't care if adopting a French poodle is unethical. He was just calling out a child for being annoying, but he's not saying he doesn't care about animals. What the fudge are you on about?
Please don't get a Frenchie. Vox did an article about how problematic they are. Yeah, I'm not going to get a Frenchie, but if you personally think that, like I give a f about Vox articles when deciding on what kind of dog I want, you're delusional, okay? It's like, it's such a funny take. Like, it's just such a lib. Like, oh, dude, please don't get a Frenchie. I just wrote a Vox article talking about how problematic they are. Like, I don't give a what is it saying? The N-word? Why is it problematic? Like, I don't give a shit. This is a dog. This is like a lifelong committed partner, okay? A partner in crime. That's crazy that you think I'm gonna give a you think I'm gonna give a single shred of a fuck about what some liberal like Vox guy has to say. I know they have breathing problems. I know they're incredibly fucking inbred. I don't give a shit. I know. I don't care. I'm not going to get a Frenchie anyway. You just wanted to put that out there because you wanted to tell everybody how much you know about certain dog breeds and how unethical it is. I don't care though. Okay?
Oh, then, dude, fucking Xqc's coverage on this was the most schizo coverage I've ever seen. Holy time. Worse than Nux Taku's coverage. Slightly worse. Nux Taku was pretty bad.
Hamas terrorists murdered over 60 Israeli-owned family dogs on October 7, 2023.
But Xqc was also fudging back because this dude made video after video after video after video after video on this fudging topic, dude. Holy crud. He just came up with these like dumb butt theories about like how Hasan possibly shocked Kaya.
Guys, it'd be easy to gather evidence, whatever, right? About this if the dog actually moved, but it's not allowed to move. It's hard to find frames that it's moving because it's not allowed to move. So it's impossible, man.
No, X, she is allowed to leave, dude. Literally. If you just look at the other streams where Kaya is in frame, you'll see her fucking walk out of frame, dude. She's allowed to roam around the house.
Also known.
The guy that gynecomastia. That guy that he's showing there is dead, by the way.
Was also converted into estrogen, which can increase breast.
This guy literally died like a year ago, or any kind of sexual harassment. It does seem like she did go directly to Justin Baldoni though, and even brought in her high power away from entertaining that shit to the best of my ability, because like I think it does get in the way of trying to do the cook salad, something that is as far like who was invited to the cookout tier list, okay? And at the top of that are people who are invited to the cookout, the most valid people, right? And on the bottom are, depending on the range of I guess anti-black sentiment that they demonstrate.
Because of Xqc just kept covering this fudging drama, and because he just kept like milking it until the udder was nothing but fudging dry, even his chat was complaining about how annoying he is about covering this whole stank, dude.
Here, this is the flashlight.
Bro, stop putting your fingers on it, man. Christ. Jesus, man.
Okay. And this is when it vibrates.
What? This guy is... Chad, this is far gone.
He shows you the collar that it can't shock you, say it does. You tweet schizo accounts that spam Hasan hate. You're now on LSF on the 5th video of Hasan. At one point we all need to recognize the obsessiveness for this man is kinda crazy.
Okay, bro. The obsessiveness. Twist it. Twist it. Twist the device before I snap. I mean, clearly this one has a protruding port as well. You're being weirdly... It's not being obsessed, dude. It's not being... Imagine somebody being on a live broadcast saying something that isn't true in front of you. Straight up. They I think it's weird. Dude, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm not trying to be an instigator and a weirdo, because I'm trying very hard not to.
I feel like people just want to smear Hasan.
Dude!
They don't care if he disproves it, they just want to smear him for Then they post old clips acting like people can't change. Hey! I just can't prove it.
Come here. Stay. No, come here.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, really?
It's just crazy.
Okay.
Anyways, Xqc,
don't know.
I want you to lock in and play Europa Universe.
Let me give you an example, okay?
He then brings on one of his viewers who was like defending Hasan, and he just basically debates the dude on why Hasan is definitely shocking Kaya. And with this whole fudging discussion, it's literally nothing but this viewer just like giving the most reasonable explanation as to why Hasan definitely didn't fudge and shock Kaya. And then Xqc being visibly cheesed off that this viewer is not agreeing with him, that Hasan did shock Kaya.
Move. It does. There's no physical changes that would cause it to have any sort of discomfort or pain. Like, what are you on about?
I mean, we don't really know how, we can't even see from this angle how close the dog's arm is to the side of the bed or whatever, but
it doesn't move. It doesn't matter.
It does move.
No, the left, no, it doesn't. Look, the left
when the
paw,
dog lifts his
dog
or her paw.
No, this is the last frame before the dog yelps, which means the pain is about to kick in like now. And bro, it's not even moving yet. Look, we already heard a sound, and there's a good chance it lifted its paw because of the pain, and it shocked it up. Literally, it wasn't moving. So why would it yelp at that exact moment? How?
I think because I don't really know. But what I would say is, decided to watch some videos. Not that I wanted to watch it, but I was like, let me see how a dog looks when it gets shocked. They don't just raise their paw. It doesn't. They don't. I watched 3 videos.
Brother,
it was on YouTube. I don't think you should watch it.
Bro, stop. There's no way. If nobody would go on YouTube and put their settings too high to where the dog yelps. Brother, it zaps them. It causes a massive burst in stimuli. Nerves go bong. Yeah, it does that. Have you ever been shot before?
Yeah.
Bro.
And it makes you tense up. It makes you it doesn't feel good. And to be fair, I don't think the dog, even if we look at it, right? How many times is his dog? I mean, his dog is always in the back of the stream, right?
Yeah.
How often is he shocking his dog? Never, right? Why would he do this randomly? He just decided to shock the dog in front of everybody.
Bro, how would you know if it's not high enough to where it yelps?
Well, this chat just brings up a valid point as to why would Hasan decide to shock Kaya now in front of thousands of people. X just begins to like huff on copium, saying that, oh no, he just had a lower voltage at those other times. How fudging dumb are you? What is this dumb argument?
Even if it was trained, right? He probably doesn't do it as often. And it's probably not high enough to where it yelps. You're not supposed to yelp when you fucking vibrate it. It's clearly too high. And you shouldn't have it. You shouldn't have this at all. But this one is so high that it yelps. Bro, these are both bads. What are you talking about?
Then there was that whole new conspiracy theory that people were trying to prove in this one stream that Hasan had a shock collar remote with him.
It's Zen? What? Dude, go to bed. There's the antenna right there. It's right there. Yo, a Zen? It's a Zen cookie? Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
I don't believe that Hasan has abused a dog.
No, I also don't believe.
See, look, what do you say? I'm not milking this. They keep going deeper into the lie. We are watching dozens of streamers going deeper into a lie and going deeper to protect each other in a way that people said that me and Trey were schizo for calling out for years. This is 5 years leading up to this moment where finally some hint, a light through the window is coming in that shows that we were not brain dead. And, oh no, you need to skip it. So you're obsessed. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's right in front of you.
Yeah, dude, this moment right here just made me realize no wonder Xqc is like just so fixated on like proving Hasan is guilty of shocking Kaya. This is just like fudging like 5 years of built up anger towards the dude that you just want to use this moment to like get him cancelled. Holy fudge, dude, get some therapy. Bad Xqc. Deal with the emotions like a fudging adult.
Oh my god!
I do think Hasan shocked the dog. I don't really know how you could say he didn't shock the dog at this point. I don't know what other answer you could possibly give besides he shocked the dog. I will say this though, I think it's interesting that a lot of streamers out there are not saying a single word about this entire thing and not talking about it, when I know damn well that if it was me or someone else, they would be tweeting about it non-stop saying that I should be banned or other streamers should be banned. But instead, a lot of content creators are keeping their mouths shut and won't say shit. But I know well, if it was me, even without bias or facts, they'd be all on my end or other streamers and tweeting on them.
Chat, you start sounding like me, this guy, huh?
Hey dude, Miskiv, shut up. No one cares what you have to fucking say, dude. Go fudge yourself. Xqc then goes on to state that he didn't actually really care all that much about the Kaya drama and didn't want Hasan to be guilty of shocking Kaya, which is like such fudging beastang, dude, because you literally had a fudging meltdown over how badly you wanted Hasan to be guilty of this thing. And now you want to fudging claim that, oh, I didn't really care about this fudging drama. Beastang, fudging beastang, dude.
Do you think that I was on this hill where like I really want him to be wrong? I wanted to crucify him. I looked at and entertained all the things that it could be that doesn't make him bad. I did last time. Not that I was on his side. I said, let's approach this in a more analytical way. I tried to see what it could be that I am probably the only people out there on the internet that gave this a fair chance and gave it and turned all the stones before making the conclusions, right? But no, this guy. We don't talk about this guy. We don't talk about any of this. Let's get mad about people that make a conclusion with what I gave them. It's just weird, man. I don't get it.
And you wanna know what's the most annoying fudging part of this drama, dude? Globdang fudging Ethan Klein. Oh, God, that dude's so fudging annoying. He fudging tried to claim that Hasan's the one dragging on this drama.
Says, alright, my short-lived respect for Ludwig is gone. Xqc is not driving Colorgate, it's Azan. Enemy lies about the prolongs it. Ludwig act like you're better, bro. You're the reason the store exploded this week.
Really, Ethan? Fudging Hasan's dragging it on? Now motherfuckers like Xqc, who fudging even had a meltdown on how he just wants Hasan to be guilty of this thing. Look, fudge off. Oh, Glob, this dude's so fudging annoying. Dude, I swear, if Kaya gained the ability to speak, and she could speak to these schizo motherfuckers, she would literally just yell at them, telling them, hey, why don't you motherfucking losers fudge off? My fudging dad loves me. He wouldn't fudging shock me with a shock collar. He loves me more than you losers could ever imagine.
Hands off! All of yous, hands off, for pity's sake!
But at least, you know, no one was like making any gross, weird little jokes about Kaya and Hasan. That would be just fudging uncalled for.
As I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. And all of the other clips that people have been showing are either the AirTag or the vibration collar that she has, which I use when she's free roaming.
What? What are you pleasuring her? What else are you doing to that dog?
Oh, somebody just kill me.
Asmongold also talked about the Kaya Gate drama, but he tried painting himself as this centrist who didn't really care about it, nor picked any sides.
I've never, and you might have noticed this, I never even really soapboxed or moralized about this at all. I never talked about how horrible it is, or how mean it is, or how wrong it is. I never even said that. I'm not a huge, fucking animal rights activist. I'm just talking about the topic and looking at it. That's all.
That's like fudging beast time, cause he literally fudging implied it throughout his videos. Him and his editor were fudging implying that, yeah, Hasan definitely shot Kaya.
Experience is everything works, everything is fast. Kaya, place.
Grabs the thing.
Back there.
clip of Hasan's dog's fish has been uncut. It's actually crazy that this is still going on. And now you have him with the old dog with a cut on his neck. And then he has that thing. I mean, honestly, you don't even really like this. I'm not even.
Dude, I hate this so much when like people just like use old clips to say, yeah, Hasan's definitely guilty of shocking Kaya. When it's like, yeah, he used to use a prawn collar back in the days, but he doesn't use one anymore. He's literally spoken about like how he doesn't use that stank anymore because he knows it just hurts his dog.
Which, by the way, ironically enough, I had used the prawn collar in the past for Fish, my previous dog. So I think he was like using that as well to be like, oh, look, see, Hasan used a prawn collar. And it's like, yeah, I don't anymore. And also, it's just, I don't know how that has anything to do with me.
Another person who spoke about the Kaya drama was Turkey Tom, and when watching his video, my jaw fucking dropped because of the accusation he threw towards Hasan. He tried to accuse Hasan of encouraging Kaya and Fiona to be violent to one another.
But the problem is, as I showed earlier, there were multiple clips of Hasan doing this. Did this specific sequence of movements just coincidentally take place in every single instance? Or could it be that there's a pattern that the public is noticing? A pattern of negligent or even sadistic treatment of Kaya under the guise of training. At the very least, even if none of these things turn out to be true, people do have a reason to be concerned, as Hasan is on record saying some pretty questionable things about Kaya while on stream. And I'm actually gonna get a little bit more serious for a moment here. If you're very sensitive to situations involving animals, no joke, this is a trigger warning, as it's actually a little bit disturbing.
I don't know if putting them in a confined space like this together is a good idea, but we're about to see very quickly. She will most likely recognize, she will very quickly learn that that's probably a mistake. Because if she keeps pushing Fiona, Fiona is going to bite. Oh, there we go. Good job, Fiona. You tell her. One thing I will tell you, I've seen her. Kaya is really funny when she's scared. Being scared, but it gives me anxiety. Maybe it's me. No, I want her to bite her. What do you mean? That they had to chop it. She needs to learn. See? See? She wants out.
The wind, children.
Did you see that? I want you guys to see what happens when she actually gets scared. It's so funny.
Okay, I know what you just saw. It kind of looks like Hasan was like encouraging Kaya and Fiona to be violent to one another, but that's not what he's actually doing. I mean, if you just see like the full context of that clip, you kind of understand what Hasan's doing over there.
Brother, this is just playing not cool for Fiona. She obviously wants to leave. Okay. Everybody shut the fuck up. Okay? I know she wants to leave. I literally am not allowing her to leave because I want her to be in a confined space with Kaya to treat Kaya for manners. Do you want to see this or do you not want to see this? Can a dog fix another dog's aggression? Watch Prince in action. Let's take a look. And she's not even aggressive, so this doesn't even fit that well. Look, she's trying to protect the water.
Prince! Prince! Good boy. Prince. Now we're gonna watch it in slow motion. The gate is gonna be opened. The hound is gonna chase Prince and hit him in the side, and you're gonna see it in a minute. There might have been a bite in there. There might not have. Okay. He's running out, and Prince is doing nothing. Prince is on his own property. He's desensitized to Prince, and this is the meeting he has. It's inappropriate. The single best way for this dog to learn his lesson is for the dog that he hits or potentially tries to bite to apply the punishment, not the trainer. It works sometimes.
See? Exactly. Do you understand? Either I can yell at her when she's being annoying and like traumatize her by smacking her, okay, which I'm not gonna do, or I can let Fiona do that, okay? If Fiona got out of control and actually started like trying to kill Kaya, do you think I would let that happen or do you think I would stop it?
Totally, absolutely inappropriate. He tried to essentially bite him in the side, and then Prince let him know, and then Prince said, I'm over it. I don't hate you. He doesn't hate him. He had to tell him what was up.
This is what well-behaved dogs do, okay? Fiona is a well-behaved dog. so she's not gonna like aggressively pursue Kaya and like try to flip Kaya up. But if Kaya gets out of pocket and behaves in a manner that she's like unhappy with, violating her personal space is one thing, but like literally trying to nip at her, another thing. She's going to correct that behavior. That is part of the reason why you socialize dogs. Okay? That's the reason why I'm socializing Kaya with Fiona right now. You just happen to be also watching it. The reason why I'm doing it in a confined space is because I want them to forcibly interact with one another. If it ever got out of hand, there's enough space for both of them in here. If it ever got out of hand, obviously I would take her out of the pen.
It's so annoying that Tom tried to frame this whole Fudging clip as if it was like some violent animal abuse happening live on stream. Fudging insane to try and accuse Hasan of that, dude.
This dude who basically raised this dog on camera actually one day decided to become an abusive person. Like he's just an abusive guy. He just abuses her. No signs of abuse whatsoever from any number of different people that have been around this dog. And it's mostly people that just don't have dogs.
Dude, it's insane to me that this whole drama became this heated attack on Hasan, trying to prove that he's this Fudging malice dog abuser towards Kaya. And it was also just sparked from a short 10-second clip from an 8-hour-long stream. Like Fudging, that's Fudging insane to me. But aside from that whole drama, what I really wanted to focus on in this video is 5 people who I've noticed love to hate on Hasan all the time. And I just want to see exactly just why do they hate Hasan so much, to the point that their channels have become like central Hasan hate hubs. The first person I wanted to look at is Nux Taku, a YouTuber who mainly used to make anime content on his main channel.
Any of that fantasy battle stuff that can literally be plastered upon one another with minor tweaks. It was an original shonen setting with a very original protagonist that kept me enticed for every episode and every time I saw him on screen. He's not the that gets stronger. He's a badass that has to continually fight himself to become the best. And he's also a putz in the good way, being a total piss off to everyone and not giving two shits about what anyone has to say about him. That's just the initial setting. From that,
but now does more conservative leaning content on his second channel, Nuxtaku. And when we look at this dude's hate content on Hasan, he has a fudging unhealthy obsession with Hasan. The dude has an entire playlist dedicated to just cruding on Hasan, dude. Like, dude, how is it possible that every video on this list is like close to an hour or is just an hour long? Like, how much hate do you have for the guy that you're able to make this many hate videos on him that are this long? And dude, it doesn't help that this motherfucker sounds like an English dub character. And I had to listen to like hours of him just cruding on Hasan while listening to that fudging voice. Like, it's fudging torture, dude, having to watch this thing. I'd rather felch a Nazi than watch a fudging Nux Taku video. And also the dude has fudging titles like these. Just now, the FBI is 100% serious about arresting Hasan Piker. He's done. Just now, Hasan Piker quit streaming. His audience turned on him. Just now, Hasan Piker can never recover from this. He's 760% done. And my personal favorite, the Hasan Piker allegations just ruined his life. He's done. Like, how many times can you say a motherfucker is done, but you just keep making video after video, dude? Holy fudge. Now, when Nuxtaku talks about Hasan, he really likes to portray Hasan as this violent person. And you can really see this when looking at his video on Hasan talking about Rick Scott, when saying that if Republicans really cared about medical fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. And Nuxtaku hearing that, he immediately just interpreted it as Hasan encouraging his audience to assassinate Rick Scott, which obviously that's not what Hasan was saying or at all encouraging his audience to do. What he was simply saying is that Rick Scott should be punished for the medical fraud he engaged in.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients, okay? It is not happening at the point of recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida Rick Scott, you wouldn't make...
I love how he specifies. He's like, Rick Scott for just letting you know exactly the right Rick Scott that I am signaling my audience to go kill.
But of course, Nux just saw this as an opportunity to paint Hasan as this violent person that he imagines him to be. Hasan even apologized for this, stating that he shouldn't have used the word kill or even violent language like that. He should have used these words more appropriately.
Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. I was not calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator. So, obviously, I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership that I must take. Some apologies there. I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, maximum punishment, whatever that would be, for defrauding Medicare and Medicaid for over $1.7 billion.
Then right after that, Nux Taku just starts immediately listing down reasons as to why Hasan is a violent person. He first brings up the whole 9/11 comment, which, dear lordy, hey dude, shut the fuck up, that's so fucking annoying that losers like this always bring this stank up, when it's like, Hasan already apologized for saying it like that, and he also fucking explained what he meant by saying that. But of course, dumb nugs like this will just bring it up all the time just to weaponize it against Hasan.
Just incitement of violence. It's unbelievable. It's wild. It's crazy that the guy who became famous because of the clip, the guy who, because of the clip where he said that America deserved 9/11.
Point you're making, Hasan, but saying it that way is clearly wrong.
Yes.
Because it leaves people to the impression that you.
I should have used more precise and better use of the language there. Look, the words I used were not the best words. I understand that. Like I said over and over again, I get that. It's not good words. The joke stuff we can have a disagreement on. Yeah, we obviously have a disagreement on the style, but ultimately my points have always been throughout my professional career and in my personal life, and still to this day, the exact same. Obviously, 9/11 was a horrific tragedy. 3,000 Americans died. Okay, 7,000 troops have died since then in endless wars. And if you're spending all of your energy getting upset at me because I think that is abhorrent and awful, maybe you should spend your energy elsewhere and realize that those who justify that endless bloodshed don't actually have the best interest of those young men and women at heart.
I talked about all this stuff, and that obviously was the reason why I said it's blowback. Like, we funded the same people that did 9/11, and we continue to work with the same people, the government, that played a way more fundamental role in 9/11 than Afghanistan or Iraq. Literally, there was like 8 documentaries, I think, that came out in the 20th anniversary of 9/11 that described all of that. So I had a lot of my friends even, they were like, I kind of hated what you had to say back then, but now I totally understand what you were talking about.
Not only does he support 3 separate terrorist groups in the Middle East that all chant death to America, that have killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people, all right, between the different terrorist groups that he supports. Aside from all of that, supports Luigi Mangione because he allegedly murdered a CEO.
What are you talking about? He doesn't fucking support what Luigi did. Like, Hasan's commentary on the whole Luigi thing was that he gets why people were celebrating it, and he gets why people didn't really care about the CEO. But now once did he fucking say like, oh yeah, shouts out for Luigi for killing that motherfucker.
Leftists are evil for wishing for people's deaths. Dog, if you think, and I'm being so for real right now, okay? I'm being so for real with you. You can fantasize about this all day, every day. Like, oh, it's the leftists that are doing it. If you think 51,000 socialists are posting ha-has on Facebook, you might have gotten shot in the head too. There might be a bullet lodged in your brain, okay? Maybe you could be like, oh, TikTok, like they're all little commies or whatever. No, dog, it's your neighbor and probably your aunt, okay? The people who are excited about this is not just like some random card-carrying commie that you fantasized about. It's your aunt, okay? I want to stress this importance, okay? I do not condone the assassination of insurance CEOs, healthcare CEOs. I do not condone it. I condemn it. I condemn. Just want to get it out of the way, you know?
And then also Nuxtaku goes on to this whole tangent about like how Hasan wants people who don't agree with his politics to be killed.
Again, as I proved in Hasan Piker's 200%, the greatest pinnacle of my franchise, Hasan is actively somebody that thinks you should be murdering people that go against your personal worldviews. That is literally how Hasan, in my opinion, views the world. And I've proven it. He says that all Israelis deserve to be killed because they're all settlers and they're all Zionists, and he calls all white people in America the Zionists of America.
It was like so dumb because this dude Nux has literally stated like multiple times how he wouldn't be bothered if Hasan was or Hasan himself, or even if Hasan was deported. Like this motherfucker wants to complain about like how Hasan advocates for like violence towards people who don't agree with him, but that's motherfucking you, dude. You fucking advocate for that type of violence.
Thank you all for being here and for subscribing. We're out here making terrorist supporters want to kill themselves. Obviously, I don't support that. I don't want him to kill himself. I'm just saying, like, if he does, though, because of me, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Not that I want him to do it, obviously. It's not like he literally slandered me in front of his audience, incited his audience, in my opinion, to harass me and maybe even kill me. It's not like any of that has changed my stances on life, but I would probably, I do not support Hasan Piker himself. But if he does name me in a super note, I would not lose any sleep. And it turns out you're a radical communist that I think should be deported or jailed immediately.
They also tried to make it seem as if Hasan was like in favor of the Charlie Kirk assassination because he just fucking kept on complaining that Hasan didn't fucking condemn the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Hasan Piker, of course, decided to live stream his reaction to Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, and he had all the worst opinions you could possibly have. Now, I could go through to show you his condemnation of the assassination, but I'm not actually going to show you that because he didn't condemn the assassination. He was live for 2 hours talking about it. He couldn't gather himself to condemn the guy for shooting him once. Not one time did he condemn the assassination on the guy that he was supposed to be having a debate with in 2 weeks.
But when you watch Hasan's video, he obviously condemns the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety? Yeah, no dude, what the do you mean? Of course, I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. Obviously, aside from the principle of it all, yeah, no it's also for my own personal safety as well. I'm also, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also a public figure who does political commentary. For the record, there are a ton of people celebrating this as well. I'm not, for obvious reasons. I think people here have the capacity to understand why.
But Nux doesn't fucking care. He wants to paint Hasan as this violent person so badly that he doesn't care that Hasan said, hey, I condemn this thing. He literally just fucking took what Hasan said and was like, well, Hasan didn't say it the way I wanted him to say it, so he's in favor of this assassination.
So lock in, boys and girls. We have a full f***ing video. All right. Someone in my chat said he didn't condemn it in those words, but he expressed that it shouldn't have happened. Yeah, he expressed it shouldn't have happened because it's raising the temperature. He didn't condemn assassinating Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. There's a difference. But anyway.
Like, God, dude, this fucking anal cum is so fucking annoying. Like, dude, you're that fucking horny to make Hasan look like a violent person that you'll just straight up just lie about it. Like, how is it legal to just lie this much about a motherfucker? As you can see, like, Nux Taku just really loves trying to portray Hasan as this violent person who thinks that anyone who doesn't agree with him politically should just be, like, executed. He even tried doing this when, like, Trump was being certified back into the White House. And Nux just had, like, these insane, delusional takes about Hasan wanting Democrats to be violent towards the Republicans.
Decided this was a pivotal moment to strike, and
right, he thinks that the only reason why people know that January 6th is something that happens where a president gets certified is because of the evil insurrection that happened January 6th in 2020.
Potentially change
2021, whatever.
The trajectory of American democracy. What is this? Oh no, it's happening again. Just keep this video to bait some views.
To the Capitol, but those police are gone. I don't see anyone. When we were coming up on the other side, from the west side of the Capitol, we saw a group of.
Oh my God, they're doing it again. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
I was kidding. Like the craziest thing is, so I think that the riot that happened January 6th, 2021, right, back in the 2020 election, I think it was awful. I'm actually against all riots. I know that this is an incredibly hot take, but I am actually against all violent protests, all violent riots, all of that stuff I think is bad. And it doesn't matter what side you're on. It doesn't matter what cause you're fighting for. It doesn't matter if you're in a January 6th pro-Trump protest. It doesn't matter if you're on a freaking the Black Lives Matter protest. I don't think any protest should be violent, period, to be honest. And the craziest thing is, Hasan basically has been flaming the Republicans for doing an insurrection for the last 4 years, so that they were trying to overthrow the government January 6th. He's implicitly hoping that the Democrats do a violent protest now and steal The government.
He's hoping Dems will be violent. The fudge are you on about? Like, dude, Lip 6 was a meme, dude. Not a fudging planned out coup. The fudge are you on about? And then in this next video, Nux Taku just joins this Discord call with his friends where they're just like talking about Hasan, which is like so fudging cringe, because why the heck would you join in a Discord call just to talk crud about a dude you don't even fudging know in real life? Holy fudge, dude.
Wait, did he?
Let's go!
Wait, no.
Actually, 200% cook. Let's
Wait,
go, baby.
yeah, no, there's no way this is real. Let me look.
It's real! And that leads into another hot anime take. Inviting Hasan on an anime podcast is indefensible. Another hot anime take for you guys. That dude supports terrorists.
I have actually a comment on this, actually. So
they then go on and talk about Hasan appearing on the Trash Taste podcast and how they wish Trash Taste didn't have Hasan on.
Did you watch the Trash Taste podcast with Hasan?
Well, I watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it.
The first sentence or the first
they
minute,
did get political.
Yes,
he
they
gets
do.
political.
Oh wait, really?
Right off the bat.
Yeah,
it gets
yes.
political.
Literally, like the first 30 seconds, he did do.
It's right away. It's inescapable.
Okay,
it's like
so
they kind of put a stop to it because it would have went. If they didn't say anything, it would have kept going.
Hey dude, what are you talking about? Hasan did not fudging say any political stank in the beginning. The fudging intro of that fudging podcast episode is literally just gay stank.
Blue Lock is a boy love anime. The only part in Blue Lock that doesn't make it fully a BL, I guess, is that they don't kiss.
Boys love dudes get like giga rammed.
No. I get that.
Not
I get
all the time.
No,
Jesus Christ.
There's sometimes when you have two characters and they're like, why do I feel tension here? Why?
Yeah.
Why do I feel
always
some
kiss.
tension here?
Okay, that's Blue Lock.
No, they don't have a whole scene about like his aromas.
And then in the beginning of the podcast, the only political thing that Hasan says is that his country's on fire. Then immediately after that, he just apologizes for bringing up politics, and then they just have a normal convo.
Oh yeah, I'm here permanently now. I've decided. This time it's for real.
Yeah, for real?
Yeah, now that my country's on fire, I chose Japan to just stay here.
All right.
Whoa.
But yeah, we got Hasan. He's back. Yeah.
No politics. Sorry.
Yeah. No politics. All right. I don't want to hear
actually, last time you were on, it was probably like the most anime-centric podcast we'd had.
Oh, and dude, holy fuck, I have to say this. I have to fucking say this. I know the whole Trash Taste thing that was like fucking eons ago, but looking back at it, those who just like turned their backs on Hasan like that, the one the podcast just got like brigaded by like Hasan haters was like such a crud thing to do, dude. Like holy fuck, like for example, Colosso is crazy, right? That motherfucker hates Hasan. Like he does not fucking like Hasan at all.
You know what's just happened? They banned Hasan for threatening to kill someone or offering like his fans to kill someone for a day. How ridiculous is that? What the fuck is up with the bias there?
I saw you link it in.
Unless you're a Hasan shill like you're all going to adhere to the opinion that he's a god grifter and he's treated with incredible bias.
But even he was able to fight and recognize that. That was a common thing for them to do.
Oh, did you see actually Trash Taste had him on as a guest and they had so many dislikes?
Yeah?
Yes. But yeah, they had Hasan on and all the comments were just using all the talking points that Ethan put in his video about Hasan. You know, like they had so many dislikes.
They said that they're not going to have Hasan on again.
Yeah.
And then everyone just got more mad at him, basically.
Okay, Hasan is a grifter, don't like him, don't care for him. But even so, he came on as a guest, did them a favor, and now they're what? Talking behind his back after he's already been on, just to save the podcast? It's like cowardly. That's cowardly. Don't like that.
They kind of bent the knee to the backlash they got.
Alright, that's cowardly then. Yeah, I stand by what I said then, if that's the case. I don't like that. He came on as a guest, did them a favor. They should at least be courteous. I mean, they don't have to say anything about it. They could have stayed silent. That's fine. That's all right.
You invite the dude onto your podcast, and then the moment the podcast gets brigaded by fudging Hasan haters, you know, are like, yeah, no, we're never gonna have him on again. Like, that's like such a fudging crud thing to do.
Hey, look, the show is not political. We don't want to deal with politics. You know, we're most likely not going to have you on again. No, and that's not like anything like, hey man, you know, it's just like, look, we don't want to deal with politics.
Whatever, I just felt like I had to get that off my chest. Like, that was like such a crud Felcher move to do anyway.
That is bad if he is talking about political things, especially, you know, how much terrorist sympathizing he does. But when it just comes to discussing your passions and your interests, I do think it is fine to do any of that on a media. Same thing with interviewing anybody. I think it's completely fine to interview anyone as long as you don't glorify their negative
All right.
tendencies.
I respect that. Let me give you an alternative, just a hypothetical.
Sure.
What if you did a podcast normalizing and talking to anime with the pedophile? Is that any different?
First off, ironic for you to say that. Second off, how the fudge are you comparing Hasan, someone who fudging advocates for progressive ideas, versus a fudging pedophile? Like, dude, that thing does not correlate. This is a fudging logical fallacy. You're equating Hasan to a fudging pedophile who just wants to rape kids. Like, dude, what is this fudging logic? Holy fudge.
But anyway, Hasan is very, very cooked, incredibly mega cooked. This is a glorious day for me personally. Professional hating is literally winning. We're winning here, baby. We're winning. Definitely subscribe because I'm currently working on the next entry in the Hasan Piker franchise where we're going to be covering his Russia-Ukraine takes. Because, spoilers, he was pro-Russia until Trump came in power. Then he became pro-Ukraine all of a sudden, switching up just because he hates Trump.
Yeah, Nux is right, yeah. Before Trump came to power, Hasan was like pro-Russia. Yeah, like definitely. He was like pro-Russia the whole time. Definitely.
What is going on here as well, where they're like, hey, we got to denazify Ukraine. Are there Nazis in the fucking National Guard? Absolutely. Does it justify all-out, full-scale, boots on the ground, military warfare, explosions, and potential airplanes dropping bombs on civilian territory? Absolutely not. That it's still completely unacceptable and completely unreasonable. It's reasonable for Ukrainians to be afraid of Russia. It's completely unreasonable since day one for Russia to do anything. For Russia to go into Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's like Hitler, which, by the way, Vladimir Putin is bad. Look at the sign. Actually, sorry, I forgot we elevated that to Vladimir Putin is very bad. From bad to very bad. Look at the sign.
This is the famous YouTube rapper singer guy, BBNO Money, or also known as BBNOs. Also known as BB No Ballsack. We are going to be making fun of him today, and he is exhibiting incredibly high ethical moral clarity by collaborating with the leftist largest political streamer in America, Hasan Diddy Adolf Epstein Piker.
People like Nux Taku and Tectone are like such Asmongold orbiters because literally this dude Nux and Tectone got like so mad because their savior, Asmongold, was basically rejected by Baby No Money. Like, dude, how much of a fudging Pinsent writer are you for Asmon that you're getting angry on his behalf when he wasn't even that angry at all about the Baby No Money thing?
I don't have any, there's no ill will or any sort of like negativity about it. I just think that he doesn't want to be involved with my politics, and it was like from kind of a long time ago. Again, I like Baby No Money. I don't have any ill will towards him. I thought he's a great guy. I've talked to him multiple times. If he doesn't want to promote the kind of content that I do in my videos, that's his professional decision and that's his career.
And the hilarious part is like, of course, these motherfuckers involved Hasan into this when Hasan literally had nothing to do with like Baby No Money censoring out Asmongold. He wasn't even in the music video.
Known for going to brothels where they sex traffic children, Diddy parties, and supporting terrorists, as well as, you know, the rare incitement of violence against United States senators. I'm pretty sure you only did that 2 times.
Dude, fudging, oh Chrysler. Jesus. He loves fudging bringing that up all the time. Sure, Nux, wow, you really care about those victims. You just keep weaponizing the whole brothel thing. But don't worry, I'll be addressing that one later. But basically, Nux Taku's video on the whole Baby No Money thing was that he was just trying to like justify why Baby No Money shouldn't collaborate with Hasan because Hasan is a little predator and he also enticed his audience to assassinate a US senator. Like, dude, how are you crying this hard over something that doesn't even involve you? Like, holy how butthurt are you, dude?
It's posted 17 hours ago. It has 500,000 views. In case you're unaware or blind, if you look at the like and dislike ratio, ooh, it is not healthy. It is not looking good at all. Bro is getting smoked and cooked. Now you're probably wondering, why? Well, let's watch a couple of seconds of it and see why, all right? At the time of recording, I was unaware of a certain individual's ethical beliefs, okay? As a result, I've chosen to censor those whose values I do not support, okay? Additionally, all funds generated by this video will be donated to the PCRF. All right, whatever the little. Now, who is it?
Like, really, dude, you're gonna fucking read it like that? You kinda just like, sure, you don't even know why Baby No Money chose to censor Asmongold out of the music video. This motherfucker knows what the PCRF is, but he just read it as if it was like a nothing charity.
In case you were curious, that the PCRF is the Palestine Children Relief Fund. Just to clarify, all right? So
Nux's entire video is just him crying about how his king Asmongold got disrespected. It's so fucking cringe, dude. Fudge.
Stuff like this is why the left keeps losing. Hasan reacting to Baby No Money's music video with Asmongold censored.
What a gigantic brothel of what an unbelievable group of sitting together to literally waggle their schmorgles and claim that they're better people than anybody else. What colossal I think this image encapsulates.
Yeah, dude, that's it. Hasan just reacted to it. Again, it really has nothing to do with this decision. He's not even fudging in the music video. Like, I have to fudging emphasize that. He is not in the fudging music video, so I don't get why motherfuckers are getting mad at him.
BBNO money. 50% dislikes. Let me add to that. At the time of recording, I was aware of certain individuals' ethical beliefs. As a result, I've chosen to censor those whose values I do not support. Can I tell you why this shit is gay as fuck? Can I tell you why this shit is baby no clout, baby no Houthi? No, baby no grifter. This is insane. And I'm gonna let you know this right now. I'm still gonna listen to Bro's music because I think he's a great artist. But I think this shit is so gay.
Tectone, we get it. Gay. Fudging gay. Jeez, dude's got the vocabulary of a 14-year-old. We get it, dude. Like, can you fudging, like, give us something else other than fudging just using the word gay all the time?
Dude, Baby No Money literally went on stage with Asmongold's face painted on his fucking chest. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this Baby No Backbone shit is insane.
Yeah, dude, because Baby No Money was like a huge fan of Asmongold at the time. But that was like all the way back in fudging February of 2024, dude. Asmon wasn't really doing that much political commentary. And plus, that was like way before when he said like that fudging, you know, genocidal stank about Palestinians being an inferior culture. So like, obviously, Baby No Money doesn't want to be associated with that, dude.
Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna virtue signal and you're gonna moral grandstand and you're gonna appeal to this mob and appeal to this mob and appeal to this mob. And the moment that you slip up one time, the moment that you slip up one time, the same mob that you're pandering to is going to consume you. And you wanna know why he did this? It's because of this. How is brother gonna say that I don't like this guy's political views and then hang out with the most radicalized streamer on the entire platform?
Ah, of course. It's Hasan's fault that Baby No Money decided to censor out Asmongold. Dude, first off, that wasn't the first time Baby No Money has collaborated with Fudging Hasan. He Fudging done a collab back in like 2021, dude. And also, like, what is up with you dudes and infantilizing this dude? I think Baby No Money is like fully capable of making his own decisions. Like, I don't know why you motherfuckers just won't accept, like, he doesn't want to be associated with Asmongold. That's it, dude. That's literally just it. Make it sound like Hasan just whispered it in his ear saying, distance yourself from Asmongold. Join my side. What the fudge you thinking? This is so dumb. Like, for once, please, for once, quit thinking about Hasan. Like, get Hasan off your mind for once. Holy fudge.
Horrible. What is this thing that Asmon has done that's so awful? Like, okay, let's go ahead and address it. Was it the inferior culture comment? The one that he has acknowledged, recognized it was horrible for him to say, and apologized profusely at length, went on break to reassess who he was as a human being because he realized how far gone he'd become.
Oh, Glaze. Come on, bro.
Are we talking about that? That one mistake? Is that what we're talking about? Because as far as I'm concerned, he's already repented. What do these people want him to do? He gave the most sincere apology I've ever seen, and guys, that's rare as I want to remind you that Asmongold apologized for this shit and nobody accepted it. Hasan has not apologized for calling for the death of a senator.
Dude, look, there's the fudging double standard. You guys hate Hasan so much that you're gonna fudging just lie about him like that? Tectone, he fudging apologized for that thing, dude. He literally said, like, he should have chosen his words better. That was an out-of-line comment for him to make. But of course, you motherfuckers just hate Hasan, so you'll just lie about him.
I was obviously not asking for people to kill Rick Scott. I think that would be ridiculous.
But anyway, to show you a little another take, I made this tweet. You will be held to a higher and higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please. Then you will make a mistake and they will devour you with glee. Please take this warning seriously. I like you. This is a quote from Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson said this to Ethan Klein and he was completely correct, and Ethan Klein's entire career ended up spiraling. All of his fake friends that he made on the radical left all stabbed him in his back. Jordan Peterson was like prophetic with this one. And I felt like dropping it here too because I think it's completely right.
Baby No Money has no actual ethical, moral stance that he's trying to make. He's just doing it for the grift virtue signal. He's just doing it because he's trying to get in bed with the giant frothing group of libtards, and he's hoping his best that if he keeps grifting that way, he will always have a home among the But he is so unbelievably cooked. Yeah, Baby No... Yeah, he's cooked. He's cooked. You'll see. My prediction will be true. I am always right. So, hey, look at that! Look at that!
Nux Taku, I'm pretty sure Baby No Money's career is going to be perfectly fine, dude.
Baby No Money announces he's quitting music in satirical post. Yeah, if this gets to 1 million likes, I will stop making music. And it has 2.3 million... That's a good way to take a vacation for Christmas. It's publicity. Yeah, he's just fucking around, man.
This was obviously a joke, but when he posted this on Twitter, people had no idea this was the reason, and so they started digging, trying to find out what the caused this. Eventually, people found out an old TikTok by one of his own schoolmates, saying he regularly spammed the hard R in high school, and not the nuclear kind.
Baby No Money went to my high school and would call me the N-word as I would walk by. That's your fan favorite, Canada.
Nobody saw it and did nothing. And had other friends that were there.
And now this is starting to go viral as we speak, with his own fan base trying to cancel him.
Context that he was accused of harassing. The Baby No Money was accused of harassing black girls in high school and calling them the N-word. I thought he just did this as a meme. I talked to him before he was in my podcast, and then we had the whole music video drama, which I understand, right? You know, he's definitely pretty deep into that stuff. I don't ever, and this, I think that's a great example of kind of what I've said before, is that I don't really take it personally if people do stuff like that, because I get it's a career, it's a job, it's what you do. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't really take it personally.
Well, I do. Oh, Hasman's editor, how much of a dumbnug are you to think that Baby No Money is actually being cancelled right now? If you look at all the fudge and tweets that have been made about him, they're not even coming from his fans at all. Actually coming from the already heard him from the start. And honestly, seriously, if you honestly thought those are former fans of Baby No Money hating on him, oh my good sir, you're absolutely mistaken. If you just look at the fudge and tweets that have been made, it sees mostly people defending Baby No Money. And plus, you're looking at tweets with fudge and 400 likes and 1,000 likes, and you're criticizing that being a cancellation? Oh, you absolute moron of a dumbnug. But I can't say I'm surprised that you're rooting for his demise. I mean, you're obviously butthurt.
Oh yeah, one more thing I have to say. If it's true that Baby No Money was being racist back in high school, I don't think that really matters right now because, you know, as we can see now, he's far more progressive than what he probably was like back in high school. That whole drama was dumb, but it's actually a nothing, bro, because no one is actually trying to cancel him. And like I've said, like those tweets that Asmon's editor was showing, they're getting nothing but like 7,000 likes and 400 likes. Yeah, not much of a cancellation now, is it?
Now, a lot of people said maybe I shouldn't talk about Hasan because obviously he has a baby on the way. Idubs' wife is pregnant, so Hasan obviously has a baby on the way. This is very exciting.
Right after Nuxtaku was done making that weird little comment about Hasan, he then tried to claim that Hasan is transphobic because of this interaction he had with a fan.
You don't understand the deep dive we're doing today. So first, this is Hasan Piker. If there's any leftoids in chat, I suggest you leave. You're about to see something incredibly triggering.
Hi.
I just wanted to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My hero, for sure.
Nice to meet you.
All right, so this man over here with the trans flag and the weird dress is telling Hasan, "Oh, Hasan, you are my hero. You are my hero."
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What should we do? Kaya. All right.
And obviously, Kaya, he can't control his dog because he's not using the shocker. So the man obviously freaked the shit out of Hasan. All right, because Hasan, listen, you can take the Muslim out of Turkey, but you can't take Turkey out of the Muslim. All right, and even though he makes believe he is incredibly progressive, he literally shakes his hand and wipes his hand off on his shirt. This has got to be the most diabolical thing I've ever seen in my life. He was trying, I don't know if he thought he was going to get AIDS or something. He was trying to wipe the trans off immediately. Now, this, everyone, is the largest leftist streamer. He has so much love and respect for the trans community, obviously. And he is it's honestly awesome. It's just amazing. It's truly a glorious time. It really is. So anyway, this is Hasan Piker over here, truly an ally, or at least he wants you to think he is, so he can subvert the country and turn it into hellscape.
Dude, Nux, do you have any idea how ironic you sound right now, dude? You're literally being transphobic to this woman right now by calling her a fudging man, and you want to say Hasan's transphobic and also fudging being racist as a motherfucker. Holy crud. And also, this motherfucker is literally just basing this off of the fact that Hasan's having a bit of an awkward interaction with this fan. And it's like, that's it, dude. He's having a bit of an awkward interaction with her. Like, Hasan's like kind of like notorious for being a little bit awkward around his fans. Even his own podcast producer has like spoken about this.
So Hasan was definitely this like person that I was starstruck around, and so I got to like meet him once at the compound for an event, and I like asked for a picture, and I basically never have done that. And so I was like super awkward, and he's like notoriously very awkward when meeting fans too. So like I was like insecure. It was bad. I was like, oh, this guy hates me.
Can I get a photo?
Yeah, it was bad. Hasan and I still like low comms at this point. He's kind of awkward. I realize now in hindsight, he's a super nice guy. He's a teddy bear. He's just kind of acoustic, but like he's just bad at socializing and meeting people.
And honestly, I saw this clip, and I feel like we need to include this clip in the video. I'm not trying to be rude here, but this needs to be added to the video because people have to know the truth. People have to know the truth about Hasan Piker. What does he mean by this?
Guys, I love little. Okay, I fucking love little, dude, and I think it's one of the best things you can do on this planet. And
all right, that's where you could kind of end the clip, right? Unless he says something incredibly dangerous.
And I love to do it with humans, dude. Nothing substitutes, dude.
Hasan, what were you using to substitute with humans that like make you come to the conclusion that humans are in fact the best little partners? Are you taking after your uncle, Hasan? Your uncle, the alleged goat? Little. Are you What a weird thing to say.
Dude, you don't know, just like referring to like inanimate objects, like the time he humped a basketball.
This is the what?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is.
You humped a basketball?
No.
Hasan, why did you hump a basketball?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a clip of you saying you humped a basketball.
It's a lie. It's probably doctored.
Really? Is it deep fake?
Yeah, it must have been the deep fake. Flipped out of context.
Are you into basketballs? And
Little. No, I just like playing basketball. I'm a big fan of the sport.
Are you suppressing something? What?
No, when I was younger, I said I was talking about how I would rub up against the basketball, and one of the weirder things that I have rubbed up against. So now in my community, they basically say I am horny for basketballs. That's the meme. I'll describe it for everybody.
You're a fudging freak, Nux. Also, how the fudge are you gonna try and accuse Hasan of being into bestiality when you yourself showed Turkey Tom and Willie Mac a hentai video of a girl having sex with a dog? This wasn't like a furry hentai. This was just like a straight up dog having sex with a human.
I was actually in a Nux Taku video at one point. I was in a video with Willie Mac. With Willie Mac, we were in a video. I want to say it was 6 months ago, maybe. We're in a video. And he showed us something very weird, and I remember getting somewhat upset about it and not liking it that much. It was me, him, and Quite.
Little.
I want to say it was something involving a dog, too, but I honestly don't remember exactly what it was. But it was something involving some kind of dog and some kind of girl. But I don't remember if there was some kind of intercourse. But I think there was a very nasty implication, and I was like, why the fuck are you showing this to me? And he was like, what does mean? He was mad. And that was kind of my read on him. He's just like, little person from that perspective, but yeah.
So this is just about a really horny dog.
No, it's about a really horny girl.
This is what you watch, Nux? Why? You can watch this on YouTube? Little. Straight up.
This dog has the same facial expression as Tom, bro.
Whoever made this needs to be in jail.
And you wanna accuse your son of being into bestiality? Every accusation is just a fudging confession from this dude. Holy fudge. And I think Turkey Tom was like literally the only normal person there, because he literally just called it out for like being gross stank that you were showing him. And then that Willie Mac loser literally tried defending watching loli with you.
Not even singling him out. He's just one example. But this happens all the little time, bro. Anyway.
Oh! Anyway, Hasan cries on stream. He hates everyone. W.
One of the worst aspects.
So, because of his fake crying, obviously someone needed to donate 100 subscribers to a socialist in a mansion.
Of like this kind of gathering online is that I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Because I see grandparents and I see kids and I see
I'd keep him away from kids. He went to Diddy parties and brothels that trafficked at least one child. So.
Oh, dude. I fucking hate it when losers like this motherfucker bring up the whole fucking Diddy thing. Like, they both Nux, and especially fucking Tectone, love fucking bringing that up.
Stay the f away from these children. And I know that might be hard for you, buddy. Yeah, but I bet you once Diddy's out of trial, you and him are gonna have a great time. I'm really not surprised you really enjoyed that Diddy party as much as you did. If a guy goes to a Diddy party, is it not safe to assume he must really like kids? Bro, you may think lolly's gross, Hasan, but you really loved that Diddy party, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, you loved that, didn't you? Hasan, the guy who has self-admittedly gone to a Diddy party, asking for P.Diddy, a known sex offender, a known files, sloppy seconds, and was slightly affiliated with Diddy via like a company that it's complete bullshit to even bring up on in 2025. Hasan goes to the bros house. Like, it's insane. Hasan has been going in on Dan Saltman for his association with Diddy for this like program he ran like 10 years ago. Meanwhile, Hasan has literally gone to a Diddy party. By the way, how was that Diddy party, by the way?
Like, dude, when you fucking see the clip where Hasan talks about the Diddy party, he literally says in that clip himself that he felt fucking uncomfortable at that fucking party.
Into this, as some of you will remember, I walked into this like back, like sphere, Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift. And I think I told you about this, where I was like, this is some real weird Alex Jones style thing here, and the illustrations were actually made by SpaceX. I don't know how they were connected.
I hate this whole narrative people run with that Hasan is like besties with P. Diddy and he was involved in the crimes that P. Diddy fucking engaged in. This was just a fucking after party he went to, dude. Like, this is a thing fucking Nux Taku loves doing. He likes fucking painting Hasan as this like sick little predator, especially with the whole fucking brothel thing.
Because of Dan bringing up an old spicy story around Hasan having slept with a prostitute at a brothel.
Yeah, this story is fucking crazy. First of all, can I just say, I don't think I have a single person that like I actually know. Like, I don't have a single friend that I know of that ever went to a brothel ever. Like, is this just a normal thing to do? Like, to just go to a brothel that apparently that's linked to the Hells Angels biker gang? Like, is this a normal thing to do? And then the brothel gets shut down for sex trafficking?
That ended up being raided for possible sex trafficking.
By the way, the brothel thing is crazy because he openly admitted that he knows. You know, let's pull it up on stream. What I know.
Uh-oh.
I think we should. This is the brothel. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Little Angel brothel raided by 900 officers, say the German police. Tax and custom investigators swoop in on Artemis, Berlin's biggest club. This is where Hasan said that he had with a prostitute, as authorities allege that women were exploited and possibly trafficked. More than 900 police, tax and customs investigators have raided Berlin's biggest brothel, charging it linked to the Hells Angel biker gang and making 6 arrests. They detained 2 managers of the so-called nude sauna club, Artemis, and 4 madams in the raid, in which they encountered 117 workers and more than 100 clients. Prostitution is legal in Germany, but police charge that the 4-story brothel complex constituted a brutal and illegal system that severely exploited dependent women. Suck a dick, Hasan. I ain't no prostitute at a place that got raided for fucking human trafficking.
Oh
you have
my
pervert-ass fucking old fucking motherfucker.
Wow, that's insane! Yeah, anyway, it is wild that Hasan is like, oh yeah, they closed it for tax evasion. Like, bro, dude.
Dude, I hate it whenever the fucking brothel story comes up because these losers do not care about the truth. They always just refer to that 2016 article to just prove that, yep, Hasan definitely went to a brothel that was like trafficking children and women. If you look at the article that came out in 2023, it literally shows that the brothel Artemis was not found guilty of any crimes, both trafficking and tax evasion.
Just because cops say they conducted a human trafficking scene doesn't necessarily mean there was any human trafficking happening. Yeah, they also, I hope he mentions that, like, none of those people went to jail. Like, which by the way was in 2016. I was there in 2010, but you know.
They were not trafficking any children. No one there was being forced into sex work. And also the state of Berlin literally had to apologize to the Artemis brothel for conducting that raid on them. And the brothel themselves were even able to successfully sue the government. And this fucking loser Dan Saltman admits that he's lying about Hasan. But Nux doesn't care. He does not fucking care about the truth. All he cares about is having something to weaponize against Hasan to make him look like a bad person. That's what he fucking cares about.
This is Dan literally making threats about going after you in this community.
You know what's so fucked up is this little weasel rat. I mean, it's okay because God. I'm doing the same thing. See, this is what you guys don't get. This is what you don't get. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough. You're over here like, Dan, do not bring up that he went to a brothel. Yes, it was raided, but in the end, they didn't find enough crimes to shut them down. He has no issues clip chipping me, okay? He's fine doing it. Why the would I not do it in return, okay?
What is he talking about? Dude, it's getting completely unhinged and completely out of
Oh my
control.
God, he's insane. He never responds to anything. I have never seen him actually watch a video criticizing him and respond to it. I literally have never seen it happen. Ever. I cannot believe this. It's literally gone so unhinged, guys.
Nux Taku just fucking doing impressions is like the only good thing he's done in this fucking video, dude. Everything else is just him just fucking slandering the fudge out of Hasan.
But I got a lot that I can do for you. I'm winning this battle. So you know what?
He's literally openly saying, I'm gonna like actively pursue my defamation campaign.
That is not what he said.
You're over here like, Dan, do not bring up that he went to a brothel. Yes, it was raided, but in the end, they didn't find enough crimes to shut them down. He has no issues clip chipping me, okay? He's fine doing it. Why the would I not do it in return?
That's not what he said! I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. This guy will watch a clip criticizing him and they'll be like, he literally just said, and then he'll proceed to say something totally not what he said. Am I the only one that's looking at this? Like, I feel like I'm living in another reality.
Nux Taku couldn't fucking accept that Hasan is fucking innocent and the Artemis brothel didn't fucking commit any fucking crime. So he went out of his way to find this article that talks about the 17-year-old victim who was fucking forced into sex work. And because of that, Nux Taku uses that to prove that Hasan is guilty of committing a crime at the Artemis brothel.
An article from the Berlin Journal. Alright, I'm gonna translate it to English because I can't read German. Alright. Former football player beat 17-year-old on the street. That's pretty fucked up. Former Frankfurt football player Ermin Muratajic used drugs and beatings to subdue his 17-year-old girlfriend and force her into prostitution. The Berlin Regional Court has sentenced him to 7 years in prison for this, okay? 7 years in prison, it's pretty fucked up. That's obviously a real true thing that happened. After more than a year of trial, Ermin Muratajic was sentenced to 7 years in prison in Berlin on Friday. Former Frankfurt professional footballer and Hells Angels rocker used drugs and beatings to subdue his girlfriend, who was underage at the time of the crime, forced her into prostitution. The regional court found him guilty of aggravated human trafficking, pimping, coercion, robbery, and bodily harm. The 26-year-old former goalkeeper pretended to be in a romantic relationship with a minor, forced her into prostitution with cocaine and alcohol, and apparently forced her to get a tattoo saying property of Ermin on her collarbone or something. I'm not gonna get to the... Oh yeah, here it is. The minor even had property of Ermin tattooed on her collarbone. Insane. Anyway, the point is, you can only be my girlfriend, he says, if you work as a prostitute for me. That's common practice with the Hells Angels, he said. According to the indictment, the minor had to earn money as a prostitute, including at the Berlin brothel Artemis. To make this clear, this is an instance of a woman, child, that was trafficked in Artemis, the brothel. The brothel Artemis, this is a fact, has trafficked and pimped out a child. Fact. All right. This dude went to jail for 7 years for, just to make this clear, Lord of Nurgle, professional bald man extraordinaire. Hasan Piker went to a brothel in Germany that trafficked a child. This is a factual statement, and I will keep mentioning it because Mr. Hasan Piker, defender of women, progressive voice of feminism on the left, is an absolute degenerate bag that supports 1 million terrorists in Yemen. Okay? I am just gonna say it again.
Okay, this dude, he'll sit there and he'll cry about the Epstein list, which
She's on Christ, dude. You just want Hassan to be guilty so fucking badly. It's insane. I don't know why, but both Nux Taku and this other fucking dumba TikToker keep pushing this lie that Hassan is a rapist and a pedophile now.
It's funny how Hasan Piker is being cancelled for allegedly using a shock collar on his dog, but y'all were silent when he traveled to Germany to go to a brothel full of trafficked women, including a girl who was 17. The brothel, a place called Artemis, was raided in 2016, I believe, and Hasan said that it was for tax evasion, which was not true. The brothel did get caught for tax evasion, but it was being raided for human trafficking.
Dude, how bad of a hate bonnet do you have for Hassan that you're just unabashedly making this claim that he raped women? You hate him that much that you'll confidently say that he raped them, and you're comfortable in saying that there were like multiple women who were trafficked there? Dude, you're like so fucking gross. Holy crud nuts. You obviously don't care about sex workers because you're trying to make them into victims when there were no victims at all. The brothel was literally found to be innocent. They were able to successfully sue the government for this raid. And also, I don't know why people keep thinking like Artemis was the only brothel targeted for this raid. This is happening all over Berlin, German, dude. All the other brothels also getting raided by them. And also the 17-year-old victim whose story the two of you just keep on using. First off, hey, gross stank that you're doing right there. Real nice. Shows how much you care about victims. Like, dude, you're a fucking cum nugget. Holy fudge. She reported her abuse to the cops that her boyfriend was trafficking her and forcing her into prostitution. But the boyfriend was already arrested, and this all happened in 2017, 7 years after Hassan went to the brothel.
Police officers and customs officers investigating human trafficking and tax evasion. The police had obtained information that the member of the gang whose foursome women to work in Artemis. One of these women had talked to the police about her abusive pimp, a former professional football goalie who would have been convicted of trafficking, coercion, extortion, and sentenced to 7 years in prison in October 2017. The tax evasion charges against Artemis were based on the allegation that the prostitutes working there were fraudulently classified as independent contractors rather than as employees. The brothel reopened the next day, with the two managers Hakim and Kenan Şimşek, this dude is Turkish, and the four madams remain in custody. In late 2016, the Kammergericht ordered their release because of insufficient evidence. Defense lawyers announced plans to sue the state of Berlin for damages, arguing that the authorities had approved the Artemis business practices for years.
And also, let me just like make one thing clear. This doesn't mean that Hassan is now guilty of this crime that happened. The real pedophile is a fashion abuser. That dude was 26, dating a 17-year-old. So why the fuck do you mother just keep accusing Hassan of being guilty of this thing? Make it sound like he was working with Hassan or something.
Even if the brothel was literally busted for trafficking 10, 15, 12, however many years after I frequented the brothel. How the what am I supposed to have, like precog? What do you mean? Can I see like the future? Are you insane?
Hassan has had an extensive history of misogyny, including making videos that were hours long, just making fun of Amber Heard's abuse. And when people tried to tell him that Johnny Depp had a history of violent behavior even before Amber Heard was born, he said, "Get fucked, you themselves," and then continued to profit off of her abuse, and even helped spread the lie that Amber Heard cut off Johnny Depp's finger, even though Johnny Depp himself admitted that he did it, and there are medical records proving that his finger was not cut off by her.
Oh, fucking cool that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard stank again. Okay, first off, the way you're talking about Hassan's coverage of the Amber Heard trial, it just sounds like you're describing Asmongold.
I think the reason, part of the reason for why that's happening though, is because like she did say that she was a survivor of domestic violence, domestic abuse at the hands of Johnny Depp, and like made it seem as though it was a completely one-sided abusive relationship, and so many in the media roundly agreed with her, and still I think a lot of people in the media agree with her and don't see Johnny Depp in any way, shape, or form as a victim at all. That doesn't justify the way that people are treating Amber Heard. I think that people are being insane, as I've talked about, mostly because of celebrity culture and the surrounding mania around it. But there is some unexamined misandry, which is individual and not systemic, obviously, but that kind of is playing a role in their feelings in the matter, in the way that they don't want to see a situation where like a man can be a victim to domestic abuse. But part of the reason why I'm covering it is because I want to be the sane voice in the room, articulating my feelings on the matter, rather than allowing it to be
discussed by red pill right wingers who will take advantage of this to say all women are bad, all women are wrong. Watch women lie all the time. Okay. Good faith question. The trial goes on for another 2+ weeks. Are you going to be covering every day? No. I think people have this idea that only men cannot be victims of domestic violence, but that to be a victim, you yourself cannot have participated in some sort of abuse that took place, even if you're doing so in response. That to them somehow takes away your victim status. I think like meninists and men's right activists will use this against women regularly. Well, they'll be like, if a woman has in any way, shape, or form been abusive, if a woman has in any way, shape, or form been abusive, they will use that as an opportunity to be like, to disparage the abuse that they went through. And that's kind of what's going on here as well, where people are just basically stating like, oh, well, Johnny Depp did some abusive too. And I think he did. Okay, I think he did. Whether he did that as a consequence of like defending himself, or whether he did that because he was an addict and was 100% like was going through some shit and certainly ended up manifesting like abusive, physically violent in certain circumstances behavior, which is completely unacceptable for the record. The perfect victim is so disgusting. You don't have to be the perfect or even a good person to be a victim of abuse. Remember that it's similar to the justification of what were you wearing or were you drinking, so gross. No, but I think like alcohol and his like relapsing certainly played a role that also got Johnny Depp to engage in sometimes abusive behavior. Like that video of Johnny Depp slamming the cabinets, right? A lot of people who have been in abusive relationships with a man, where the man has been abusive, look to that and go immediately, that's a sign. That's literally like, I've seen that. I've been involved in a situation like that, right? That itself is not obviously the same as like, you know, hitting someone physically or throwing them physically and then cutting their finger off. Okay, that's like, there are varying degrees, right? But if we are to look at varying degrees, if you're, you know, in that situation, Johnny Depp himself is not a perfect victim because he has also behaved in a manner that is abusive. I've hit my cabinets. Am I an abuser? No. But that kind of toxic and explosive behavior is a sign, especially when caught on camera. That kind of toxic and you know, that kind of toxic and like scary behavior could be a sign for additional abuse that may have taken place. And in most circumstances, like in the real world, there is no perfect victim of abuse. That just doesn't exist. So you have to parse through the data as best as you can.
Exhibit
oh, please,
252A.
let's see these logs. Let's see the receipts. Oh my God. You lying water. I mean, this is bad, man. This really is bad. This is so satisfying. I agree. I think it is too. I think it's hilarious. I've never cheered for someone's downfall like this. Oh, I do all the time. Do it more. It feels great. I was surprised about that. She's lying all the time. She lying. What the hell do you expect? Everything. She's made all of this up. It's completely fabricated, and that's shown by multiple eyewitnesses. Oh man, it'd be great if she breaks down and cries for real. I think that'd be funny. Yeah, it would be funny.
I hate it so much when losers like this try and slander Hasan with the most ridiculous accusations. Like, dude, a former wise man once said, if Hasan is such a bad guy, why do you have to make up stank about him?
It's quite trendy and quite frankly easy to shit on Hasan. That's the crux of it all. Well, hey, if it's so easy to shit on him, then why are you making up fake reasons to do it? If he's got so many bad takes and he says all this stuff that's wrong, then why not focus on that rather than taking something that's totally understandable and then turning it into something that it's not?
Cum nuggets like this fudging loser and this fudging loser annoy me so fudging much. Like, dude, honestly, if you hate the guy that much, don't talk about it. Just shut the fudge up. Holy fudge. If all you gotta say is just pure lies of what they do, shut the fudge up. Holy Christ, they just shut the fudge up. But now, since Nux Taku has nothing against Hasan and you can't find anything to make Hasan look like a predator, you're on his way to find dirt one of Hasan's friends who has allegations of sexual assault.
I am coming today with a very special episode. Alright, this is a bit of a darker one. Alright, trigger warning. Trigger warning. We're not getting too into the weeds of politics, but we are going to talk about the Hasan Piker
rape allegations. That's right. It turns out all of Hasan's friends are... I know that this is a shock that's probably coming to all of you guys. I know that this is definitely going to be surprising, but for someone that likes to go around and cancel everyone around them, and, you know, literally call all of them... He slanders everybody. It turns out there is no one that I have ever known on the internet or in real life that has been friends with as many as Hasan Piker. This dude is gotta catch them all, baby. This is from the party of consent, ladies and gentlemen.
And he also brings up the whole brothel thing again, because of course he's gonna bring that up.
This is Hasan Piker talking about how he went to a brothel in Germany that was known to have trafficked a child.
Oh, darling, don't lie to me. Don't fudging lie to me, darling.
The reason why I'm bringing this up, this is breaking news, because I didn't see anyone else cover this personally. Let me introduce you to this guy.
I need to watch my friend play basketball. My friend's a Twitch streamer, which is sort of like being a camera model, which is sort of like being a host. One of our favorite activities is playing basketball. We love playing basketball together. It's really fun. We've been playing basketball together for years now. We've been trying to work on our alley-oop, but it's not really there yet. Honestly, it's not even close. Like, at all. I mean, it's not that hard to throw an alley-oop.
All right, so this guy is Hasan Piker's friend and basketball buddy. Hasan Piker's good friend, Damilare Sonoiki, I don't know how to pronounce his name, was kicked from Harvard. Why? 3 women. He is also a convicted fraudster. Hasan plays basketball with this guy daily and takes him to events like DreamCon around young girls. So that's this guy. The sexual encounters leading to the allegations of assault. All right, talking about primarily flirting over text. They kissed a couple of times at parties and concerts, but allegedly, this dude was out there becoming the LeBron James of ex-analyst in insider trading case, also faced sexual misconduct allegations at Harvard. Former Goldman Sachs employee, ex-Simpsons writer, this guy, Sonoiki, who pleaded guilty to insider trading, denies the misconduct allegations. Now, I don't know all the details. I don't know how close buddies these guys actually were. I do know that it's pretty fucking weird that this dude is a 35-year-old standing around calling everyone else. All right, meanwhile, his entire posse is... I don't know what's going on. Again, I'm not making anything here. No allegations. I don't know if any of these things are true. I am just saying, based on the evidence before me, this is what it seems. All right, I'll be real. It's kind of wild. This dude is invited the LeBron James of into his into DreamCon, going to conventions with this guy.
All the rage, man. What is it? It's basic
besties
with your skinny jeans.
Pretty wild, huh? Pretty weird.
Taylor Swift bought her master's.
Again, I'm just following the informations here. Don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's not true. All I know is the Believe All Women party are believing all women unless they're specifically women that are making accusations against friends of Hasan Piker, or unless they're Jews. All right, I'm just saying, this is pretty fucking crazy. Again, I don't know all the details. I don't know what's true and what isn't true. All I know is it's happening a lot more times than anyone expected.
This motherfucker doesn't even care about the story. All he cares about is just like using it against Hasan. Looking into the story, it does seem that Hasan's friend Damilare Sonoiki was charged with allegedly assaulting 3 women back when he was in Harvard in 2013. My problem with Nux Taku government is that he doesn't even focus on Damilare, the person with the allegations. He's mainly just focused on Hasan, and he just keeps on implying that Hasan definitely knows about this. But honestly, I don't think Hasan even knows about Damilare's allegations, because it would be really hypocritical for him to still be friends with the dude, because he literally criticized Kodiko for still being friends with his college friend who had similar allegations.
Not many people know that you've already lost fans over an eerily similar topic. You used to frequently feature and promote your college friend Colby Leachman in your videos, until it came out that during your school days, Leachman's university put him on probation for, as a United States District Judge would later put it, the non-consensual videotaping of a sex act with another student, showing the video to other people, lying to the police about the video, and behaving horribly to that individual and at least one other woman. To make matters worse, the woman in the video also alleged that Leachman drugged her before the recording and that she hadn't actually consented to anything at all. You had this man in your videos. You were telling us to follow him on Instagram, and at some point you did wise up, so he's no longer part of your content, but he still seems like he's very much a part of your friend group. From the continued hangouts since then to inviting him to your wedding just last year, people are under the impression that you're best friends with someone who, at best, committed an illegal sex act and at worst is an alleged. And no matter how many times people rediscover this information over the years, you refuse to say anything at all. You could clarify this, but you won't. But now,
bro, what is this dude got you in a spell? What the what's happening?
Like, I don't understand. Like, obviously, you shouldn't be friends with you should remove that man from your life. But why is he still posting photos with him as well? He doesn't care about it at all.
Nah, dude, I ride for this motherfucker. You don't understand me, okay? You don't understand me, dude. This is my guy. What the
He just doesn't care.
What the bro, that is like, oh my God. Okay, I thought like
he was the best man.
Like I didn't realize it was getting worse than where it had gone. That's crazy.
You're coward.
Not that I need to like explain to you guys anything. Obviously, I've never in my history once like covered for someone who has done horrible shit after finding out that they've done horrible shit. So there's no reason for you to, you know, come in here with like some cynical attitude.
And his commentary is no different when he's talking about loloveruled. He's more angry at Hasan than he is with the creep who did the gross stank himself.
But more importantly and more pressingly, Hasan has a friend that goes by the name of Lolo. All right, Lolo is Hasan's token Jewish friend. He's the guy, every time someone says that Hasan doesn't like Jews, you know, people think Hasan doesn't like Jews because he says he wants Hamas to go kill all the Jews. All right, now, but that's obviously all right, because when Hasan says he wants Hamas to go kill the Jews, it's obviously not because he's anti-Semitic, it's because he's progressive. There's a big difference. Now, tweets are protected because allegedly Lolo, maybe he didn't pick the best token Jewish friend. All right, let's be real. Maybe it turns out that Hasan Piker has gathered the Avengers to possibly, perhaps, make his situation on the internet a little bit weird. If you are a female around the community of Hasan Piker, I personally would look the fuck out. Personally, I wouldn't feel safe. If I know anyone that is a fan of Hasan Piker, I would keep them away. Whoopsie poopsie. Bros out there literally gathering the Avengers.
Welcome back to a series so godly, even Zeus subscribed. In today's video, Hasan's best friend is being accused of being a massive creep now. Absolutely nobody is.
Look, what's going on, bro? The leftists, what is going on with the leftists, guys? What's happening with the leftists? Can anyone explain this to me, please, for a second? What's going on with leftists? Why are all the people that are supposedly respecting women out there looking around in brothels and where people were trafficked and going to Diddy parties and hanging out with the pests? Like, what's going on with these guys? Aren't these guys supposed to be like the pro-women people? Like, what's going on? What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? Was it all a facade? Or they just do they make believe they're progressive to people? What's going on?
If it's related to Alex Lolo, then that's not drama. That's like straightforward creep.
And you didn't know about that? You didn't know about any of that, bro? You didn't know that all of your fucking friends are freaks? Didn't know this?
And it's not looking good for the Hasan squad.
Nope.
Now keep in mind.
Nope, the Hasan squad is definitely not in a good place, all right? It turns out Hasan Piker has always been...
In this video, he just keeps bringing up Hasan as if Hasan's the one who was being a creep and gross towards these victims. Both Nux and this dude Pigs are just using the story to try and make Hasan look like a bad person, dude. It's so fucking annoying. The focus should all be on Alex, the creep who did this stank. But obviously, they're not gonna do it because they don't really care about that. All they care about is just making Hasan look bad.
If it's related to Alex Lolo, then that's not drama. That's like straightforward creep. If that's what you guys are referencing as drama, you're a psycho. That's not drama at all. I mean, this dude apparently was all up and down being a pest, and it's completely unacceptable. Yeah, and you guys are being ridiculous if you think that this is just drama. That's not just drama, dude. That's like incredibly disappointing. It's not something that I was obviously privy to. I was completely oblivious to whatever the was going on, and it's a betrayal of my trust. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Apparently, and I don't know the full details of what's going on. But I heard like bits and pieces about him like potentially being abusive, and I didn't know enough about what was going on, but it was enough for me to like sever ties. And then past that point, now there's apparently a bunch of people that he was literally in the DMs of all up and down Twitter, like leftist Twitter accounts, public defenders, and even women in this community. Luckily, we have a pretty awesome community of adult women who can take care of themselves. But it seems like he was just sending unsolicited DMs and being creepy and pushy and a pest. Overall, yeah, it's obviously completely unacceptable. I assume that people will try to make try to tie this back to myself somehow and like actually turn it into drama when this is not drama. This is serious. But I'm going to obviously continue talking about the news, and you should also lock in as well.
I have never anyone ever, like through the internet, not a single person, not another content creator, not a fan. I've never tried to enter a relationship, never tried to meet people. Well, I've met up with content creators, never tried to meet up with fans. Like, never in my life. And you have to realize Hasan Piker is the guy that comes out and slanders me and calls me a for no reason with zero evidence.
Yeah, of course Hasan keeps calling you a fudging B. You fudging publicly recorded yourself showing your friends fudging loli, which is just literally animated child.
We have the ultimate little sister survival guide that will teach you the right way to get to the trending page on Pornhub.
Oh God.
This is the 5 rules of handling your younger sisters. These are the 4 younger sisters.
Oh. Brother, exceptionally young. Exceptionally young. Jesus Christ.
Taking a look. I don't know.
Did Nux do anything illegal or something?
My go-to rule is when there's ever an anime character that looks like they're 10 freaking years old, they're probably 900-year-old cum vampires that have lied in wait for far too long.
These are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse we're looking at right now. This is like some mythological.
They've been around since long before civilization.
Exactly. Wait, you showed more in those videos?
This old content that we used to do like 5 years ago, which by the way, I've already stated in videos, like my 10-year subscriber special video on YouTube. I already stated, I have distanced myself from all that because ever since getting into the commentary sphere on YouTube, I absolutely recognize the fact that children are vulnerable online. And I definitely 100% am trying now to stay away from all that. Because I don't want kids to end up getting into trouble because of content that I'm making or thumbnails that I used to do. And I have stopped making those thumbnails and doing that content for a while. Even that said and done, that content in itself was definitely not pro-child. It was not pro-loli, which is not child, even though I think it's still weird.
Wait, what did you just say loli is not child? Nux Taku?
Was definitely not pro-child. It was not pro-loli, which is not child.
She doesn't look like she's 16. She's all about herself, and I'm calling her
I'm kidding. Like, I don't honestly think Nuxtaku's I don't think he's actually like attracted to that stank. But I will say he's a fudging weirdo, especially because you uploaded the video yourself, dude, showing your friends lolling. What are you thinking, like uploading that stank, dude?
Not only does he spend tens of thousands of dollars, but this narcissistic sociopath looks like a grandma in every single fit. Oh yeah, we're destroying it. Well, like, do you see what I'm saying? Bro, what am I even looking at? Shaggy Rogers from Scooby-Doo has a better fit than you do, brother. What am I, you see what I am saying, dude? Oh my God, he's a communist with a Gucci bag, got his product kicks, gotta have his swag. Bro, you look like Weird Al Yankovic walked out of a rainstorm. Yes, this is Hasan Piker, vintage star and supporter extraordinaire. We're going to be destroying this man because it's very fun.
Like, dude, this watching video where he's like reacting to this dude dissing Hasan's outfits. Honestly, he's not even just like dissing, he's like going after Hasan's character also.
Obsessed with fashion, he's obsessed with materialism, he loves brands. The thing that's quite remarkable is that he has no sense of style.
My genuine belief is that Hasan is a narcissistic sociopath. So when he tries to do something like express himself through clothes, it just sort of looks like this clunky and awkward thing because there's nothing going on.
back there. So when he puts on clothes, even though he has unlimited resources, he can't ever seem to put something together that makes him look human.
It's totally fine. You can totally make fun of Hasan's outfits. Like, I like totes fine, especially like his older ones. You motherfuckers aren't even able to be like lighthearted with it. You just take it to another level. We're just thinking all this hatred that you have inside for the dude.
He has no identity. He's like a husk. He's a shell of a man. I think he is a crazy person. He has said openly he does not listen to music. He has no capacity to appreciate creative or abstract ideas. The reason that he's interested in fashion is because fashion is all about him. The only reason he cares about brands or clothes or whatever is because he gets to put these things on and then stare at himself. He is decorating himself. He is trying on new costumes over and over and over again. That is why fashion as a medium of expression is what he likes, because it's vain, it's material, all of the things that Hasan obsesses over.
Jesus, if you have that much hate for a dude you don't even know in real life, you gotta have like some other problems going on behind the scenes. Holy fudge, dude.
This shit, dude, you cannot be serious that he actually dresses like this. And he does like the epic pose, like with the bottom lip sticking out for his posing. Like this is absolutely insane. And the craziest part, notice he wears a different fit every single time. Every single time he wears a different fit, different shoes every time, every stream. This is insane.
Yeah, not really, dude. I mean, Hasan kind of like rotates outfits all the time. You claim to watch his stream, so you should have seen like he kind of like repeats his outfits all the time.
I watch your political content in full, and it turns out you're a radical communist that I think should be deported or jailed immediately.
In the video I'll be playing on the left, that's this guy Wisdom, and then in the middle there's Frugal Aesthetic, and on the right it's Hasan. These two other guys, they are fashion influencers.
Yeah, he literally hires fashion influencers to come on his stream so he could show off his clothes.
They're friends with him. He's had like Frugal Aesthetics on stream before. This isn't the first time he's had him.
Wearing these same clothes, they're all serious fits. None of them are memes.
Yeah.
Also, he dyes his beard.
I don't know where people got this idea that Hasan's afraid of aging, because he's not. He knows that he's a fucking 34-year-old motherfucker. He knows he's old.
Getting a white beard so young, yeah, it's because I'm a Twitch streamer, and it has aged me tremendously. Like, look at this, look at this, bro. I have like white beards on the bottom of my chin now.
This whole video is nothing but Nux Taku and this fucking dude poses zero, just fucking molding over the fact that Hasan has bad fashion, which means he's a fucking terrible person. Like, dude, like, please, can you motherfuckers not just keep it lighthearted and just like make fun of his outfits? Like, Nux Taku like made only like one funny joke about Hasan's outfit.
Hello, fellow gardeners. I am here to join. I am also a gardener, just like you. We are all gardeners. We get together and we cut lawns together. Pass me the fedora.
If these motherfuckers could just be like normal for once, like Nux was in that fudging moment right there. Like, I don't get why they can never just keep it to like the subject at hand. Like, oh, what's that? You don't like Hasan's outfit? Okay, talk about the outfit. These motherfuckers just say Hasan's outfit's bad. But this might explain why he's such a liar.
But this is like a prototypical Hasan meme thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Wait, how tall are you, son?
6'4".
Look. I'm 6'4" as well. I'll give you the pass.
All right.
For this hard.
He doesn't know. He doesn't understand.
Listen to this. Again, rich guy paying people to hang out with him. That's the vibe here. Imagine looking at this outfit, right? And then being like, oh, well, he's tall. He's tall. That's why the pants are the way the... See, Hasan's problem is he's not worried about being fact-checked, because he doesn't realize that people out there exist that hate him enough to go onto his Facebook profile and within 3 minutes compile a series of photographs where he is wearing pants that fit exactly like the ones he had just attempted to lie about, as if pants that fit tall people normally were just discovered merely 2 years ago. I mean, what a stupid thing to lie about. It's funny because all he has to do is say, yeah, I used to think those were cool, now I don't anymore. But instead, he has to create this fabrication. And really, if he's willing to lie this much about pants, something inconsequential, you've got to ask yourself, what else is he not being upfront about?
2022 and onward, you're gonna have a hard time finding.
This is last year.
The gayest G.I. Joe of all time, bro. You cannot be serious. This
2024. I am fruit of the loom, actually.
2022 and onward, you're gonna have a hard time finding.
This is
like, what are those shoes? And the baggy short pants and the oh my god, this is a nightmare. And this pose. All right, this is peak masculinity, okay? This is peak masculinity.
Dude, Nux, please don't try and say what's masculine and what's not. Your voice alone sounds like a 2014 English dub character, dude. You are in no place to say what's masculine and what's not.
I don't think we're talking enough about Ethan Klein's most egregious crime and making Hasan wear this shit. Okay, calm down.
Okay, calm down. He's doing his boy voice. And by the way, you know, if there's any deranged Hasan fans who are gonna comment and be like, yo, dude, you're totally obsessed with this guy. Yeah, I am. To me, this is like the equivalent of the Epstein situation where, you know, Trump, you guys are doing the Trump defense, where he's like, are we still talking about that Epstein guy? It's like, yeah, we're sure that he's getting away with it. There's no justice.
Dude, the fact that you're trying to justify that you're obsessed with hating on Hasan is so cringe. And second off, comparing hating on Hasan to people asking Trump to release the Epstein files is the most dumb example you could fucking make. One is about the Trump admin not wanting to release the files on a criminal who took advantage of children. The other is just you hating on a dude who fucking experimented with his fucking style. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that fucking shows that you're fucking obsessed with the dude.
I love this cardigan. I wear it all the time.
I love this cardigan.
Yo!
Again, also...
That's great.
This looks to me like a woman's cardigan, but like a quintuple XL woman's cardigan. So you think about it like this. It's designed to fit a woman who's very wide, but not tall. And also, you know, admire Hasan's Curtis Connor inspired safe sleazy accessorizing as usual. He 100% paired a band t-shirt with a cardigan because it's part of this Curtis Connor safe sleazy I want to look like a grandma with a penis who has tattoos. And the people that dress like that are the biggest freaks of all time. They're dressing according to what they believe the opposite sex's preferences are, rather than expressing themselves through their clothes, which is indicative of psychopathy.
Okay. Now there's Fajin explain. The fact that you're also hating on Curtis, Fajin explains it. You motherfuckers have the taste of a straight man. Holy Christ, man. And these two motherfuckers are straight dudes. You club, like, you motherfuckers have the mentality of a Fajin basic straight dude when it comes to talking about fashion.
And I want to tell Wisdom and Frugalist that I like you guys. You guys are both cool. Join my team. You don't have to pretend to respect this noob anymore. You can finally be free. All right, guys, that's about it from me on this topic.
This was a banger!
He had this coming. There's no way he should just be permitted to do these live streams with no repercussions.
True.
No hate watching videos made as a response. I'd also like to welcome any closeted Hasan haters that might be in his orbit.
I'm not closeted, that's for sure.
Break free. I know you guys are watching this, jumping around, clapping, drinking champagne, thanking God that there's finally somebody who sees the truth. I'm telling you guys, you don't have to live this way anymore. You come
that was a
DM
banger.
me on Instagram,
That was good.
let's link, we'll build an empire specifically designed to topple Hasan's regime.
Agree.
And we'll all be free. We'll all rejoice in our newfound liberty when Hasan loses his Twitch contract. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and goes to jail. That was amazing.
Nox, all I have to say to you is, like, dude, if you could just, like, go back to only just doing strictly anime and cartoon content and quit doing the political content, I might actually start watching it again, because, like, you had, like, some pretty good takes in your Fudging Food Wars video. Actually, no, I don't know why the fudge I even said that. I would never watch this Fudging Cum Dipper. Other than that, dude, please, get a life. You're Fudging obsessed with Hasan, dude, to an unhealthy degree. Get a hobby that doesn't include hating on Hasan every single day of your life.
Chat. This is a Hasan stream now, boys. Yo. Chat. Chat, this is a Hasan. Yo, what's up, chat? Holy. Chat, let me tell you about Palestine. Hold on a minute.
Xqc, he's someone who generally loves to hate on Hasan. Whenever there's a new clip to farm off of, or whenever someone's hating on Hasan, most of the times Xqc will join in on the hate. But when doing research on him, I was actually surprised to find out that him and Hasan were actually kind of like besties at some point.
99. You got this. Sheesh. Woo, it's on fire. 2024 limited edition alpha beta test. You can't get this. You can't. Priceless. It gets even worse when I go offline. I jerk off to that shit now. It's fucking bussin'.
You jerk off the hentai?
Well, not hentai, but there's like some good like animated ones that are like not like hentai, but they're just gonna like
what?
Just animated version of shit, man. They kind of go hard, man.
Like, okay, well then send me some, send me some examples. I want to look at it so I can say I'm not going to look at that.
No,
dude. Like, this is literally. Okay, I think this is. I think this is fine. I think this is a good. This is the best song to rap over. In the name of God, I ask the great extractive industries, mining, oil, forests, real estate, agribusiness to stop destroying forests, wetlands and mountains, to stop polluting rivers and the seas, to stop poisoning food and people. Are you ready? Are you gonna do this one?
No,
You gotta do it.
I can't participate.
Do it. No. In the name of God, I ask.
Media, stop the logic, post-truth, disinformation, defamation, slander, the unhealth, attraction, dirt, the scandal, to contribute to human fraternity and empathy with those who are most deeply damaged. Woo!
Yeah.
Damn.
Bars. This is the whitest I've ever been, dude.
When looking into this, looks like the first time they had a public battle with one another was when the first crowd camp was announced. And XQC decided not to attend at the last minute because he said soda popping isn't gonna be there, so it's gonna suck.
The only thing that was out there about the event was you saying on your stream and getting clipped on LSF this soda was not coming, okay? And therefore, you were not going to show up. But then on top of that, you also said, it's a lot of people. I need someone like Soda to run good stuff. Soda gone and all. Don't feel like it. Staying home, not going.
Yes.
Why would people, why would everybody think that you're like saying, oh, little going to be so good?
The people.
What do you mean, the people? What are you talking about?
I don't give a shit what people think. If you know for a fact,
bro, you literally, so you didn't imply that the event was going to be bad at all. You were just, it's crazy that people misunderstood you in this situation.
And Hasan got mad at him for this because this wasn't the first time XQC pulled out of an event at the very last minute. So he decided to talk to him on Zoom about the abrupt dodging of the event.
Numerous times that you have like bailed on obligations, and I think that regardless of whether or not people are just asking you to come to their events because you're like a large content creator or because they genuinely want to hang out with you, it doesn't change the reality that like as a large content creator, you could at least be fucking kind to people that are throwing events together and informing them ahead of time.
I mean, yeah.
Do you think that's fair? I think that you know that that's fair. You openly admitted that, right?
Yeah. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I don't think there's a problem.
Okay. So do you think that that's a rookie hole situation then? Like me reaching out to you in private, you ignoring it, and then me as a large content creator saying, I think that that's lit up. Like bailing on the creator clash, bailing on Myth, my friend, my actual real life friend's event that you said you were going to go and take part in, and not informing him. I think that that's mean. Cutie Cinderella is my friend. I think that when she goes out and puts together an event, which is really hard to do.
You don't have to farm.
I'm not. No. This is not farming. This is genuinely my. I don't know why it's so hard for you to assume that this is not my own personal legitimate opinion.
At the end of the convo, XQC revealed that he wasn't going to the event because of the recent breakup he was going through, and also because of family and personal matters. Hasan then apologized for assuming that XQC bailed out for trivial reasons. Then their second public fallout with each other was about XQC claiming that Hasan and Pokimane were covering up the sexual assault that happened to Adriana. Hasan kept telling XQC that this was a lie, but XQC didn't want to admit that he was wrong for accusing them for doing something like that.
Face alongside you and didn't treat us like NPCs. You would not try to like whip us into this drama and call it a drama when it's literally criminal action when you have 165,000 people watching you. That is insane, brother. That is insane and completely unacceptable. That's defamatory. That's defamation.
Dude, bro, you are going off the walkies about this one. What are you talking about? How did I make it involved in a way, in any capacity, that anything could get back to you? What do you I said you were dismissive about it. What are you talking about?
Do you think that me and Pokey knew anything about what was going on with respect to what
you were still dismissive because of who was the
also
the
look
guy
at this
who worried
clip.
about it.
Look at this clip. Like there's a reason why I've been like taking the conversation away from the main point and about myself for some
dumb reason. That dumb reason is that people in your community and other communities unironically went along and said, not only was I there, or maybe I wasn't there, but I knew about it. Like, there was so many little reasons. Like, there was tens of thousands of people that we banned yesterday while I'm talking about Puerto Rico being under water. Okay? And the reason they were coming to my chat and saying that, like, I was involved in this in some capacity. And part of that was because you implied that we fucking knew.
What? Okay,
You took a severe and serious accusation, and you literally made it seem as though I was silencing this serious, severe accusation. That is incredibly fucked up. That completely goes against my principles. That completely goes against everything I've ever said about any of these matters. Okay? And it is anyone that comes out of the gate swinging by saying this is what happened, okay? I am going to react in the exact same way, which is what is going on here? I need to know what is going on here. I need to know more. I need to know more.
This clouds everything.
Bro, this is so disgusting. This is so disgusting. Because we're having a conversation over who is we're having a conversation over, like, me not reacting hard enough to the information or whatever because you're so desperate to get a W here in this conversation, when the main point of contention is literally the main point of contention. The main subject is something that you popcorn emoji to, okay? Which is assault. I am going to treat it in the severity that it deserves, which is why I'm not going to immediately rush to conclusion. Here is that you knew what was going on behind the scenes.
If you didn't know,
you gloated about it. You were gloating. You were gloating, talking about drama reacts.
Said anything, especially not
Felix. I didn't know anything. You did. I didn't. Felix, I didn't know anything about what was going on. You did, and yet you still turned around and talked about how you were in a drama react Discord. You talked about how, like, oh man, everyone's gonna look really bad today. Like, you knew about it, and instead of conducting yourself in a responsible manner, you knew what was going on. And instead of conducting yourself in a responsible manner, because of the issue being so serious, you literally made a joke about it. Made like talked about how excited you were.
Why are you escaping the initial, the very more?
There is no escaping here. I didn't know anything. I did not know anything. I did not know anything. I was not even dismissive. I was confused. You are using this as an opportunity because I didn't know anything, and using the benefit of hindsight that other people have now, while simultaneously you had the foresight to turn around and act like I knew what was going on and I was being dismissive. That was your heavily implied your heavy implication in that situation, which I consider to be disgusting, by the way.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you think about it. Okay, the facts, I don't give a fuck. Why do I care what you think about this? The facts are, trying to get up with this, even though it's nice story, he's saying a story about another person. You come out planning the initial impact of doubt in everybody's mind.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
no one thought that way. That is not true at all. No one thought that way. Nope, you're trying to spin it right now. That's man. That's That's I quite literally said.
Roll it again.
I quite literally said. Quite literally said. Okay. This is a serious accusation.
I don't give a
This is a serious. What do you mean you don't give a Wait, you don't care about what I said in this situation? Like, what do you mean?
No. I care very much about what this. I don't care about how you feel about it,
bro.
I don't care how you feel about the own words you said. You said them,
dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I did not know anything about what was going on. I did not know anything about what was going on. I did not know anything about what was going on, and I said, once again, I don't know what's happening here. I'm going to wait until there's additional evidence.
Not what you said.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Massive doubt.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And that is always my perspective. Not only that, but we literally time out people whenever they're in the chat. Okay? We're having a proxy debate right now. which is really weird, and it further shows that you don't really give a shit, okay, about whatever the you're, implying here. That is ridiculous, okay?
Say what words? You don't want to watch it?
What?
I think he's just trying to find anything he can find. Right? Anything he can, yeah. I'm reading it now.
Because I don't know what's going on, Felix. Why?
Then
How
why
am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
Why do you take an angle of doubt instead of being neutral then?
Because
you're a
it's
political commentator. You
no.
know this.
What do you mean? Because Trainwreck is not the one who got assaulted. You idiot.
Then you admit it then. It's about trying something that matters then. It's
no. In a situation where assault has happened.
That melded you.
In a situation where assault has happened.
Because you were mad at was trying saying it.
Oh my God. How it's so hard for you to comprehend this. The careless manner in which you treated the subject, okay, caused additional confusion, which, by the way, was not even dismissive. It was confusion. You are looking at a clip of me trying to understand what is going on here and implying, okay, that I somehow am being dismissive at a time when the person, the main victim, had not even come out yet. Okay? You talked about it as though it was a weapon. You gloated about it.
Even though
not only that, but also listen. But listen to me. We're not done. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay? You were incredibly careless with this information. You even literally use it as a counter against Miskip when he was talking about gambling or whatever. Like, oh, I got career-ending information on you. Okay? I have no idea what the that was.
I did not say what that was.
But after all that public brawling, they were able to rekindle their friendship and settle it all at TwitchCon.
You see our balance.
Lifting the biffle, opening himself up one-footed. This is no good.
Oh! Hasan comes with the win.
I feel like we need a rematch.
We do. We kind of.
I need to know what was going through your mind battling it out here.
Friendship is like a rope. Okay, you cut on both ends and you become closer as a consequence of that.
I like it. I'll go with it. Any reaction to that? Rope, friendship?
Unlucky. Yeah, relationships are like a rope. If you cut it, you tie it back together, it brings both ends closer to each other than before.
Hey, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Everything after that was pretty much cool between the two of them. Until Kirk came around and Xqc was signed to join Kirk.
Which star signs $100 million deal with rival platform? $100 million?
And Hasan and Pokemon's main issue with Xqc joining Kirk was that Kirk doesn't really care about streamers. All they really care about is grabbing a really popular streamer like Xqc just so they can convert his fan base into customers for their gambling site.
Overall, that doesn't change the reality with Kirk's funding mechanism being Stake, and Stake being a marketing arm, in my opinion, Kirk being a marketing arm, in my opinion, directly to funnel more active users onto stake.com.
Thank you. I understand if you maybe want to compare the two, but I don't even think they're comparable. How direct streaming and supporting and let's say, working with Kirk, who's entirely funded by Stake, versus streaming on Twitch, who is owned by Amazon. Amazon, obviously.
It's by proximity.
There's a lot of perception there.
At least initially, you're always gonna have a close proximity. That's like your family. You're always in some business like farming, and then their kid does something around the idea of farming. When it's in close proximity, of course, it'll be like that initially, right? But as it expands, many conclusions about where it's going and where it's gonna be, right? By ratio, and saying,
wait, how did we make conclusions about where it's going and where it's gonna be?
Wait, that's the whole basis of the conversation. The argument is that it is made to fund gambling, and it is an effort to reignite casino shit so they can remake some of the money on their platform. That is you just said that.
Wait, so you don't
I think that's a return on their investment, yes. That's the reason why they're investing so heavily.
I disagree in ridiculous capacity. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
How profitable gambling streams were.
That's how it felt to me in terms of I saw the roadmap, and I'm building the roadmap. right? Everybody that is going to come up this month, it's going to be massive this month. It's gonna be I'm not trying to act like oh god, it's going to be crazy. No, this month is going to be absolutely unhinged. And most of the guys that are signed have been not only been none of them gambling. They're all anti-gamba, right? And
yeah, but don't you think
because they're sold
the owners of Kick and Steak are probably hoping that those viewers end up also seeing the gambling categories, maybe get curious.
So now, not only are we doing speculation, you're literally talking to the owners and talking for you making.
No, we are speculating, and I think this is a reasonable, educated guess to make, given how.
I'm not speaking for them or saying I heard this. I'm saying that's my theory.
So,
and I'm sure it's many people's theory.
And will you revert when things flip on your side, or will you can do that like all the time and just ignore?
No, because ultimately, even if they
flip, they're not even trying to profit off of their streamers. Where do you think the money's gonna come from?
Do you know something called tech? You know what tech is? Tech overall.
Technology.
Just the whole sector of tech. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to be patronizing you. Why are you so worried about profitability when none of this shit is profitable? None of it is.
No, because that's what we're discussing. We had the initial point that Kick is probably hoping to profit. Stake is hoping to profit off of Kick as a marketing tool primarily for their crypto gambling website.
There's no alternative reason on your side, on your argument, for why Stake would be funding Kick. Okay. And by the way, having said that, if I'm not mistaken, Eddie has written extensively on his own Medium about how important the live streaming ecosystem is for online gambling.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, it's cool now. So okay. Correlation, causation, whatever the fuck. You can't make assumptions on why Kick is the way it is and where it's going based off of the things that you can't back it like that. Okay. What I'm telling you is that I want to see a mentality change. I'm saying if you have a big amount, kick by size, right? How much is Kick have to grow past Gamba for you to stop the argument that it's for that? Like, how much does the Gamba part have to shrink, right, for you to drop the arguments? How much? At this point, it seems like you're never gonna give up.
Right now, it's 100%. So.
100%.
It's owned entirely by a casino, and there's no interest in like making it profitable at all in the near future. I guess I don't know if the CEO doesn't agree with you on this.
In tech in the last 30 years.
You know what I would believe if they banned crypto gambling on their website. If they were like, no links to Stake, we're not allowing any kind of.
Twitch is the best.
That's what I'm saying. Then I would believe it because.
My God!
They're also not funded by.
Twitch on the big gamble, nothing. What are you talking about?
Twitch is not owned by Stake.com. It doesn't make it any better that Twitch is still allowing crypto gambling, for the record.
On the source that you will never let it go past its source to become something different. You're so glitched on it. You're saying that funding from one source will always mean that the outcome will go back to the source in that very initial. It's like it's stuck in a loop because you don't have a vision. I guess that's why people will forget about you because you don't think. You don't think about the future. You're just stuck behind. That's why. I get it now. It's just a lack of vision.
After this final feud, they weren't really able to fix things up between the two of them, and now Xqc just farms Hasan hate content whenever it comes around.
Oh, I know her, my colleague. Yeah. Oh, definitely a leader. Definitely, yo, props. Not true, actually true. Chat, bro, definitely a leader. Leader of what?
$5 million house. You buy nice clothes, you buy designer, you buy jewelry, you buy everything you want to do. You never donate to anything that you preach and all this stuff. You contradict yourself every time. You're a terrorist. You don't even like America. He doesn't. He doesn't, chat. He really, really doesn't. That you preach and all this stuff. You contradict yourself every time. You're a terrorist. You don't even like America. He does it.
Aside from most clips of Xqc hating on Hasan, he also does like really annoying thing where he'll be like such a Penson writer for Asmongold. And it's so fucking cringe when he does it. He's probably like doing it because like he just wants to like farm Asmongold's audience.
But how did Mr. Asmongold blow up into a political influencer MAGA dude? I swear the last memory I have was him doing lazy reaction videos. You know what politics are kind of like?
Dude, I don't think Asmon's a MAGA dude though, is he? Like, chat, I don't think he's a MAGA dude.
Dude, I swear the last memory I have was him doing lazy reaction videos. You know what politics are kind of like? Because everything is like everything else in the universe. Politics is kind of like...
Chad, there's the right, there's the left, okay? But not anything on the right is a magatard. That's gonna...
LLMs, okay?
The same way that left isn't all libtards. Guys, Asmongold is a progressive, buddy. Asmongold is left-leaning. Like, are you okay?
Asmongold is a pretty...
The problem is that
This dude literally just fucking starts defending Asmongold the moment fucking Destiny calls him a right winger. And also, what the fuck you mean Asmongold's a fucking progressive?
Any normal, well-reasoned, well-intentioned, good person can clearly see the difference between a biological woman and a trans woman.
Yeah, what a fucking progressive motherfucker he is. Okay, Asmon, if it's that easy, please, Asmon, tell me which of these 4 women is trans then? They're all fucking trans. Nah, I'm joshing. Plus the fucking 4th person, that's not even a woman. That's a fucking cisgender femboy. I believe in femboy supremacy, sir!
So you say. Is this on in IRL in LA? Nah, that's hard.
Just saying to the chatter. That blew up in our face. That was crazy.
Sick.
Like I felt it in my head. Like the impact of it.
Yo, this is my favorite part, when they block the highways and people can't go to work. Chat, that really gets the people on your side when they can't go to work and they're stuck in the traffic and you break their car. That's how they usually support your cause. When you break their cars. Yeah, do that.
Dude, it's insane to me that he's getting this mad about Hasan just simply attending a fudging anti-ICE protest. When Xqc himself doesn't fudging know what ICE is, dude. But you're getting this fudging mad.
What is ICE? Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a federal law enforcement agency with the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, so it's a law enforcement body, is what I said.
And the most cringe part is they literally just fucking parroted Asmongold's talking points.
I really fail to understand what having the flag of another country really provides to the optics of this demonstration.
Where's the US flags? But this is a protest in America. There aren't any.
Like, dude, X, do you have an idea how ironic it is for you to say that when you're a fucking Canadian immigrant living in fucking America? Like, dude, how dumb are you? Planet Lobby's fucking chat was calling him out of fucking trying to grift over here.
I love that you guys say MAGA grift. When I have had the same thing about immigration for like 5 years. Every year I have the same take and you get mad at it, but the response you have, it gets worse. It has been the same take. Guys, go back into the pods. I think it's a year and a half ago when there's something about immigration. I had the exact same take. That Asmongold was still offline at the time.
Specific orders that are being given by the.
It's funny.
Dude, Xqc is literally like just such a fucking huge hypocrite when it comes to hating on Hasan. Because he's a huge Penson writer for Asmongold. And you can clearly see that when he's more critical of Hasan humanizing a teenager from Yemen versus Asmongold spewing genocidal rhetoric about Palestinians, dude. It's like fucking insane.
I'm not going to cry from the river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a f. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them. It's that simple. And I understand that this is a very harsh statement. That's what I think. Yep. Yep.
Smoke some, drink some, pop one. Smoke some, drink some,
We're
pop
not
one.
like, oh, you're
Smoke
trans,
some,
we're gonna
drink
kill you.
some,
They were like,
pop
oh,
one.
thank you for your little humanitarian aid. They don't give a shit. Little. Like, it's the same as any other kind of person. I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne, or Chalamet.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right?
Sure.
Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction of his home.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
With
but he's
American
not getting killed by gay people, right? He's not getting killed. Like if he's talking.
Okay. Bro is not Anne Frank. Okay.
Holy fudge, you were fudging totally silent when Asmongold was just saying that gross stank right now. But the moment Hasan compares a kid who's experienced nothing but genocide his whole life to Anne Frank, that's the only time you say something. Dude, that's fudging insane. The Pinson right is insane, dude. Holy fudge.
Chat. Is that the Uti pirate thing? Is it, chat? Guys, send it up before I had this taken. Is it the Uti pirate thing? Okay, then ideologically, in this instance, this person would be closer to Osama bin Laden than they are to Anne Frank. Let's not kid ourselves about this shit.
Little. That's right. That's true though. Even
Okay.
the children.
Anything
What
else?
do you?
She's lucky from One Piece. Okay. Anything good to weaponize your shit, man. Anything good to make the people swallow the pill that you're a terrorist. I love that shit, man. I love this like cool, fun anime targeted towards young demographic, like well-packaged character to deliver a terrorist person. Got it. Anything else?
And dude, Xqc's commentary throughout this whole video is literally just the fudging same thing. Got mother fudger just crudding on Hasan because he just fudging hates Hasan. So he just fudging continues to just crud on him for just interviewing Rashid. And also fudging calling Rashid a terrorist, which he's not, but obviously he doesn't fudging care. And then just says Jack's saying nothing about Asmongold. And dude, Xqc fudging read Asmongold's apology on Twitter, and he was fudging way more gracious towards Asmongold than he was to fudging Hasan.
Looking back on it, way too much of an asshole about the Pilsen thing. My bad. Only the one deserve to have the love of the sword if they do things that you find regressive. Because the more instincts to put shit like that, I'll do better. Fair enough.
You can finally see that like the double standard over here. It's so fudging anus.
Well, as we will backtrack that at his take about the culture thing, which I think was, I think the take was insane, and I think the correction is okay. So.
And it doesn't fudging end there with Xqc defending Asmongold and hating on Hasan simultaneously. This motherfucker was literally trying to fudging defend Asmon when he was literally just saying that since Charlie Kirk got murdered, I do not care and I will not feel sorry if leftists receive the same thing that happened to Charlie Kirk.
And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, oh, well, you know, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them.
And Hasan was like saying, hey, this motherfucker is literally just advocating for leftists like Hasan to be fudging killed.
themselves. That's what he's trying to say.
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just
Twitch partner streamer, by the way.
Simply a.
Oh, it says you, buddy. Says you, buddy. Buddy. Says you. This guy, man. This guy reads a manifesto. Cold-blooded double killer. Like it's some national hero or something like that. His chat spams heart the whole time. If you're reading this dog, off.
The response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, you know, like icons that they look up to, the same way people look up to Trump.
Dude, this is so stupid, okay? This person is more my contemporary on the opposing side than this rat is. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now. What the f are you talking about? I've known this person for longer than I've known Asmongold. He has abhorrent views, okay? And I despise his views. But he's over here using the death of a dude I was supposed to debate 2 weeks from now to call for violence in the worst way possible without naming names here too, because he doesn't want to get banned. He doesn't want to go that far because he already experienced that. He already experienced that issue.
Bro. This four-eyed Andy, isn't that the guy who tweeted the gun and like the meme or whatever? Buddy, you love this shit. Come on, man.
When he actually said, you know, Palestinians deserve genocide, while he's crying on the sidelines about 86-47, he's literally saying until the left start dropping like flies, they won't understand the violence that they're causing in this country. Why the f would I want to debate Charlie Kirk if I wanted him to be killed?
I think what he means by that, it's whatever. There's no point in talking to a wall.
It's so fucking stupid. This is a much more active death threat than any number of different clips of things that he could point to about me, okay?
Bro, it's a classic like
Arjan is right toe.
Like train type double standards thing where like, oh dude, people been shooting at people on the right a bunch. Right-wing Andes are getting doxxed and killed and shot at, whatever. Okay, well, what? Like I said last time, people are always about cashing in the W when it's against their side, right? It's like, oh, dude. Well, I'm not gonna talk about this. I'm not gonna say violence is bad because I don't like this guy. So if I say nothing, I mean it's all good. Oh, dude. Oh my God, violence. Like you just think, imagine if this is like reversed and that it's not a terrible argument. It's not. I don't like the argument either, but it's not invalid either. So I mean, I'll watch this and I'll really move on.
Years, and it was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, you know, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion.
Okay, I am so tired of hearing people say this thing. Charlie Kirk is the reason why we got fighting racist 14-year-olds. I don't hear this crud thing how he wasn't a radical right-winger.
You know, it's funny, I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't... Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
What do you guys think is the biggest threat to American values right now?
Islam.
Very good.
It literally tells people that you can have 4 wives and beat those wives. And also the Prophet Muhammad had a 9-year-old wife. So I don't think that's representative of American values or values of the West. And
How old are you?
I'm 14.
14.
I think a lot of people just finally decided to watch Asmon's video. And this is the one time where I'll say Xqc wasn't that much of a Pinsent writer for Asmon. Even though throughout the whole video he was just fudging me an absolute Pinsent writer for the dude. But later on in the video he does finally realize that Asmon is advocating for leftists to also get assassinated just like Charlie Kirk.
You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying.
Okay, no, I understand the wording.
Okay,
the wording was a little bit complicated because it had to go under to come back above, so it looked like it was going in the right direction. The wording is... Unless I completely missed it. Did I miss it? I still think that maybe I misunderstood it. I still think that it's deplorable that it's this way. That that if it that it would make you an acceptable target or whatever. It's a bad thing.
You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole
lot
worse.
Fantastic, but...
So anyway, guys, I want to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can, here and there, but for the most...
And then if things get flat and things get, like, not much happens, and we're gonna forget about the context of how this began, or whatever, and then they do some bad things, right? And then what do you think happens next? Then if you want that will say, oh well dude, if they do this, then reap what you sow, here we come, well now we're gonna do this. And then something happens, things get flat, things happen, oh we don't remember what's going on this. And it's just a cycle of violence. Nobody is winning in this. Like nobody's progressing anywhere. It's just trash. Like I don't really understand how even he thinks this is an acceptable way of portraying this topic. It's just stupid. I was a victim. Needless to say, I don't support political violence against anyone.
No, we gotta, you know, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Has-al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his alive, you know? Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude.
There's a moment where I still look up and I say Twitch partner, by the way. Is that the moment where I do that? And then I try to look like I'm like on a high horse. Is that, or is that later on? Do I have to wait till somebody dies to say it, and then look like I'm doing a gotcha?
Hasan Piker calls for violence on Nick Fuentes, and that was me literally saying Nick Fuentes should debate the ACP guys. Like that's it. That's all I said in that clip that they're talking about. I was like, I don't want to deal with Nick Fuentes. Let the ACP guys deal with him. Let them fight it out. Like in terms of debating, which is really funny because these guys are also simultaneously saying that, you know, Charlie Kirk was a beacon of free speech. Well, guess what? I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. So clearly that's, you know, not something that I'm against at all.
X, I don't really have much to say to you, dude. All I have to say is like, quit being such a pencil writer for Asmongold, dude. Holy fudge. You sound so fudging cringe anytime you try defending this loser. Tectones, a YouTuber whose content mainly used to consist of him doing mainly game-centered content like talking about tips and tricks or even reviewing the game.
What's up y'all, Tectone here, and today we're doing an Alloon video. In particular, we're doing the reroll guide video, which for y'all who don't know what rerolling is, it is pretty much how to RNG manipulate the first pack that you open. The game will generally give to you for free, as typical of most gachas.
But further into his career, he mainly focused on doing content around gacha games like Genshin Impact. But he doesn't really do that type of content anymore on his channel, except for drama content, especially drama content on Hasan, because Tectone loves fudging hating on Hasan. Honestly, the way he hates on Hasan is almost at an unhealthy level, especially when you look at the tweets he's made on the dude. Like this fudging dude tweets about Hasan on a regular basis. Proven dog abuser, now alleged child predator. Man, this is not Hasan's year. Destiny claims Twitch streamer Hasan fudged a 15-year-old while on a trip in Berlin. Oh my fudging gosh, seriously, we're taking someone like Destiny seriously on this tank?
Here, right, and you got.
I'm scared. Hold on, he's gonna say something.
Up here, right. When you first learn how to shoot, it's usually better to shoot in the isosceles stance, right? Both arms are even, your entire body is like straight, right? Your legs are lined up with your shoulders, and you're shooting right out in front of you like this. But the way I didn't know this until I started watching her shoot, right? But what happened was when she fired, right? When she was shooting like this, and she shot, the way that the recoil traveled through her body would make her jiggle in the most delicious way. Oh my god, it was the most beautiful sight I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know how it worked, but just every time she shot, the way that her body absorbed the recoil, there was like that jiggle every shot. Oh my god, it was the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit.
Oh my god, that is f***ed up. That guy. I was like 16.
This motherfucker Tectone was literally just jorking his little hate bone into the idea that Hasan is a 15-year-old. Oh, please let it be true that Hasan is a 15-year-old. I want to see him get cancelled so badly. Who has the worst fan base? Okay, let's see. Pokimane, harmless. Okay. Moist Critical, harmless. Alright. Sinner, harmless. Okay. Hasan, Adolf Hitler and Mussolini. So like Nazis? Oh wait, no, Tectone. Tectone. They said Hasan, not Asmongold. Why are you showing us a picture of Nazis? You're talking about Hasan's fan base, not Asmongold's fan base. We all know what the S stands for, and it ain't super. It's shock, because he abuses his dog. Right on, dude. You know a joke's real funny when you have to explain it. Holy fudge. Shouts out to all my white folks struggling out there. They're all trying to hold us down and undermine everything we do, but we'll keep working hard like we always do. Growing up is realizing that walking in a park or hiking in a mountain is just as fun as playing video games or watching a movie. Dude, what is this fudging white millennial core tweet I'm reading right now? Holy fudge.
Faillennial.
Judge me by my enemies. Okay, let's see who the enemies are. Okay, we got Miskiff wearing a wig. That's the reason you're using to say Miskiff is your enemy. The fact that he just wore a wig. Not that he's kind of a crud person, but you're just gonna go with he wore a wig. Okay, sure, whatever. Denims. Okay, she's just smiling here, dude. That's it. She's just smiling in the picture. Okay, sure, whatever. Nyara. I blurred out Nyara's face because she actually made a tweet about how she's always tried to keep her face hidden. So I just decided it would be best to just blur her out. But she looks fucking adorable, dude. I don't get it. How is that a diss to her? Looks fucking cute. Okay, let's see. And the final person, Hasan in a maid outfit. Okay. All I have to say to that is this. And dude, I'm not saying you're a fudging loser for wearing a maid outfit. I actually think that's cool. It shows that you're actually comfortable with your fudging masculinity and you're not insecure in any way. But trying to fudging crowd on Hasan for wearing a maid outfit just kind of shows like you're a fudging insecure motherfucker now. My homie asked me, loser, why are you wearing a make the rich pay shirt? You are the rich loser. I responded, exactly. Anyone want to explain the joke to him? Bro doesn't get it. Okay, thanks Tectone for showing us how mentally ill you are. That you went out of your way to find the exact shirt Hasan was wearing all the way back in 2017 just so you can cosplay as 2017 Hasan. Holy fudge, dude, you're obsessed with the motherfucker. But as you can see, like, Tectone does not like Hasan, not one bit. He mainly just spends his time hating on Hasan, both on Twitter and on his YouTube channel.
I have a tremendous number of articles that people write about me, and it's awesome.
Wow, dude, he's so important. Can you believe that? A bunch of internet Karens are writing articles about Hasan without properly researching anything.
Like, dude, why are you even complaining about Hasan getting articles written on him? It almost sounds like you're like jealous of the dude. And also, what the fudge do you mean by they don't do proper research? The fudge would that be for you? Like what, reading Reddit posts and Twitter hate threads on like how much Hasan sucks? Yeah, dude, that's like therefore proper research they should be doing on Hasan.
You know what's crazy, Hasan? How come everybody who's informed is... Yeah, there's also a really very interesting article about you harassing your ex-girlfriend. Maybe we should pull that article up too. Yeah, no, that's a really good one. Better yet, you want to talk about articles? Let's pull it up, man. Hasan Piker, the male feminist who weaponizes police against women and shares revenge. Yeah, Hasan, what do you think about this one, man? This is a really good one, isn't it? Yeah, you know what? I'll make sure my editor includes this link into this video for anybody who wants to check out this article. Yeah, it's really good. What a great article these people are writing about you, man. I hope you're very flattered with all of these puff pieces you get from the New York Times, but everywhere else thinks you are a retarded and a horrible person. But that's okay. Good on you for focusing on the positives. Let's keep going here.
Jeez, dude, you're that pathetic that you'll go your way looking for an article crowding on Hasan? Let's look into this article since Tectone says it's like so fucking bad. A 2018 Cosmopolitan interview exposed the gap between Piker's image and reality, while showcasing his anti-racist t-shirt listing racism, bigotry, patriarchy, white supremacy, inequality, oppression, intolerance, injustice. Crossed out in red, Piker displayed explicit fan messages to reporter writing the article on him, including nudes and other content. I don't know if any of these are nudes, so don't judge me. Piker said, before methodically opening content, he narrated the messages. That was like actually her blowing someone. That's bad stuff, cool. The next day, according to the journalist, Piker joked about his career ending because of this article. Okay, hey dude, Hasan was not fudging showing this journalist fudging nudes he received from his fans. These weren't even requested by Hasan himself. These were unsolicited nudes that he fudging received. And to make it sound like he was like purposely trying to show him the nudes, no dude, he was literally scrolling through his Snapchat and they were fudging nudes right there. He was literally just trying to show the fudging journalist his fans wearing his merch, not the fudging unsolicited nudes he fudging received from fans.
It's me receiving unsolicited nudes in front of a journalist. It's very clearly written in the article, ironically enough. It's from a Cosmopolitan article from years ago. It's very different than revenge, don't you think? Me opening up a Snapchat and seeing that it's a nude is a little bit different, don't you think? Especially because I was in the process of showing said journalist fans sending me merch photos at the time.
2 years later, in July 2020, during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement, Piker called police under the guise of a wellness check on his ex-girlfriend Janice Griffith for not responding to his messages. He lived 12 minutes away. Her best friend warned him not to call them. I wasn't I did not imply I would take my own life or even harm myself, Griffith wrote on X. She explained that when she dealt with actual overdoses in the past, she had called 911 for the overdose, after actually exhausting all other options, which Piker did not do. When Griffith tried to discuss the incident privately with Piker, he ignored her attempts at communication for a month. She later stated she couldn't escape his online presence due to their shared audience in leftist spaces. When confronted about this incident on Twitch by a viewer, Piker admitted that he knew he was putting Griffith in danger by calling the police, but did it anyway.
Genuine question, why did you choose to call the cops instead of another type of wellness check service as a safer alternative? I did not know. At the time, I did not know. That's it. It's as simple as that. I mean, I did know that there were risks involved with it, but
he could give no real reason for why he actually made the call. Okay, to bring up this whole situation to say Hasan is misogynistic or whatever, first off, I can't even fucking fully comment on this because I do not know the full context as to what the situation was all about. I don't know. I cannot fucking gain access to any of Janice's tweets because they've all been removed. I'm guessing that was on like an old account or something. I can't find the full VOD. Probably was deleted by Hasan, or I don't know, just lost or something. But it's so weird. I mean, like, the way this just reads to me is that it just sounds like Hasan was just worried about Janice and he just called the cops to check in on her. I'm not sure why, but that's what it sounds like to me. But I just find it really weird to just trying to use this to say Hasan's misogynistic or whatever. And also I'm just realizing this is the fucking part of the article Tectone kept referring to, saying Hasan used the cops to harass his girlfriend, when this part of the article just reads as Hasan called the cops to check in on his girlfriend because he was worried about her at the time. It just honestly sounds like Hasan was just worried about Janice. That's it.
A guy who has called the police on his ex-girlfriends just to harass them, when he himself is calling the police on his ex-girlfriend for a wellness check just to harass her.
The other comment calling this out, this was a comment got ninja comment mentions ex-girlfriend Hasan redacted name that had law enforcement called on her, not speaking on him. It also gets removed. Yeah, I wonder why, because it's bullshit. Is Janice Griffith, and yes, the star. Can you give the rest of the context? He called cops on her, giving him the silent treatment. Yes, he called a fake wellness check because she wouldn't reply to his text after they broke up. That's shocking. Again, total bullshit. And not only is it total bullshit, Janice has literally asked for people not to bring this up. That she has personally debunked it and hates that people keep bringing it up, and has even said like she feels bad that she even, said it at the time. Ethan Klein is currently boosting the hit piece he had. His PR firm right about Hasan Piker's former relationship, despite the subject of the article spending the last few days repeatedly begging to be left out of it as discussing sexual harassment from the H3 community mounts. Did you really not read my tweet I just posted? I just asked to be left out of it. Hasan is fine. We have no bad blood. I thought it was lit, but stop using me as a gotcha for him. People make mistakes, but I've been begging to be left out of it, so leave me out of it. It's been 7 years. I'm over it. You should get over it too. Being this upset about strangers on the internet is not healthy for you. But it's not. I literally asked to be left out of it in the screenshot. The original tweet says Hasan would have a girlfriend, but it's been 7 years. He isn't a bad person. We were both younger and people make mistakes. It's not fair to demonize him on my behalf when I don't. Yeah, you can, because I'm over it. Should have handled things differently. I don't think he's a bad person. People are allowed to grow. I don't appreciate being a gotcha for someone.
In 2021, controversy arose again over Piker's visit to a German brothel. He posted videos from a strip club, and on an episode of the Leftovers podcast, framed his brothel experience as pro-sex work advocacy. Although Piker, defending himself, claimed that the establishment had only ever faced simple tax evasion charges, investigators had previously conducted a sting operation on the brothel for sex trafficking. The brothel had connections to organized crime and appeared in a case that convicted a child sex trafficker. Though the brothel was cleared of tax evasion, Piker has nevertheless continuously downplayed his use of brothel services. Oh my god, I'm gonna little myself. Dude, okay, I'm sorry, but holy fudge. First off, dog stank journalism. Second off, hey man, you're fucking lying right there. The brothel was not charged with any type of sex trafficking crime. Legit zero. They were cleared of both the sex trafficking and also the fudging tax evasion. So I don't know where the fudge you're getting this from. And again, 17-year-old victim. Oh my fudging glop. Quit fudging using a story to just get back at Hasan. It's so fudging disgusting that you motherfuckers do this thing. Since 2021, Piker's statements have revealed deeper problems with his view on women. In 2024, Piker compared white women taking the surnames of their Asian husbands to the use of the N-word in interracial.
How does she have the last name Wu? She married an Asian dude, and I guess like transitive property makes her Asian. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, okay, so I guess Riley Reid can say the N-word then. Like, what do you mean? It's not, it don't work that way. Okay, she can't. And Brianna Wu is not Asian. Like that's like a meme that every dumb guy has made when like Riley Reid's like N-word rapping video popped off, and everyone was like, "Well, it's taking enough black," and it's like that's not how this works. Okay, that's not how this works at all. Brianna Wu, someone said Brianna Wu says Asian as Scarlett Johansson is. Agreed. Anyway,
hey libtard, pipe down. Jesus, a fudging joke. Pipe down, libtard.
Yeah, pipe down, libtard. Just pipe down.
It's just so dry.
His comments about actor Blake Lively, in which he repeatedly attempted to downplay and justify the sexual harassment she received from fellow actor and director Justin Baldoni, sparked outrage. Unfortunately, anyone who criticizes Piker's misogynistic actions and words is attacked by his fans as a fake leftist, a liberal, a conservative, a neo-Nazi, or even worse, they are accused of being fans of his former friend and fellow political commentator, streamer, and revenge enthusiast Destiny. So you're saying Hasan downplayed and justified the sexual harassment she experienced from her fellow actor and director Justin Baldoni. Yeah, that's fucking B-stank, dude, because he would literally call out chatters who were trying to do that stank.
Y'all are biased that Blake Lively's attractiveness caused Baldoni to be a creep? What? Bro, what are you saying? What do you mean? Blake Lively's attractiveness caused Baldoni to be a creep? So even when Justin Baldoni was being a creep, it's still Blake Lively's fault because she's hot? Are you okay?
And Hasan did not fucking downplay her sexual harassment. He never did that. Like, I don't get. Why the fuck are you lying? Why the fuck are you fucking lying? Holy crumb lord.
Blake Lively made some pretty solid complaints against Justin Baldoni, okay? In the process, there was a lot of resurfacing of old materials where Blake Lively's vibes were bad. This is why I stress the importance that it doesn't matter if Blake Lively's vibes are bad. It doesn't matter if Blake Lively did a tone-deaf marketing campaign for the movie. Ultimately, what matters is the veracity of her complaints, okay? Because these two things are not on the same playing field. And like Blake Lively isn't a powerless victim here either. She does have power, but she's still a victim.
And with the fucking Twitter thread that they link you to, even the person who made that Twitter thread said themselves that they weren't accusing Hasan of downplaying Blake Lively's sexual assault. They were just critical of Hasan because they didn't like how he covered the situation.
That thread is getting blasted by people with feminism far from their chief concerns. I know. It's okay. I mean, we can have disagreements. If you think that like the way I'm covering this stuff is bad, then yeah, you can get it elsewhere. Caroline is a much better person at covering these kinds of issues.
Piker's history of denial and apologia is extensive and disturbing as well. In 2024, he drew criticism from US Representative Richie Torres, a Democrat, for dismissing the assaults that occurred during Hamas's October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, stating, "It doesn't matter if it happened." Oh my god, are you serious? Dude, the motherfucker wrote this. Oh my god, are you kidding? This motherfucker quoted an out of context clip. Oh, you dumb bad motherfucker.
Okay, here, this is the full context. So a chatter comes in and says, how do you dismiss accounts of kerosene and burning but do not dismiss literal violence? Okay, and I tell them the reason why I don't dismiss offhandedly incidents of little violence on both October 7 and beyond, and I'll explain exactly why here. One, there is no evidence whatsoever for one. It is completely and utterly made up, but there is a likelihood for the other, and also evidence as far as first-hand testimony from a hostage. That's the difference. Anyway, the problem, however, is that given the intensity and proclivity for the Israeli state to lie about things like this, and also other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the how am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. That's why this is so silly. Like, it is an ongoing conversation that I'm having with someone who is saying, no, definitely did not occur, and why are you even saying that they might have occurred? And they clipped 17 seconds of that to literally claim falsely that I'm saying like, oh yeah, Palestinians are as a form of resistance. They imply.
Also in 2024, Piker declared that from a utilitarian perspective, it is better for rich women to be rich than poor women. These are not the words of a pro-feminist man who cares about and respects women.
They were. At least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Look, dude, when Hasan said that about the Patrick Henry College, he wasn't saying that rich women deserve to get little. That's fucking ridiculous. No one would fucking say that. What he was saying is that Patrick Henry College used to not comply with the Title IX Act. For a second, let's like read some actual fucking journalism, not this beast thing I'm reading right now. Investigative journalist Kiera Feldman has an incredible, though deeply troubling, piece in the New Republic detailing how Patrick Henry College, an evangelical Christian private university, commonly referred to as God's Harvard, systemically failed student victims of sexual assault. In a series of interviews with female students, Feldman uncovers a pattern within the administration of dismissing or blaming the women who disclosed their assaults to the school officials. After a student named Sarah told the school dean of student life, Sandra Corbett, that she had been sexually assaulted, she was told, "He's a nice boy. Are you sure you want to report this?" Sarah says Corbett grilled her on certain details. What was she wearing? Had she flirted with him or given him mixed signals? The entire line of questioning was basically like, did you make it up, or did you deserve it in some way, or was it consensual and now you're just lying about it to make him look bad, recalls Rachel Leon, Sarah's roommate, who had accompanied her to Corbett's office for support. Corbett recommended keeping the sexual assault proceedings informal due to the strange nature of her testimony, according to Sarah. She says that Corbett never mentioned the option of a hearing before a faculty committee as provided for in the student handbook. When they talked about going to the police, Sarah remembers Corbett asked her, "Well, what evidence do you have?" and discouraged police involvement, arguing that Patrick Henry College would seek God's truth and justice, but outside authorities don't share that worldview. Don't you trust God? Was the implication, Sarah says. A school official blaming female students for acts of sexual violence committed against them is unfortunately far from shocking in this culture. But as Feldman goes on to report, because Patrick Henry College is a private institution that does not accept government funding, it does not have to comply with the Clery Act, Title IX, or the Campus Sexual Violence Elimination Act, all of which have aided student activists and sexual assault survivors in holding their schools accountable when similar cases have been brought to light. Good fudging journalism. B-stank hate-filled journalism. Oh my fudge, you fudging suck, you anal cummer. Piker's common response to criticism proves the problem with him, namely how he attacks challengers and disingenuous arguments while cynically using social justice rhetoric and Palestinian suffering as shields against accountability. If he directly engages with critique of himself at all, this pattern runs deeper than missteps or poor judgment. It reveals someone who built power by preaching feminism or consistently undermining women's dignity, perspectives, safety, and autonomy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
That was the most crud article I've ever read in my life. Quite honestly, that thing wasn't even a fudging article. Like, dude, Tectone, hey, you're fudging pathetic, dude, by the way. You're so jealous that Hasan's getting pieces written on him that you had to go out of your way to fudging search for this beast stank. Holy fudge, dude. You're a fudging loser, by the way. And I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, dude, but this stank is not a fudging article. It doesn't even deserve to be called a blog post. It's literally nothing but just a glorified Reddit hate thread. But I think that the worst part about this fudging dog stank article is that they call Hasan a male feminist.
I'm sorry, I find people who are like, I'm an LGBT ally, or I'm a male feminist. Like, people who say stuff like that, they'd be so cringe. Just like painfully cringe. It sucks. It's so performative. Like, just be a feminist. Like, you don't have to fucking billboard it.
Don't they consider you a joke because you failed your interview with Bernie Sanders? Like, what are we talking about here?
Dude, what are you on about? Failed an interview? I don't know who started this whole rumor, dude, but Hasan has literally gotten to interview Bernie like twice. The first time being when he interviewed Bernie and AOC at their rally, and the second time he literally interviewed him on his stream.
Well, Hasan responded.
Why does he? Oh.
Okay, sorry, hold up. His brain's got to rev up, so I'll take some time to to raise the volume on him because he's got to make sure he talks in that smooth, sultry, sexy voice. That way all of his chat can blow their load every single time he says something else retarded.
A weird thing that Tectone does when he's like hating on Hasan is that he will be fucking towards Hasan. It's like the weirdest thing, dude. When he's like trying to like diss Hasan or whatever, he'll fucking just be like the most homoerotic towards Hasan. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen this motherfucker do.
By the way, I don't know if you like love dick or something, but the way that your lips keep on caressing that microphone that you have resting on your luscious fat lips, like, bro, back the up. Like, I don't know if you just enjoy phallic shaped objects near your mouth that close. Like, I just don't get it, bro. Like, back the up. Like, you are just up there kissing it nonstop. Like, let's chill, bro. Like, bro, can we show this on Twitch? Can we show this? And once politics gets banned on Twitch, he will be forced to sit there and rot and most likely start an OnlyFans where he's going to have to pleasure himself live to make any type of income because, I mean, I'll be real, without politics, he's just a cute looking dude and that's pretty much the only thing you can do. Resting on your luscious fat lips like... How gay are you? I think you're secretly gay in the closet. I wish I was gay. Straight up. Dude, you know how good of hand jobs I could give to other dudes? Like, I promise you, I can make any dude come in like 5 seconds. I'll be real.
Like, dude, he'll just fudging all this talk about Hasan's body, his overall appearance, and it's like, dude, are you like gay for a dude or what? Like, dude, I swear, Tectone probably like jorts it to Hasan, judging on how he fucking talks about Hasan.
Yep. That was Anissa's requirement for iDubbbz to sit in the chair and jerk off to her while Hasan flips her.
Also, Tectone really likes lying about Hasan all the time, dude. He'll always pull out this insane line that Hasan said Asmongold is the killer of his own mother.
Or allege that they did crimes once again. It's very hard for Hasan to stop doing that, like calling Asmongold the murderer of his mother.
Hasan never said stank like that about Asmon's mom. I don't think he's even spoken on Asmon's mom, not even once on his streams. I tried even looking this up of when has Hasan ever spoken about Asmon's mom because Tectone would always bring this up as if Hasan says it on a regular basis.
Him saying that Asmongold killed his own mother. What about the part where he said that Asmongold killed his own fucking mother? Let me get you caught up to date. Asmongold killed his mom. You told Asmongold he killed his own mother. Also calling Asmongold the murderer of his mother, murder of his dead mother is
crossing the line.
He really likes going after people's parents. It's really weird.
Well, the only thing I could find was like this article by Sports Skeeter that just says that Asmongold was mad at Hasan for retweeting accounts that have spoken about his mom, and that's it. Hasan has only like retweeted accounts that have spoken about Asmon's mom. He's retweeted like tweets that are just separate from that.
Asmon Dad was a Hasan fan. He really wasn't. You were just delusional. I don't know why you're bringing up Asmon Dad in this conversation, especially in a way that is like that makes you look delusional. I have no issues with Asmongold's dad. I even reached out to Asmongold at the time to offer my condolences. I don't want to talk about Asmongold's dad. It's not relevant in this conversation at all. But I promise you, you're the one who is saying weird, random. Not only are you fighting an internet battle for a person that doesn't know who you are, but now you're also just like bringing up totally random things that do not favor you at all. Yeah, we love Asmon Dad in this community. Rest in peace. Anyway.
The reason why there's not more people coming out and helping you, ready for this? And I'm going to blow your mind. And I'm going to tell you what your millionaire daddy, your millionaire terrorist supporting daddy, Hasan, your dad freed terrorists on October 7th. What Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Piker is saying about me? When his uncle's a little pest, when his dad freed the leader for the October 7th attacks, a guy whose father paid for the freeing of a man who orchestrated the terrorist attacks on October 7th. There are 3 constants in this world: death, taxes, and Hasan doing some dumb daily. Man, oh man! Let's all see what our favorite lol cow is doing today.
Back to your daily dose of drama news. In today's video, Hasan continues to slander Ethan Klein. Asmongold calls out—
Man, what a surprise. The guy who swears he's not anti-Semitic picks on a Jew every single day. Man, what a surprise. But guys, he's not anti-Semitic, absolutely not.
Dude, by your logic, if Hasan is watching anti-Semitic because he talks about Ethan all the time, that's ridiculous, then that would mean you're a fudging massive misogynist because you're always talking about fudging Frogan and denims, dude. Like all the fudging time.
If she would have kept her mouth shut and be a good streamer.
She can't, bro. If Frogan could keep her mouth shut, she would solve 2 problems in her life: her bad takes and her obesity. I want you to think about how stupid you have to be to genuinely be a viewer and a consumer of Denim's, Frogan, and Hasan. Okay, great. And then the fat one's name is Frogan.
That actually works for him. Frogan, on the other hand, is constantly and consistently fucking smeared by the most bad faith, most rabid, sociopathic figures online.
Oh, poor Denims. She's getting sued for unfair use after getting the Child Protective Services called on Ethan. Oh, I feel so bad for her. Maybe she'll have to suck 3 more to pay rent this month. Oh, that's really fucking sad. Sure, he may or may not own a swastika sword, but he's not anti-Semitic.
He said you're a Nazi because you have a Bleach sword with a swastika, but don't even watch Bleach. He flipped out about your Bleach sword and that you don't even watch Bleach. First of all, I've read Bleach, and I didn't read the whole thing. I'm not like the biggest fan, self-admittedly. I never watched the anime, but I did get the sword at an anime convention on camera because it was cool.
I'm pretty sure Tectone doesn't even know what anti-Semitism is because he's like such a meathead. You really just watched like the context nuke and just picked up the word from there.
Like we got some more slop for the piggies, and this one I shit you not, if you saw the title on the thumbnail, Hasan has called for the death of Ethan Klein's wife.
Tectone also spoke about the death threat that Hasan directed towards Hila, which obviously that's not what you're saying. He was just saying that Palestinians have a right to defend themselves against Fajin settlers and IDF soldiers.
They're saying you called H a valid military target. I mean, if someone is participating in a raid in the West Bank, if someone of the Israeli occupying force is participating in a raid in the West Bank, in the process of participating in that raid, yeah, they are a valid military target. This is just the international law. It's not me that is threatening anybody. It's, take it up with the United Nations.
But of course, Tectone's way too much of a meathead to understand what Hasan was saying. So he just basically heard Hasan say, Hila Klein deserves to be killed. Again, Tectone is the personification of what a meathead is.
Hasan calling for the death of H3's wife.
Matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants. Okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel's in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. Doesn't matter.
So, because there's a war in Israel and Palestine, Hasan says it's completely fine for you to go and kill Hila Klein because in her past she was a part of the IDF, has since retired, had a family, migrated to another country, and has done nothing besides her required military service. Hasan is saying that you should be allowed, and it's perfectly legal, to go kill Ethan's wife. So because Ethan Klein's wife had forced military service obligations, he believes that you should be allowed to go kill her.
No, dude, Hasan wasn't fucking issuing a death threat to fucking Hila. They were just saying that Palestinians have the right to defend themselves against fucking settlers and IDF soldiers. He's not saying Hila Klein deserves to fucking get killed. He's just saying it doesn't matter who's doing it. Palestinians can fucking defend themselves against those losers.
They're saying you currently think she's a valid target? No, of course not. That's idiotic. I've never said that, and I don't believe that. And they're lying. The resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal. Okay? It's just the truth. And
no, it's not. If somebody attacks Hila Klein, they're gonna go to jail.
Yeah, no shit, you I'm talking about in her participation in an illegal raid in the West Bank. Oh, God. No, it's not. Yeah, of course if someone were to attack Hila Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this? Oh my God.
And then fucking Hila also responded to this whole thing. Hasan Piker, who was exposed by my husband to be a disgusting creep, okay, that's ironic, has retaliated by calling for violence against me. Think back and you'll notice a trend. When he wants to get at Ethan, he attacks me. Dude, this is the first time Hasan has even mentioned you by name. What the fudge are you on about? This is just another glimpse into the psyche of a man that does not see women as his equals. Okay. He uses women to whatever end he needs. Be it revenge, little gratification, or to massage his ego by exposing their nude bodies without their consent to his boys. Okay. Yeah, that was like such a crud statement. It's really ironic that she says that Hasan doesn't view women as his equals, when this dumb nug literally was celebrating an Israeli pilot who was a woman, was fucking bombing Iran. And she was celebrating that stuff. A female pilot who participated in the attack on Iran, Israeli women are heroes. Like, wow, Hila, you sure see Iranian women as your equals? Fucking kidding me, dude? Fucking, you're such an anal comer. Dude, the fact that you even felt comfortable posting this on your Instagram story kind of shows what you think about Iranian people. But you know, hey, it's totes fine. It's being done by a fucking girl boss. W feminism, am I right?
I hate feminism.
Women! Death to feminism! I have like a little at this point. I get like aroused by just talking about how shit of a human being Hassan Osama bin Laden Adolf Epstein Piker is.
Yeah, Tectone, we can tell you that you kind of do. I mean, especially with the way you talk about Hassan in a little manner, it's kind of obvious that you do.
Women want to use you for your looks, but nobody wants to commit to you because you're just kind of mid after the first night when they have to wake up. You're just not that good at little Hassan. You got to get better at it. Regardless.
Son, who has the IQ of a walnut, she continues to slander Tectone and claims that she just wants to support SA victims. Unless, of course, it's terrorists doing the SA, in which case she'll probably throw a party and pull out the Fortnite L dance. Hasan?
Yeah, of course. Why not, man? Here's the thing. Hassan and Denims don't care about supporting victims. They only care about weaponizing them to use to destroy their enemies.
His friends are also trying to...
They are heartless, soul-sucking individuals that have no moral compass whatsoever. They just say what their audience wants to hear in hopes that they get more viewers. And that's it, and we all know it.
Dude, that's literally you. Anytime you bring up the brothel, you're just using that to weaponize it against Hassan. You don't fucking care about victims. The fuck are you on about?
Naturalist that cares about the people. Just drop it, man. You're a disgusting elite. Alright, you literally go to brothels, man. Like, you could stick this dude in Game of...
Brothels with at least one child confirmed at it that were little trafficked. Understand that you love children based on that brothel you went to with the children at it. I understand that you love kids. You love the kids. You love children. Also really crazy, Hasan, because didn't you go to a brothel with minors at it?
He's getting so triggered over a single comment. Hasan has obviously seen all the hate on social media. Also the fact that he's obsessed with Asmongold, so he's been exposed to different perspectives.
I don't think he's obsessed with Asmon. I just think he's little attracted to Asmon. Very different.
Every accusation is just a confession for this dude. Holy fudge. It's quite honestly fudging ironic that Tectone says that Hasan is little attracted to fudging Asmongold secretly or whatever. When like, Tectone, dude, you're fudging attracted to Hasan, dude, because you constantly talk about the motherfucker's penis for some fudging reason.
He's willing to throw away anything that doesn't make him look good. You don't need to see his penis. You don't need to see it, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Little is floppy as a goddamn pancake, resting on your luscious fat lips. Okay, so Hasan wants to talk about Asmongold, huh? Oh, I bet this will be so great, and I bet whatever he's gonna say is gonna be really, really, really smart. Hasan ponders where the heroes are in the streaming space to keep Ethan and Asmongold in check and rallies the troops. Says if it were years ago, other big content creators would have called them out. A lot of big CC stay away, less safe space for fans. Okay, let's see how retarded he is today. Let's find out.
There are numerous examples of people that were just like cast aside as pariahs. But nowadays, a lot of the people that do speak out about this shit.
Do you think Hasan knows he's or do you think his head is too small for him to realize that? I want to remind you guys that I have only been training for a year and a half, and I already outbench Hasan. When Hasan is injecting steroids weekly,
Dude, like I said, Tectone is just a fudging meathead. This motherfucker doesn't know how to fudging address Hasan's talking point, so all he can fudging do is just lie that Hasan is taking steroids, which he's not. Hasan has literally said that he's open to the idea of like taking it like in the future, but the dude is not on fudging steroids right now.
Why take anything, bro? Just continue what you're doing. I don't know if you heard my caveat, which is once I'm post 35 and my T levels start declining, that's when I might do it. TRT is way lower doses of testosterone than like what you would get from a regular dose of gear. So when you take hairline steroids, I take the opposite of steroids. I take a testosterone blocker. It's literally the opposite. Like, I'm nerfing my T levels.
And he'll always do this thing of like going after trivial stank out of Hasan, dude. Like, he'll fucking comment on the fact that Hasan has had a hair transplant.
He has so much steroids in his veins and so much, what is it called, monasterides on his scalp from his hair transplant he got from Turkey. This is what you would have looked like if you didn't get that hair transplant done. I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling he probably got a hair transplant surgery. I guarantee you, he's had a hair transplant, 1,000,000%. I mean, the guy has a hair transplant, and he uses that monasteride. Hair jaw, beard, and a head of thick, dark hair that he bought only for $25,000. I never hide my age. Gets a hair transplant.
No, Hasan hasn't had a hair transplant, dude. He just takes medication that prevents him from balding.
I use Propecia. It's an oral pill that you take. It's the only FDA approved balding drug. It's a prostate. It's actually a prostate drug for when your prostate's enlarged. So I take that. I take some pills. I take vitamin D, iron, vitamin A, vitamin E, biotin, pantothenic acid, vitamin B12.
Little dude, what the?
And then I also I also put Rogaine.
Does it actually work?
I mean, I think it works. I'm not balding anymore.
Because the fact that you let a guy like me be able to outlift you without steroids in a year and a half, and Hasan, we're the same size. This dude goes live every day and fancies himself the alpha Chad of the streaming space, yet he can't outbench a gotcha player. Come on, man.
Like, dude, Tectone, no one cares if you can lift way more than Hasan. That's great and all that you're fudging, like, you know, into fitness and stuff, dude. Like, that's fudging great, but we do not fudging care, dude. Like, I don't get what's up with this dude. He just, like, reverse to the mind of a 14-year-old when he doesn't know what else to say to Hasan. He can't fudging, like, address Hasan's points, so he just, like, starts flexing that he can lift more than Hasan.
Strong he is. A fun fact, did you know that I outlift Hasan in everything? I've seen all of Hasan's lifts. I outlift him in everything. I've never used steroids.
Dude, what are you on about? You literally admitted to using steroids in the past.
Are you gonna take steroids and man up or not?
Yeah, no, I used to do steroids.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that.
Would you have photos?
And I've only been training for a year and a half. I want to remind you guys that I have only been training for a year and a half, and I already outbenched Hasan. If you're getting outbenched by me, a guy who weighs less than you, because your muscles are all for show, you are all brakes, no gas, not an explosive bone in your body, but you do have an explosive mindset for how much you love terrorism. By the way, yes, this is also where I went to the gym and I benched 225 11 times. Oh, and by the way, I've also beaten Hasan's bench PR. Actually, I've matched Hasan's bench PR after a year and a half of training. And by the way, I will beat his max bench PR of all time in the next 6 days. His personal best is 285. Hasan only benches 175, and his max bench is only 285. Guys, do you know who else lifts 285 pounds with less than 2 years of gym experience? I just tried this yesterday because I was bored. Yeah. Guys, this is me with less than 2 years of training, and I just finished being injured for 4 months. I am stronger than Hasan in his peak physical condition, while looking like this. This is what I mean by Hasan Piker is a big-for-nothing BFN steroid abuser that does not have a explosive bone in his body. And this is why Hasan won't fight me or won't fight Sam Hyde, because he's weak. I remember after Hasan lost his battle versus Asmon, and then he lost his battle versus Ethan, and then he lost his battle versus Nux, and then he lost his battle versus me. So what did he do? He went after my dad. Hey, he got a W though. He did. He did. Hey, he did. He got my dad permanently banned off of Twitch. Yep, guys, it's true. My dad can no longer stream on Twitch. Hey, you got him, man.
The Tectone will always do this thing of like blaming Hasan for exposing his dad for having a history of little assault. Tectone, Hasan had nothing to do with that. It literally just fucking blew up on Twitter, then Hasan covered it. I don't know why he's like so laser focused on Hasan being the real reason why his dad got exposed.
Here's what he said about me.
Why is Tectone's egg trying to say you ruined your life, Lamau? Why are you openly admitting that you watch the child of a
He called me and my father a
like, what is wrong with you? Generational assault. Who gives a dude?
Which, by the way, is just simply not true. You can, once again, my father did get involved with some bad stuff back in the day. You can pull up the government docs yourself. There was no and there wasn't even any assaults.
Okay, look, dude, I don't really like talking about people's parents because I don't think they should be involved, but he assaulted 5 women. Sorry, okay, actually I am totally fudging wrong. Tectone's dad did not assault 5 women back in the military. He only assaulted them. He did not assault them. That was a mistake on my end. I didn't do my research properly and I just realized that he didn't assault them. He just assaulted them. Sorry, my bad. Tectone is totally right. I'm a fudging dumb anus.
I would like to tell the story of one of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having on his government computer, actually harassing 3 women and assaulting 5 women.
Tectone is so dumb, dude, that I just really hate that he talks about Palestine sometimes, because he will say the dumbest thing about how Hasan doesn't really care about Palestine. He only just cares about Palestine for views. But then he'll explain why he doesn't cover Palestine because he's not there.
That's why I don't believe in it. That's also why, to be completely honest, guys, I'm never going to get informed on what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And the reason why that is because unless I'm there, I'm not really going to know what's actually going on, because you never know what media site is pushing what narrative, what the left's pushing, what the right's pushing, and finding an unbiased media source is like impossible. So if the issue doesn't involve me, if I don't have any way to actually know what's going on objectively, I try very hard to stay away from it.
Again, fudging meathead. Hey dude, you really have like access to the information that you can read up on. The fudging tells you what's happening in the region. And plus, you want to say this about Israel and Palestine, yet you feel so fudging comfortable talking about trans kids all the time?
If you have an issue with people saying that you shouldn't inject your children with HRT at age 8 to age 10 to age 12, and you don't think that your children should be responsible for slicing off their own penises before the age of them being able to get a tattoo or drink alcohol, we're not the crazy ones. People in the back, there's no such thing as trans kids. It's just mentally ill parents.
New kids in corporate settings are talking like that, chatter. It's insane, law. Yeah, you got spawn camp. It's over. You have to hit a reset. It's over. You took L after L from the start.
What's crazy is Hasan talks about Asmongold spawn camping, which is very interesting coming from the guy who's attempting to, and I do not, young children into pushing his side more. This is a direct quote, by the way. Hasan reveals he's been trying to mentor Dean Withers and Harry Sisson, told them to do less debates and become more leftist. You not. Hasan has admitted publicly that he is people to being leftist extremists.
Groom them. Dude, he's really just telling them like he wants them to like do like less debate content and focus more on like adopting more progressive ideas.
And we just had a variety of different conversations. I tried to give him like some advice as a content creator, like an older content creator in this industry, you know, urging them to not hyper focus on just debates and what some of the trappings are. Okay, what some of the trappings are in terms of like what some of the issues are, Unk advice basically. What some of the issues are when you do like predominantly debate content, stuff like that.
He's not like trying to fucking groom them. You make it sound like it's a sinister thing he's trying to do here. You're trying to like just tell them to like pivot their content to being more progressive and not like, you know, do like centrist liberal stank.
This guy is admitting, oh, bro, do less debates and become more radicalized far left. That's the way to get views. Literally admitting that what he's doing is disingenuous, and he's just attempting to pander and capture an audience against things that he doesn't even believe.
Dude, it's so dumb to say that Hasan is literally just grifting and doesn't really believe in the stank he advocates for. Because like, first off, dude has been doing this for like 10 years now, so that's an insane dedication to fucking grifting. For fucking 10 years, you're fucking telling this motherfucker put up with leftists yelling at him for buying a house even.
If you're gonna market yourself as a socialist, you can't go and buy a $3 million house. It's immoral and it's disgusting.
He doesn't need to buy a $3 million house in West Hollywood. He can go buy a house somewhere else.
Son of Cenk Uygur just bought a $3 million mansion.
He sits there and just chatting and talks.
I think it's a little funny when a guy spends his whole life shitting on somebody like Bezos and then signs an exclusive contract with Bezos so that he can make millions of dollars to go and buy $1 million mansions. That's funny to me.
Hasan bought a house.
For a socialist, you seem to be spending large, my friend. There are a lot of places that are not in West Hollywood that don't cost $2.7 million. They're all over the United States.
Tell this motherfucker put up with leftists yelling at him, saying that he's not like sufficiently left-leaning, and telling him he's been grifting for that long. And also, why the fuck would Hasan even choose to grift to the left, dude? You could just fucking easily just grift to the right, or even better, just become a fucking liberal.
So it's funny when people are like, Hasan's just like grifting.
Right.
Like, if he was grifting, he'd grift to the right.
Oh, I'd be
Make
so...
way more money.
Yeah, that's the thing.
In other news, Hasan is once again about his boogeyman, Dan Saltman.
Yeah, dude, I kind of wonder why Hasan hates Dan Saltman so much. It's not like if Hasan doesn't insane stank like, I don't know, stalk Hasan's family.
What is this? Dan Saltman, sponsor of the H3 podcast, is found in Discord dedicated to spreading lies and stalking Hasan's family. Turkey backs Palestine and they don't like America. It was just a funny theory, but I think people would latch onto this without a second thought. So if you don't care about hard proof, then I think this would cause a panic with enough people to get some real movement on it. I found a book his dad wrote. It's the limited free version and in Turkish, but maybe something could be extracted from this. Step 1 is to confirm it's his dad. Step 2 to answer the question, who is his dad? This is the unspoken side of what I have to deal with on a daily basis. And of course, if you want to understand what this kind of like insanity leads to, look, it's him 100% confirmed. One sec, I got it. Old Man Laundry, take a look when you also get around to it. Goes through Cenk's life and details his sister, Hasan's mom, stalking my family. That's Dan Saltman, sponsor of the H3H3 broadcast through redact.dev. in a Discord dedicated to stalking my family.
Okay, moving on to popular YouTuber Meat Canyon talking about H3 and Hasan. He's basically the guy who does all those really talented animations. Meat Canyon shares his opinion on Ethan Klein and how he handles the drama surrounding him. Basically thinks he can never admit when he's wrong.
In ways, I feel bad for Ethan, or I feel for him. I don't feel bad for him. I feel for Ethan in the fact that if you're a Jewish guy, your wife is from Israel, and you have, I don't know, you believe in your mind, like you're a Jewish person that is seeing these things and, you know, all these different, it's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to say it, like, you feel personally connected to this, obviously, because it's religion and all this kind of stuff. The problem is, he can never say that he's wrong about anything.
He has said so many times that he's wrong about it. God. On one hand, I feel bad for Meat because he's getting a lot of pushback, but on the other hand, like, deserved, because, like, bro, you got educated off of clips.
Dude, literally, Meat King had, like, such a normal take on this dumb drama. And you're saying you got educated off of clips? That's literally you, Tectone. You literally got all your information from fucking clips and Hasan hate videos.
Just revolves around your viewership and things like that. I mean, of course you're gonna be a miserable freak. Oh my god, somebody said it. Hasan unironically wants the war to continue because otherwise he wouldn't be pulling the same viewership.
So true. Once this is over, bro's viewership is about to fall off a cliff. 1,000,000%.
Yeah, sure, Hasan Def wants the fucking genocide to continue. It's not like he's been yelling at Dems and Republicans to stop sending bombs to Israel. My fucking people like you are so fucking gross, dude. Hasan literally broke into tears when he saw an amputated child from Gaza.
Rahaf from Gaza. She has the best laugh. She falls a lot, but she's ready to get right back up again and ready to play. Insane.
But I don't even know why you're even talking about this, Tectone, because you don't even fucking care about Palestine yourself, dude.
Once this is over, bro's viewership is about to fall off a cliff. 1,000,000%. And that's why I'm farming the fuck out of it as well. Because I need to make sure that I benefit off of this as much as humanly possible. Because I know he's doing that. And once the fucking radiation settles, once the dust settles, I will still be there.
Hasan would rather have lower viewership than see innocent people get genocided. Again, this is the definition of what a meathead is. This motherfucker doesn't even care about what's happening in Palestine. He just sees it through the lens of drama. A lot of these type of people are so annoying, dude.
Really great. I actually woke up from a nightmare last night. Because I was like, they banned my Twitch and my YouTube. So I was like, oh God, I'm so... But thankfully I woke up and I still have my channel, so...
Listen, I'm not saying that you getting banned would be hilarious content for the double standard of Twitch, but I hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, did you see that Asmongold said I was going to be a martyr for the platform?
Oh, God. Listen, Asmongold was kind of a martyr. The major Hasan hate train started when Asmongold was banned for his Israel-Palestine take.
What was that? The inferior culture one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why he can. He says that once again. Totally valid. He got banned, but the things that they're also saying they're not getting banned for, I just find absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So are you all caught up to date on the Hasan, Ethan drama and the Sender drama?
Oh, dude, I am so up to date.
That fucking conversation was so fucking still that Tectone had to fucking bring up Hasan just to fucking bring some form of life into that fucking convo. Now, I wanted to fucking look at this video that Tectone made that was titled Hasan Piker. And dude, when you watch this video, it's the most fucking parasocial video I've ever seen by this motherfucker. It's literally just a fucking video by Tectone. He's literally just like looking directly into the camera, thinking that Hasan would ever fucking watch this video. It's so fucking cringe.
And there's this guy, and his name's Hasan. And I wanted to make a video to Hasan. Hasan, I don't know if you're ever going to watch this. Maybe you watch it on stream, maybe you watch it off stream, maybe you never see it at all. I was sitting there, and I've been kind of active on Twitter lately. That's an understatement. I've been a Twitter schizo.
Dear fucking Lord, those are the fucking depressed eyes of an obsessed hater, dude.
Hasan. Hey, Hasan. Hasan was a guy I barely knew. First time I really met him was for Steak and Eggs. We did an episode where I was very excited to talk to him about anime. I was very, very, very excited. And it was a good time. We had a good conversation. It was enjoyable. I believe this was supposed to be Will Neff's episode on Steak and Eggs, but Hasan really wanted to do the podcast because Asmongold was there. So he kind of weaseled his way in doing an episode, but I don't regret doing that. And hopefully Hasan got his little gratification by being near his idol.
Hey Tectone, with the amount of comments you've made directed towards Hasan, I'd honestly say you probably creamed your shorts about 6 or 7 times sitting right next to him.
Stupid, sexy Hasan. I'm very much tired of seeing your little get rock hard. He's willing to risk the strength of his erections. Oh, bro, you know his lip doesn't work. His lip is floppy as a goddamn pancake resting on your luscious fat lips. Somewhere along the lines, I don't really know how this happens, Hasan starts pulling up congressional hearings about my dad, and yeah, apparently my dad did some horrible shit back in the day, and yeah, it's not good. And to be honest, I'll be real, Hasan. You have made my father and I's relationship much different. We barely talk anymore. I've never had him on stream, and you know what? I'm okay with that. My dad did some fucked up shit. He did, absolutely, 100%. Now he didn't anybody. I want to make that very clear. But he started calling me for what my father did.
Tectone, Hasan's not calling you a fudging because of your dad. No one's calling you that because of your dad. Everyone's just saying that because you have allegations, dude.
I feel like I was put into a cocoon. And when I hatched from this cocoon, I became a white supremacist. But Hasan, all jokes aside, all of our history aside, you are a piece of shit. You are, man. And with what's happening with Charlie Kirk, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated for speaking his opinion, where Irna was stabbed in the neck for merely being white, and you're not going to those people, you're going to encourage political violence. You are begging for your viewers to kill people in the street. You are telling people to kill a senator. And I want to make this very clear. Hasan, I hope none of this happens to you. I do. I hope there is a point where you can get away from all this craziness, but I genuinely don't feel that you will.
Tectone, you're an obsessive parasocial hater. The fact that you think that Hasan would ever sit down and willingly watch this is another level of parasocial, dude.
And by the way, I want to make this very clear. I don't wish any harm upon Hasan at all. I don't. I want his existence to be his punishment. This is a man where, let's just be completely honest, he's not the most entertaining guy. He has about as much charisma as a paper bag. And I'll be real, I know a lot of people want to say how hot Hasan is. He's alright. He's alright. Nothing crazy. He's no Jason Momoa, you know what I mean? Like, he ain't no Trainwreck. Trainwreck is a good looking dude. I like him because he looks like a monkey. You know what I mean? Like, imagine Trainwrecks. Like, it's like fucking a caveman. It's like going back like 3,000, 5,000. When the f*** did cavemen exist? 50,000 years? I don't know how long ago that was. I thought World War II was in the 1800s. Anyways, caveman times. Like going back and fucking a primate. You know what I mean? Like, that shit's hot. I bet visceral. Problem is, Hasan looks like a pussy. You know what I mean? Like, any man who's got to worry that much about their looks, it's like, I mean, like, come on, bro. You know his doesn't work. Right? You just know, like, with that much finasteride in his hair, with that much testosterone he has to pump in his body, you know his penis doesn't work.
I don't know why Tectone always brings this up, dude, but Tectone, we don't care if you find Hasan attractive. Like, dude, what is this obsession with you having to comment on whether Hasan's attractive or not? No one cares, dude. If you don't find him attractive, fine. That's okay, shut up. No one cares. Like I said earlier, I just think Tectone is, like, secretly gay for Hasan. Like, Tectone, please, just confess your love to Hasan. Well, honestly, I think it's a bit too late for him to even do that because Hasan's, like, secretly married to Will and Austin.
When you wake up and you realize, I gotta go to that next level. I gotta go to that next level. I have to feed the machine. I have to say it. I gotta go to the next extreme because they're getting bored. Numbers are getting low. Asmongold's numbers are dwarfing mine one again. I gotta get them talking about me. What can I say?
Tectone, dude, Hasan has always known that Asmon has always been the bigger creator. Hasan himself has said this.
Asmongold has always been a much more popular, much larger content creator than me for years and years. No, Asmongold has always been a top streamer on this platform. I don't think anybody contests that. I've never contested that. But that's not crazy. Asmongold has always been a bigger streamer than me. I don't think you guys understand. I've said this before a million times over. Asmongold has always been one of the top content creators on this platform. He's been around for a lot longer than I have. He has a lot more emotion in this space. And he's always been a bigger content creator than me.
And I want to make it very clear, Hasan. I think you're such a little because I know you don't believe 90% of the shit that comes out of your freaking mouth. You're saying this shit because you're scared, and you're saying this shit because you're stupid.
Again, if Hasan really was just grifting, why the fudge would he grift to the left? He could easily just grift to the Democrats or the right wing.
You won't fight Sam Hyde. You won't even fight me. Jesus.
Yeah, why would he waste his time fighting two bald losers who do nothing but talk about him and think about him 24/7? TikTok obsessing over Hasan doesn't end over there with that parasocial video. This Fajin loser went on a Fajin podcast, and for the entirety of the Fajin podcast, this loser was just talking about Hasan.
Did you hear Hasan say that the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, dude, that's a take.
Shit. Yeah, yes, I know. He brought a terrorist on stream too, which was fucking wild.
He interviewed one.
Yep, he did. Houthi pirate was little nuts. Yeah.
Like I swear, Tectone, you're Fajin obsessed Hasan, dude. The fact that you went on a podcast and all you did was just talk about Fajin Hasan is so Fajin cringe, dude. Holy fudge.
What happened?
Oh, me and Ian used to be homies.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we played World of Warcraft together for a little bit as well. He was honestly a pretty enjoyable guy, but he started dating this one chick, and he just kind of gone downhill ever since.
Everyone has the same story on that.
Like he legit was cool. Started dating that one. I don't know her name. And then he just became a little.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's that's tale as old as time. Where you get a relatively cool dude, finds his first piece of tail, and then becomes an asshole.
Yep.
Oh, Fajin, like, jeez, you losers are so Fajin gross. Holy fuck. First off, Idubbbz didn't even lose his virginity to Anissa. Even if he did, who Fajin cares? The fact that you losers are even talking about it is so Fajin cringe. Who cares? Who Fajin cares if Fajin lost his virginity to Anissa?
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos, but Anissa is not the first person or not the first woman I've met. I've met plenty of other women. She's certainly not the first woman I've dated. And certainly not the first woman I've had sex with. But I will admit that she is the first woman I married.
Dude, the reason why I always like Fajin reiterate that Tectone is just Fajin obsessed with Hasan is because, dude, I was watching the dude's Charlie Kirk video, and this motherfudger, while he was crying about Charlie Kirk, he couldn't help himself but talk about Hasan.
What are we doing when websites are protecting people from being called fat and ugly and more than we're punishing people for calling for the deaths of our senators as well as the citizens, as well as radicalizing audiences to enact violence while recording themselves breaking the law? Are we all seeing the same shit online? Are we? Guys, I have been banned for nearly 2 months total over the past 4 months for calling people names. Yet there are people out there calling for the deaths of other people, political figures, and attempting to radicalize and weaponize their audience to hurt people and kill them, who have gone unpunished. Hasan has not apologized for calling for the death of a senator, and you have people on the internet calling for the death of people online and falsely calling people on a daily basis. Hasan, you call people off of nothing.
Literally, you're Fajin crying about Charlie Kirk, and you still have time to talk about Hasan. Holy fudge. And of course, you also had to throw in Denims and Frogan there, because obviously he hates them too.
What are we doing when websites are protecting people from being called fat and ugly and the worst thing that I've ever done is call someone fat, call someone a got banned for 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat and Denim's both of which they are.
Look, Tectone, I think you need to go offline for like a long Fajin time, dude, because you are so Fajin obsessed with a dude who wants nothing to do with you, doesn't even think about you. Like Arrow, he doesn't think about you in the slightest bit. For some reason, you just have him on your mind 24/7. I think you just need to honestly listen to yourself and take your own advice.
Brother, you're the problem. You're the clown in this circus. And you're not fooling anybody anymore.
Tectone.
You are the biggest piece of in this entire platform. And somehow your friends are almost just as bad. Get a fucking grip, homie. Lock the fuck in. Take some time off. Realize that you are the only thing wrong with this space. And shut the fuck up. May God have mercy on your soul. And even my baby dog is pissed off at your ass. Like, comment, subscribe.
Asmongold is a creator who mainly used to do gaming content and react content on his channel, and sometimes he would also talk about politics.
They're voting for Trump, and most people that vote for Trump, they don't like Trump, they just hate Biden more. And it's the same thing with Biden. Most of the people don't like Biden, they just like Trump less. That's it. And so, yeah, this whole thing's been a complete show. And yeah, am I wrong? Like, yeah, no, it's like, look at everybody. Like, you've got Hasan does the stream. What's he wearing? A Bernie t-shirt. Just so nobody gets the wrong idea.
But in 2024, he realized that doing more right-wing commentary got him a lot more views, and he decided to just ride that wave. And ever since then, he's also become more aggro towards Hasan.
Best just chatting streamer. I mean, like, it's obviously Hasan. I mean, Hasan is like, he's grinding every single day, pretty much. He streams all the time. He talks about tons of different stuff. Like, I would say Hasan or your rage, like one of the two.
Is Asmongold's chat screaming woke? No, they don't mind seeing little girls.
Which one of us, again, has accusations of going to a brothel and sleeping with somebody who's underage? That's very interesting. I swear to God, not even my pants were that baggy in middle school when I was trying to be a goth kid. This is completely over the line. I didn't even know you could buy Jinko pants anymore. Yes, no, I thought this was gone. Like, the last time I saw these was in 2005. I'm just kidding, guys. These are probably $3,000.
He's also seen how much clout he can easily gain from just crudding on Hasan, especially when it comes to reacting to short, out-of-context clips of Hasan.
Hasan gets mad at a Vietnamese refugee and yells at her to go back to where she came from. Okay, let's hear it.
Wait a second. Quick note for YouTube. The following clip contains racist language I do not support. Nope, I'm showing it for the purpose of criticism and education, to call it out and explain why it's harmful.
As Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime, and we believe that...
Okay, you, dude. I mean, seriously, you, old lady.
Why are you getting offended?
Yes, man, I wonder why Hasan's so fucking offended. It's not like you don't know the full context. That would probably explain why he's so angry.
She's saying that communism is... Everybody knows this.
Shut the f up, you stupid...
It's like you would think that they insulted, like, his mother or something.
Stupid fucking idiotic old lady.
Yes.
With your idiot. Stupid flipping gamer headset. Who is...
Gamer headset.
Flipping you harder. America or flipping Ho Chi Minh? Suck my old lady. God, dude. This refugee, okay? Seriously.
She's South Vietnamese, which is an ally of the U.S. during the Vietnam War. He hates the U.S., so she is his enemy.
Yo, flipping this refugee, okay? Seriously. Flipping this South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist psychotic flipping
what the hell are you talking about?
Refugee living in America now and able to talk that. Why don't you go back and live in South Vietnam in the same conditions? If that's your...
Well, why would she want to do that? I mean, so if she doesn't like communism, she should go back to a country? Wait, so if she likes capitalism and she likes the U.S., she should have to go back to... I don't even understand the logic here. It doesn't even make sense.
Be careful, be careful. No, I hate these people, dude.
Oh my God. Isn't it crazy? The biggest supporters of communism are the people that have never lived under it. The biggest supporters of communism are the biggest beneficiaries of capitalism.
And I don't care. I live on a basic necessity budget for the most part anyway, okay?
Dude, how dumb is your editor? Do they really think that Hasan had any money to afford a private jet all the way back in 2018?
How was everyone's Coachella? Good?
Yeah, it was good.
Wow.
It was really good. I mean,
Look at my eyes!
Mine was really good because I didn't go.
I literally popped out of a rave. I think it was like Neon Carnival that night. It was like Neon Carnival that I went to for a couple hours because I was like, I refuse not to go to Neon Carnival. It's the best night of Coachella. It's the best night party. It's like better than Coachella. Bro, you rich as I mean, all of it was free. So I don't know what you're talking about. Mushrooms Music Festival in a private jet. A real man of the people. Yeah, all for free too. Think about it that way. That makes it even worse. If I had paid for it, maybe it's like, oh, Hasan paid for it with his hard-earned money that he worked toiling the land, doing back-breaking labor. No, they literally gave it to me for free, every single part of it. So I would never in a million years pay for some thing like Coachella if that was the case. No, I'm sorry, I got actually paid to go to Coachella.
I find it like real funny that Azim's editor is trying to say that Hasan is racist here when this loser doesn't even know why Hasan is so angry at this woman. Now the reason why Hasan's yelling at her is because she was just talking about what a great President Trump is and how voting for him is helping people like her.
President Trump is definitely, he doesn't like socialism or communism. He's fight for freedom and democracy. He brings a lot of jobs back to America. We feel happy, even though a lot of people say he's bad.
And Hasan gets mad when hearing that because Trump doesn't fucking care about immigrants. Honestly, the dude hates them. You can clearly see that with how he's spoken about enforcing a Muslim ban in the past.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Or how he's currently even talking about Somali immigrants right now.
I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. They've destroyed our country, and all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with... Go back to your own country and figure out your constitution.
Or with the deportations that he said would only focus on dangerous criminals. You have ICE agents conducting raids at workplaces.
Well, more than 9 months into the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, roughly 220,000 people have been arrested by ICE agents. That number comes from new data shared by the University of California, Berkeley, as part of its deportation data project. It also found that nearly 75,000 people who were arrested have no criminal records. These numbers give one of the most revealing looks into the Trump administration's aggressive efforts to rein in immigration.
Dude, look, I'm a first-generation immigrant, okay? I was an anchor baby. I was born here so I could have citizenship. So when I see fucking immigrants and refugees and like advocate for reactionary politicians who would literally wipe them out, like it would be like this. Like you think Trump gives a fuck about Vietnamese people? He would literally melt you, okay? He would melt you and use your bones as toothpicks if it meant that he would have, he would not suffer any of the consequences. And meanwhile, you're like, oh, it's so great, we love Donald Trump. Like, shut the fuck up. It makes me so mad. Like, Hispanics for Trump or Latinos for Trump. It's like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, yeah, Joe Biden sucks too, but like, why the fuck would you ever openly agitate and advocate for a guy who literally is running on melting you? Like, he's just running on killing you, dude. And his followers want to as well. Oh my god, dude.
But of course, Asman and Zainita won't really go out looking for the full context. But it's real ironic for them to say Hasan's being racist here when I didn't say anything that could be interpreted as racist. But if you really want to call someone racist, just watch one of Asmongold's videos.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't want to have people come here to this country to start speaking some foreign language.
We know that he called African nations a shithole.
Because they are. They are shitholes. What are you talking about? You can see piles of bodies in satellites in the Sudan. That's a shithole. Nobody has the right to have their religion above criticism. Islamophobia is not a real word. What have you done as racist? Well, not only am I not racist, the thing is that I'm probably the least racist person on the platform. I'm probably least racist than Hasan. I'll tell you something. This low-income, ignorant, delusional, brain-dead, third-world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war.
Most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says...
For now.
Empty eyes accused, a face so evil.
But as you can see, like, Asmongold is fudging racist, dude, especially when talking about immigration. Because when you look at this video of him reacting to Denmark being more strict with their immigration policies, you can kind of like see, this motherfucker's kind of racist.
So now they were propping up the government and demanding stricter immigration policies. Here's the thing. Most countries would panic about this. The far right taking power, democracy in crisis. But Denmark did something different. The mainstream parties, including the center-left Social Democrats, looked at those election results and made a calculation. If we don't take this issue seriously, we'll lose everything.
That's exactly it. And that's what I think that's what Americans need to do too. Is that you keep, like, never compromise with this kind of stuff. The amount of, refugees and asylum seekers and completely uneducated people that speak English coming into America, the number of those people there should be, the answer is 0. Should be 0. Literally 0. Any answer besides that is the wrong answer.
So they stole the far right's platform.
Don't compromise.
Mette Frederiksen,
Never
the
compromise.
social democratic leader, had once criticized Denmark's immigration laws as the toughest in Europe. But by 2019, he was campaigning on a promise to stop immigration from
Keir Starmer did the same thing in the UK, and people in the US have done the same thing too. What about South African white farmer refugees? I don't give a fuck about them. Why would I care? It's South Africa. I don't live in South Africa. Why would I care about South Africa?
On Western countries entirely. And it worked.
You know what? I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you for that. You're getting banned. Because it's very obvious what you're doing, right?
And when someone in chat calls him out for being hypocritical, because he's advocating that Denmark accepts 0 immigrants and refugees into their country. Yet when the Trump administration was accepting white South Africans as refugees into the country, he was all in for it. He was even pushing the light that there was a white genocide happening in South Africa.
And these are the crosses. It's racism? Well, there was an apartheid state for a long time. They were oppressed. It was bad. And now they're doing it to them. It's basically what's happened.
But you get what I'm saying here, because I just really found it ironic and annoying that Asmon's editor was just claiming that Hasan is racist when Hasan literally does nothing but call out racism and the structures that keep it alive.
Without systemic racism, you know what individualized racism is? Without systemic racism and historical precedent, bad words, hurtful and bad and meanie bobini words. That's the entire circumstance, okay? That's what the problem is. If black people had material equality in this country, if there were amends that were made for chattel slavery, which is like, ethically speaking, morally speaking, I don't even know if you could ever even account for it, right? Such a historical wrong. If you could do such a thing in a hypothetical scenario, the N-word would not be as powerful as it is. The problem is systemic problems against black people still exist. It is white supremacy is baked into all of our institutions. That's the main issue.
They have someone like Asmongold who just spews racist stank on his channel.
For being a white supremacist, I sure do interact with a lot of brown people, right? Isn't that weird that I make videos supporting brown people regularly and black people regularly and I have friends with them and, isn't that weird? That's crazy, right? Wow, what are the odds of that? Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to have people come here to this little country to start speaking some little foreign language.
But what I would like to say is that most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says...
For now. Isn't that weird that I make videos supporting brown people regularly? I'm an Israel lover, okay. I mean, you could say, I guess, no, you can't say Jew lover, right? You can't do that, because there were other people that did that before and it didn't go very well for them.
Alright, I'd like to point out how ironic it is for Asmongold to say this about Hasan, when you look at what he said about anti-Semitism as a whole.
He has the right to have their religion above criticism. Islamophobia is not a real word. It's made up to suppress people from criticizing Islam. It's made up by Muslims and people that are trying to push Islam to try to stop people from criticizing it. I think in some cases, the same thing happens with anti-Semitism. I think Islamophobia is much more of a fake word, but anti-Semitism is used and weaponized in the same way.
Again, I love hearing this from the dude who tried claiming Hasan as an anti-Semite. Plus, Asmongold is fucking quick to call Hasan an anti-Semite. Yet when fucking Nicholas Fuentes said organized Jewry, Asmongold did nothing but just fucking soy, as if Nick just said something that was profound. He didn't fucking even disavow it, dude.
I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly.
And
that's my concern.
And I absolutely agree with you. I would say, though, that the main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America.
How many views does this have on YouTube?
Problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces.
Yeah, thank you. Why the f can you just go around and say bad shit about Jews for no fucking reason?
Actually, really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. When I got into the right wing in 2016, it was about three things: hating women, being racist, being anti-Semitic.
Rooting for you from Finland.
Yeah, Asmongold has been. We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one. I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet. Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But I don't know if when is sooner than later. I know the position that I'm in.
Yeah, Asman, you toads def care about anti-Semitism, and you're definitely not just using it to weaponize it against Hasan because you hate Hasan. Because honestly, dude, if you actually fucking cared about anti-Semitism, you would not fucking glaze, and you would not fucking want to collab with a motherfucker like Nicholas Fuentes. Shut the fudge up, you absolute anal dipper.
I'm sorry. Let's get back to the grooming. Yeah. Hasan telling Asman to unalive himself. So Hasan was not happy. Apparently, I said that. And I know exactly what made him mad in this clip, by the way. I said the reason how I know you're not a real journalist is that Bernie Sanders won't sit down with you for more than 15 minutes. And I could, because like he's a Bernie simp, and so am I to an extent, right?
Dude, he's literally done 2 interviews with Bernie. I don't get like who came up with this dumb butt lie. It's so fucking insane.
If he's complaining about my living conditions, I think that he should look in the mirror because it seems like I'm living in his head. Every single day he's tweeting about me, he's talking about me, he's thinking about me. Most of the time that I talk about Hasan, it's because he's talking about me. Like, that's about it, right?
Asmongold, that's beastang. You love talking about Hasan, even when Hasan doesn't even bring you up.
Also, a quick shout out. We're live on BBNO as well. We're dual casting. BBNO just cut out, bro. Yeah, I don't know why. What is it? Do we do a no-no thing? I wonder why. I'll ask the team. All right. Why are you capitulating to government censorship?
Oh boy.
Also, not to mention that this loser Asmongold wants to claim that Hasan thinks about him 24/7 when, hey Asman, you were literally trying to fucking farm drama when Hasan was out in China having the best time of his life, and you literally were just like watching random clips of the dude trying to like farm some type of drama out of it.
Person in yellow coat is thrilled to get a gift of Mao's little red book in China. 75 million dead civilians. Chat.
Whoa, no way! It's a small one. And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's the little red book.
It is basically.
The
little red book?
The little red book? It's the red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my
Some may
God.
say more important than the Bible. Some may.
Especially over here.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Especially over here.
I know.
Is that right?
That's crazy.
Wow. The red book. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. Didn't iShowSpeed do the same thing? But I don't like Hasan, but why is everybody upset this time? Because iShowSpeed doesn't spend 8 hours a day talking about how horrible America is for X, Y, and Z, and then do a country that does X, then go to a country, say how great it is, and the country does X, Y, and Z. That's the difference, is that Speed isn't a political commentator who, like...
You sure you're not fucking obsessed with Hasan, Asman?
Hasan went to China thinking that they would all agree with him, but the fact is they all actually agree with me. Most of the time that I talk about Hasan, it's because he's talking about me. Every single time, living rent-free. Yes, exactly. Okay, so he's talking, of course, about me.
Shouldn't be afraid of speaking their
Right.
opinions on these matters.
Right, of course.
And then Asmongold became the largest political content creator on the platform, and some people know who that is.
Yes, some people know.
He's
They do.
a right-wing commentator now, the biggest right-wing commentator in North America, actually. And now I'm like, maybe don't.
Bro, the glaze is insane. Like, and by the way, I never, like, I wasn't even right-wing. No, I mean, and also, as far as I know, there's not a lot of left-wing commentators that are more popular than me either, right? If we're keeping count. But I don't really worry about that. I don't think about that. It's not a big deal. And so, yeah, like, where is this? And so, congrats, you're bigger than Joe Rogan? I guess so, right? That's crazy, isn't it? Are you really a far-right commentator? Well, I support women's right of access to abortion. I'm aggressively anti-racist. I support universal basic income. I even bought one of Hasan's union shirts whenever I heard they were made by union workers. And so, no, of course, I mean, basically that makes me a Nazi, right? Of course it does.
I don't know why, but anytime Hasan Fajan calls Asman a Fajan right-winger or even a Fajan transphobe.
No, what pain has Asman caused, though, to be honest?
What pain?
What do you mean? He's the largest political content creator, and he has created a dangerous environment for trans people, for people.
You might not know this, but if a trans person watches my stream for more than 30 minutes, they die. That's right.
For some reason, Asman always Fajan just denies that Fajan title. And it's like, dude, Asman, have you not seen the Fajan content that you make, dude? You Fajan love promoting losers like Fajan Nick Fuentes, even Fajan Tommy Robinson.
This guy's a Nazi? He's a Nazi? I mean, like, I hear that about everybody. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, okay, I guess he's a Nazi.
And you wanna Fajan claim that you're not a Fajan right-winger. And also, why the heck can you never accept that you're a Fajan transphobe, dude? Literally, have you heard the stank you say about trans people, especially when it comes to Fajan trans women and trans kids?
So every trans kid is actually a victim of a parent with a mental illness. Yeah. That's what I believe. And so, like, I really, and this, you got a kid that's like 17, right? I mean, it's a little bit more, you know, it's like not really as definitive. But like, if you have a kid that's like pre-puberty and they're trans, your parents have a mental illness. Apart from being very disappointing transphobia, there's nothing transphobic about a woman wanting to have a space for biological women.
Like it?
I just like it.
Okay, what about this guy?
What the fuck would I get that for?
The dumbest shark you ever seen?
The dumbest thing I ever seen.
No.
If you want a more in-depth video on how transphobic Asmongold is, you can really just check out my video about his transphobia. Now look, I'm not saying Asmongold is a Fajan Nazi. Well, maybe a little bit.
That's exactly how Hitler walked.
Also, it doesn't help that you named your WoW character after a Fajan Nazi who committed a mass killing. And when Hasan brought this up, you were just laughing about it and said it was just an edgy joke that was made to make people mad.
Or the fact that he, you know, named his WoW character after Anders Breivik or something.
I did do that.
Breivik murdered 77 people on July 22nd, 2011. 8 died when he detonated a car bomb in Oslo. He then travelled to the nearby island of Utøya, where a group of teenagers were on a Labour Party youth camping trip. He killed 69 of them. It was Norway's worst peacetime atrocity. But his psychiatrist says he still shows no remorse for his crimes.
Why Breivik? Oh, it was just a what's it called? Like a edgy joke. Yeah, I mean, the guy's a piece of shit, right? He's still in jail. And so that's it. I mean, it's not like I'm a supporter of his or something. I just thought it would be funny. It would make people mad. And 10 years later, it sure does.
Yeah, dude, it's like real funny when you name your WoW character a Fajan Nazi who committed a Fajan mass killing. Real Fajan hilarious. In this next clip, Hasan talks about how most content creators won't really publicly criticize Asmongold because they know that his audience will like immediately just attack them. And when Hasan says this, Asman, of course, Fajan deflects and says, well, actually, Hasan, that's your audience.
Zach is always copying your language, always using the words in the wrong places, but it won't matter until someone like a big streamer said, take 1 minute to go and undermine the streamer right now, and 10x more people would nip it in the bud than the few starting it. Every smear has a potential to slow down or stagger progression. What do you mean? Yeah, no big streamer is ever going to come out and be like, Asmongold is ridiculous for saying these sorts of things.
I don't know. I mean, people have criticized plenty of things that I've said.
I'm going to tell you exactly why they won't.
This is going to be the exact reason why people won't criticize him, by the way. You ready?
I think you already know. Because every big streamer who actually opposes his worldview are utterly terrified of his audience. Okay? That's it. They're 100% terrified of his audience because his fan base does not have any... They don't have any restraint. They realize...
You didn't have to do this to yourself.
So I'm on break at work right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hasan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to
You didn't have to do this. Why would you do this to yourself?
Calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am
Why
using
would you do this?
propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. Yeah, it's crazy that I called out Hasan for...
And she's obviously talking about me, by the way. She's obviously talking about probably me and Ethan. And maybe also Baldy.
Tourism and misogyny
Tectone.
and being basically a passport bro. And I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda and that even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hasan fans straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hasan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So yeah, maybe let's cool it with the threats because I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny allegations. That would be great if you could stop threatening to murder me.
And for the most part, Hasan is not necessarily responsible for what his audience does. Unless he's telling them to do this. This is an outcome of having a community built around talking about extremely volatile, extremely serious issues. And the reason why I don't want to blame Hasan is because I don't want people to blame me. Because anything you can say about him, you can say about me too. This is the thing, is that he's right about this, but this is the pot calling the kettle black.
And you know what, Asman? That's totally fair, dude. I think it's totally fine to call out Hasan's audience for harassing that person simply because they didn't like what you had to say about Hasan. But what I don't like is that you're making it seem like you and Hasan manage your audiences in a similar manner. Because Hasan will always make sure to tell his audience to never harass or attack anyone who hates on him or talks crap about him.
Thank you again for listening to me.
I mean, look, obviously, as it goes, do not go after this content creator and like follow them and harass them. Anyway, do not go to her fucking social media accounts and do dumb shit. Do not, okay? Do not go to her social media accounts, which, by the way, I mean, here it is. It's like these women are in particular are not the problem, but the whole West Elm Caleb saga has revealed yet again that there's a very big problem with the internet and TikTok in its current state. Do not harass anyone featured in this video. You are part of the problem discussed in this video if you do this. But the point is, you've always been courteous and have never done anything that could possibly be construed as leading your followers to harass anyone. Yours. Even this clip itself says, please be nice in the comments and do not harass Ethan. Hasan and Ethan are friends. Be respectful. Why don't editors weaponize Asmongold's own words against them? Well, therein lies the problem. Because a lot of people, Asmongold is a very popular YouTuber and a very popular Twitch streamer for many, many years before he dove into the political arena, right? And because of that, because of the, multiple decades that he has been around, he's cultivated a very diehard fan base. And he's also not shy about weaponizing his fan base against any of his critics. Bro, I like you, but your chat does the same thing. They go after people like rabid dogs. I, unlike Asmongold, actively tell my chat never to go after people. So whether people do it or not, I at least try to get them to not do it, okay? And plus, you don't even have a real world example of this. I even tell people not to go after people who are calling me out with regular frequency.
But then when it comes to you, Asman, you never fucking do that with your audience. You actually fucking encourage your audience to harass people. Like that one time, you're literally just fucking cruding on that indie game show award because you didn't like the fact that they didn't add any of your favorite games into their fucking show. So you're like hating on the motherfuckers for that stank.
2025 Indie Game of the Year Awards. What is this here? What? What pathetic, brain-dead little came up with this list? Let's look at some of these games. Absalom. Let's pull this one up. $7,000 players. Let's look up And Roger. So let me get this straight. Hold up. Wait a minute. We have a video game that had 68 total players concurrent players all-time peak. And it's beating out Megabonk, Schedule 1, and Ball Pit. So you guys are the ones that are cooking this up, doing this. Maybe you didn't do the list, but you're at least up here talking about it. You guys thought that Megabonk shouldn't be on the list for Game of the Year. You guys thought Ball Pit shouldn't be on the list for Game of the Year. But you had a couple of video games. Guys, we have to do something about these people. We gotta do something about them. We gotta let them know at least, right? I mean, like, there's no way, like, Mission. I'm not. Look. Yeah, I mean, they're big boys. They're big boys. But the problem is not in their girth, but it is in their taste. That is the real problem here. That's the issue here, okay?
And when you found out your audience fudging harassed them to the point that they had to paywall their show just so it wouldn't get further brigaded by people like your audience, you really didn't fudging condemn your audience for what they did, nor did you fudging disavow it. You fudging reveled in it like it was a fudging victory in the most sweaty loser way ever.
The Indie Game Awards creators are hiding their own streams on Patreon because of Asmon. Wait, really? Hold up, we got them on the ropes. So they're hiding, they're roaching out. Well, that's what happens, right? I mean, they get exposed and now they're crying. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Let's see it. Hey everyone! Strange announcement regarding our annual extra live stream on Saturday. Due to recent activity and safety concerns, we'll be hosting the stream on Patreon exclusively for both free and existing members. A video about the IGAs was published on Sunday by a certain creator with a significant following who's notorious for sending his community after underrepresented and marginalized groups, as well as people who show solidarity with those groups or hold liberal, progressive / humane views. Right, all synonyms of each other, right? Since then, we've been swarmed with threatening comments and vile hate speech on the YouTube channel, our socials, primarily Twitter where we're not active, and Reddit, again, not active. I could not ask for a better reward. I could not have asked for stronger validation. I could not have begged for more evidence that what I am doing is the right thing. We're winning. The rats are hiding. The roaches are going under the wood. They're hiding under the house. They're getting under the rocks because the sun is shining. And as they say, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And for once, maybe I might have to wash my hands. We gotta get rid of these clowns. Nobody likes you. You push your agenda, you push your ideology, you force your viewpoints on everyone, and now you're getting people that are, hey, by the way, disagreeing with you. People don't like you. They don't like what you represent. The same as you don't like what I represent. Too fucking bad. Cry about it, bitch about it, please do it, because I need the content. The more that you cry, the more that you the more that you complain, the more that you act like the victim, the more that I win. If you think that I give a that some people in my community were mean to you because you made a bullshit DEI Game Awards full of trash categories with a bunch of weirdos, and every other category was some weird marginalized inclusion bullshit, then too bad. This is the pot calling the kettle black. It's gonna get worse.
It is.
Like, holy stank, dude, that's so fucking cringe that you're literally fucking celebrating the stank. But no, remember, Hasan's totes wrong by saying you like to weaponize your audience. Like, dude, this is the fucking most basement-dwelling loser-core thing I've ever seen this motherfucker do. This is what Hasan means when he says people like you just create a very hostile and unsafe space online for people.
Oh no. Oh no. He's complaining about me again? I've been kind of impressed. He hasn't talked about me for like 3 days.
He also thinks Asmongold is better than Hasan as a content creator for young men.
Crash out in 3,
Terminal
2,
nature of the Hasan derangement syndrome.
1.
Like, this is something that I have noticed as well. A lot of these like supposedly liberal content creators are shepherding their audience to find right-wing content creators like Asmongold to be more permissible and better overall than someone like myself.
Have you ever thought the possibility that just maybe that's your fault?
Computer display exhibit A and B.
Notice how you feel safe in this community. Many people in here did not start off as like card-carrying Marxist-Leninists, okay? As a matter of fact, no one does.
So I think that people are a lot more radical now. This is an unprecedented time to really get others on board. And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it.
Oh, jeez, guys, why does everybody think I'm a radical?
Now, Asmongold is implying that Hasan is encouraging people to be violent towards political figures, when that's not at all what he's even trying to say here. He's just describing like how older generations are now also fed up with politicians the same way Gen Z is with politicians.
There is definitely something here that I want you to see. We got a veteran who is at a town hall, angry over Doge. Let's watch that. And then I'm going to show you another voice memo that Tom Tillis received.
I'm a veteran. You don't give a about me. You're taking
I was at this town hall. It was full of conservatives. Yeah, I think that older conservatives are going to get angrier and angrier. That's going to also put off a lot of Americans as well, conservatives as well. Now that I gave you the potatoes, let me show you the meat. Okay, here is Senator Tom Tillis, who released an audio of death threats directed at him, his staff, and his family. I disavow this. I disavow. I'm going to say this over and over again. But when you listen to who is making these threats, you will probably quickly recognize that this is not like a Hasan Abihed by any measure. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon, Senator Tillis.
That's how northern warfare think about you southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes, inbred stupid, you and all your people?
Yeah, Tom Tillis, a creative threats. Then get the out of off.
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over. Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go themselves every day, all day long, and sell his nation out and his employers over? Don't he know that his employers can take a axe handle and
God? Let me tell you something. Okay, I don't think that guy is in the DSA. I don't think that's a Hasan Abihed. I think that dude is probably a voter. That's the average. I would say that's the average Republican voter, as a matter of fact.
And I suggest, well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
That is North Carolina's very own Republican Tom Tillis. Those are his constituents. People are mad, dude. I disavow. Of course, I disavow. Make no mistake, I disavow. Yeah, these are dudes who are using a landline to make a threat, designed their entire worldview around like saying Hasan, and Hasan is so scary. And that's the reason why you see so many go along with these insane narratives.
It's not an insane narrative. You were talking about the re-education camps.
Country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party. What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education.
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
We saw this. You said it.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one.
Let's take a look. And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalist on horribly racist. No, my point is, you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Yeah, and also like, Asmon, why the heck are you complaining about Hasan saying re-education camps? You fucking advocated that fucking political enemies be put into labor camps, dude. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
It's controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
100. A little side note here, while I was looking for the clip where Asmon's like advocating for labor camps, I was watching the original video on his channel, and I noticed that I couldn't find that clip anymore.
Them and defeat them.
You destroy them completely. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers, any of them that are...
You can like fucking see right there in between that fucking rant he's having right now, there's like a cut right in there.
In front of the detention centers, any of them that are...
So I went onto Twitter to find the full clip, and I was able to find it, and I just realized Asmon's editor cut out the part where Asmon was advocating for labor camps.
You destroy them completely. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers, any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers. You destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps, any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers.
That's like insane, dude, that your own editor even realized that you were fucking being a bit too much of a Nazi for YouTube.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them.
You destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all the people that were doing this in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps.
As you can see, anytime Asman tries to call out Hasan or like tries to criticize him for something, it just turns out Asman himself is honestly guilty of that. I think the one time he fairly and correctly called out Hasan for something was when he was talking about Hasan's tweet that was directed towards Tom Cotton, where he said about people should forcibly drag pro-Palestinian protesters out of the street themselves.
This is wild. What's this? Damn, Hasan's viewership must have tanked. U.S. Senator for Arkansas. Is this the thing that they killed the Japanese guy with? I think it is, right? Shinzo Abe? Yeah, it is. I'm surprised Hasan posted this. Like, this is dumb as f*** to post this. Like, I'm sorry, but like, this is a good way to get yourself banned. Like, this is so dumb to post this. Why would you post this? Like, even if you think this, and also, by the way, I saw this post too, and this is the U.S. Senator. He says, I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic, take matters into your own hands and get them out of the way. It's time to put an end to this nonsense. And I understand. I agree with what he's saying in essence. I want to see those dragged off the street too, and I want to see them arrested. But I want it to happen by the police. I think this is a massively irresponsible thing to say, but Hasan should never have sent this. This is the dumbest thing to type. Why does Tom Cotton get to say we need to kill people from protesting though? He never says to kill people. He just says get them out of the way. Whereas like Hasan is literally linking a makeshift gun that was used to kill someone. These are not equal things.
I just wanted to remind everyone that Hasan called for the assassination of Tom Cotton to his roughly 1 million followers. Now, even in this footage, even in this image that they're posting, you can see what is taking place. Okay, here it is. Tom Cotton, I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic, take matters in your own hands to get them out of the way. Okay, that's a sitting senator from Arkansas, straight up saying that you should do violence to protesters that are peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights, okay?
Like, here I agree with him. Like, Hasan shouldn't have responded with a tweet that could be seen as like a death threat. So I think it was like totally inappropriate for Hasan to even tweet that out. Even if that Tom Cotton dude was being violent himself, it doesn't really help to respond with more violence back. This is like the one time he honestly made a fair critique towards Hasan. But Asmongold, you yourself aren't innocent, dude. You fudge and love advocating for violence all the fudging time, especially towards civilians.
I don't want to see the police officers shoot people. Like, if a police officer shoots somebody that throws a brick at them, I really don't give it. I don't care, and I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, man, you shouldn't be advocating for the cop to fucking shoot the person. If a person throws a brick at a cop, just arrest the person. Don't fucking shoot them. Fucking killing a protester just escalates the protest to a worse degree, dude.
Oh, I'm in support of, somebody throws a brick to the cop shoots them, I think W. I don't care.
Tell me about the live bullets, the fact that you can now kill illegal immigrants trying to enter the border. I love it.
That's... Would you kill a home invader who's breaking into your home uninvited? That's the same for countries. Why would you not defend your home from people who want to break in and not just knock like normal people? You're right. No, you're right. Yeah.
This guy's talking about, oh yeah, run over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car, okay?
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over.
Dude, even Asman's own audience was surprised to see how violent he is when he was like reacting to that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson video.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them.
And destroy them completely. Put the mayors in jail, put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition, put all the people that were doing this in front of the detention centers, any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them, immediately, completely shut it down, bring in the military if you need to, bring in the National Guard, do whatever you need to do, look and find out who's funding this, take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism. Authoritarianism? It's not authoritarianism, it's called the law. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but what you're saying sounds like authoritarianism.
And honestly, when you look into why Asman just loves advocating for violence so much, you honestly just find out that Asman himself is actually just a violent person.
Now, if a person is obstructing your movement, if a person is trying to intimidate you, getting in your face, like trying to grab you, then absolutely it's okay to hit them, right? But if you're just simply disagreeing with the person and then that person hits you, then yes, absolutely you should shoot them. 100%. Yeah, it's that simple. Violence is not the answer, but it is the solution. But you said that you stabbed someone, so based on your logic, the person should have shot you? Yeah, and he would have never, no, I stabbed somebody because he hit me. And if I could have shot him, he wouldn't have hit me. And if I could have, I would have.
I used to get bullied a lot, right? So when I get bullied in school, like, what am I supposed to do, Stephen?
In school? Well, it depends.
Stab them. No, in 8th grade, like, there would be a kid trying to put his hand in my pocket, and, like, I told my dad about it. He's like, just stab him. And I'm like, okay. I just got a fork, and I stabbed it right in him. I broke it off in his skin. Never did that again. I was in 8th grade. Would there be a world where I would be in favor of a public execution, crucifixion style nowadays? Absolutely. Without even a second of hesitation. Of course. Yeah, why not? You know, like, us sending these illegals and these migrants to El Salvador is like a bad thing. Now, in my opinion, I think it's great. I'm a big fan of it. I think we should do it more. So they feel like they're being tortured over there? Yeah, duh. Yeah, obviously. That's the point. This is dumb. I mean, they deserve to be tortured, though. I want to see what the conditions are. Well, here's the question. If they were being tortured, would I agree to not send them there? No, I don't care. Don't give a shit. Shouldn't have come here. And also, maybe that's a good thing now that they know. So they know what's on the table if you break the law. Is you get sent to some little torture prison in El Salvador.
I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this.
Get these little foreigners out of our country, come in here, try to micromanage and tell us, oh, this isn't what America's about. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
The dichotomy is crazy.
As much as Asmon loves fudging advocating for violence, it's very funny to see like how he reacts when like someone advocates for violence towards him. Because Asmon made like this one tweet that was like a joke, but people saw that and they were like calling him a Nazi for that tweet. And this one account just like made a tweet about like how it's justifiable to like kill Asmongold for this tweet.
The normalization of depravity, he should be kirk. So somebody wants to kill me. I guess it must be a day that ends in Y. They really need to... No. You are not trying to catch a charge over a joke. Are you kidding me? So yesterday I went around and they're ready to fix this. It's right here! It's not even dog whistles anymore. At this point, he's throwing dog megaphones. So there's a tweet somebody did. It's genuinely preposterous that someone from little Indian slum can access the same internet as me and easily communicate their little filth to me. It should be 100% illegal for a third worlder to access the white internet. Revoke their access entirely. And so I reply to this, right, naturally, and I say they really need to fix this. Maybe a solution where likes from India count, but not as much as a like from America. An Indian being worth 3/5 of an American would be like a very good compromise. Like, did these kids ever go to school? This is so scary.
The 3/5 Compromise was a 1787 agreement at the U.S. Constitutional Convention, counting 3 out of every 5 enslaved people for both congressional representation and direct taxation. Baldy is basically doing an ad absurdum, but people don't know history.
If you read this in the context of, like, you know, knowing anything about history, you'd know that I'm making fun of it. White supremacy is crazy. Bro, they're all getting mad. White people scare me, man. You know what you scare me? As Mein Kampf. Oh, that's actually clever. I like that. I haven't heard that one before. When being a Nazi, you should receive the same treatment Nazi came before him. That's only fair. I feel like this is kind of incitement to violence, like, because what do we do with the Nazis? We kill them, right? I don't know why social media is like so lax on people that make like calls to violence like this. It really is crazy.
Jeez, Asmon, it sure doesn't feel great when someone makes a death threat towards you now, does it?
This guy's talking about, oh yeah, run over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence, running over somebody with a car, okay?
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over.
Now, I'm not saying that Asmon deserves to get death threats like these or like deserves to even receive any type of violent threats towards him. But what I am saying is that it's real ironic that he's crying about someone making a death threat towards him whilst he feels so fucking comfortable doing that regularly on his fucking streams.
I feel like this is kind of incitement to violence, like, because what do we do with the Nazis? We kill them, right? I don't know why social media is like so lax on people that make like calls to violence like this. It really is crazy.
And of course, Asmon's editor obviously tried to drag Hasan into this as if Hasan was responsible for that death threat being made towards Asmon. Dude, I swear, Asmon's editor has way more hate for Hasan than Asmon himself does.
Guys, I know this might come to you as a shock, but this account is actually one of the main sources of information for a popular Twitch streamer. I wonder who it is.
This is interesting. The disinformation tracker. What's that account? Disinformation tracker? Disinformation tracker. Disinformation tracker. Ethan lied for Israel.
Who am I kidding? Nobody is shocked. Well, except for poor Kaya.
Kaya, please just go. Just stop. You're being such a baby.
Imagine a scenario where these three are put into a room and only allowed to escape when one of them genuinely admits that they're wrong. Oh my God. That's a good one. The infinite stream.
Dude, again, there, see, another hypocritical moment from Asmon. Hey Asmon, Hasan is able to take criticism and also admit when he's wrong. Dude, literally Hasan Fajing apologized for a tweet one of his community members found offensive. He apologized for that tweet and he apologized for offending that community member of his.
So I want to talk about two different things. But before I do that, I read something on Twitter that actually really upset me when someone was like talking about, imagine Hasan posted this and they were talking about the tweet, right? This is a black community member who's a fan. And I was reading through their statement and I want to address something here, okay? This statement was just so wrong. I'm sorry. I get that he's joking. And if he was just saying it to stream in his audience while malding, that's different. Because you get his humor and we understand what he's trying to say, but I was surprised when he genuinely considered tweeting it. I love Hasan and I agree with the point he was making, but I've just heard too many back of the bus jokes going through grade school to find this funny. I didn't see the rest of the stream after this, so I don't know if he backtracked or what. I know Hasan isn't racist, and he probably just didn't understand how hurtful this can be to some people. I'm not offended or anything, just disappointed that he would consider tweeting this. What Nikki said was stupid, and I'm all for Hasan dunking on her, but why is his first instinct to dehumanize her based on skin color? I know that wasn't his intention, but that's what he did. Edit. I'll add that I guess I don't have the right to call this objectively wrong. All I can say is that I found it personally dehumanizing, and I'm happy Hasan decided to not tweet it. I'm not calling Hasan racist. I know he's not, but I think his statement is dehumanizing. That's all. And then people like started, you know, talking and criticizing them. His first instinct was Tucker Carlson's a racist. He dehumanizes black people based on their skin color. He was very rude and blunt about it in a draft tweet he decided to not post in an arguably very not your lane way. But the discourse about this shit is very cursed. Nikki is using Brexit talking points and defending Tucker Carlson, but people are making more hay out of Hasan being really blunt about Tucker's racism. This kind of shit gets more into identity politics trap liberals and much of the left constantly fall into, making so much more moral panic hay about awkward dumb shit from our own camp instead of the straight up violent fascist racists and their witting and unwitting collaborators that they are the real enemy at the gates. That was a decent response. And then this person said, I'm sorry, and I agree with the point he was making. What Nikki said was stupid. And I think the tweet he went with ultimately was great. I didn't see the combo he had with chat about it on his stream, but in all the context outside of the initial draft, I'm open to the possibility that I'm misinterpreting the statement. But I'm just saying that it hurt my feelings when he drafted it on stream. The discourse with Barbs calling him anti-black is ridiculous, but I can't lie and say that I didn't find this dehumanizing. Edit. Also, I think it's not really worth arguing over, especially because we know Hasan isn't actually racist. What Nikki said is ultimately far more harmful, but since it's the thread dedicated to the topic and I had some thoughts, I felt inclined to comment. After the entire night of just like blasting random teenagers on the internet, defending and doubling down, when I read this, I realized, like, I'm sorry. I am. Don't make fun of this person, okay? It is never my intention. I don't give a fuck about deranged, psychopathic Nicki Minaj fans. But in the process, there's a lot of people that I truly love and truly care for and truly don't want to hurt the feelings of that misunderstand the intention and actually feel conflicted about this. So I'm sorry. I am. I'm glad. No, I am apologizing. Not to the little psycho deranged pieces of shit, but I am apologizing to people who legitimately, even with the little draft, felt conflicted about this. Like, this is a nice person. This is I never want someone like this person in my community to ever feel like I am dehumanizing them. Okay?
But you do know who's not able to take any criticism and also admit when they're wrong? You. It's fudging you, Asmon. Literally, dude, you were fudging reacting to Dead Domain's video where they were simply just saying to you like, hey Asmon, you're transphobic. Like, you're just a fudging transphobe. And dude, you couldn't even fudging sit through a 36-minute video. You literally were just skipping through the video.
It is just this constant feedback loop with his audience where they send in something.
Is the whole video like this? It's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get a lot worse, and you're going to deserve it. I hate people like this. They're disgusting. And if somebody doesn't do something about it, and the problem also is
posturing. The real problem here, he's just not that slick. Like, he's not.
Oh, God.
And advocate for kids to be confused.
Rational, reasonable, want you kill.
Trying to
You didn't even let them finish their point. You literally just like jumped around the video. You didn't even watch the entire video.
Oh, you have no interest in discussing like whether something is a good idea or a bad idea or anything else about it. What you are interested in is insulting, patronizing, self-aggrandizement, talking about how smart you are, making these Reddit arguments, and that's it. And so anyway, I'm not going to watch the whole thing, right? I'm not.
And anytime they just like made a critique towards you, you just immediately deflected, dude, and you're just like, huh, yeah, right, okay. And then you just like fucking start pulling that Reddit facialism.
This person is going and putting us all in a bad position because of their weird fetish fixation.
Again, somebody's medical concern for people being able to live their best life is not a fetish.
It is when it's about kids. It is when you've tweeted about it as many times as Nayara has. Undeniably. Whenever you're talking about like pushing your worldview, pushing your sexuality on children, yeah, that's pretty bad.
For the
He's not answering anything? Yeah, because you can't. And this is the only thing that he's been able to do to synthesize. So never let these mentally ill, weird, I don't know what this person is, I don't really care.
All the brains in the world and you can't navigate a pronoun.
It's just really ironic that this dude always wants to claim Hasan is this or that when he's the motherfucker who's guilty of that stand.
And so I try to be extremely measured and never tap into my emotions at all with anything. Especially on stream. Why are we bringing people in just so we can give them welfare? We have people here that are on welfare. I drove by I was like on the highway.
American citizens.
I'm driving by on the highway. I see a homeless veteran on the highway. He's got a sign painted of the American flag. I've got to see this guy live on the street while they're living in a mansion. This isn't fair. And now I'm debating again.
This motherfucker's literally complaining about there being homeless veterans while Somali Americans are receiving welfare. He wants to fucking sit over here and just cry about that as if he cares about veterans when this loser was literally defending veterans being fucking fired by Doge.
89% are on welfare. What the f is that? Why are we bringing people in just so we can give them welfare? We have people here that are on welfare. I drove by I was like on the highway.
American citizens.
I'm driving by on the highway. I see a homeless veteran on the highway. He's got a sign painted of the American flag. I've got to see this guy live on the street while they're living in a mansion. This isn't fair. And now I'm debating again.
Republicans criticized any of these things. None of them. He fired 83,000 veterans. Nobody criticized it.
Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore. Didn't you know that? We're not allowed to fire veterans. Another emotional appeal.
Asmongold, you fudging cum nugget. You're a fudging hypocrite, dude. The final thing I wanted to talk about was the Jewish museum shooting that was done by Elias Rodriguez, who decided to kill 2 Israeli diplomats as if that was going to help in ending the genocide in Gaza.
Start with that breaking news this morning. 2 Israeli embassy staff members shot and killed outside of the Capital Jewish Museum. This is down in Washington, D.C.
That's right. The suspect was chanting "Free, Free Palestine" after he was taken into custody. Let's get right to Good Day's Haley Fixler. She joins us live in studio with the latest on this very active investigation. Haley, good morning.
Good morning, Dan Tashani. Yeah, very active investigation, but here is what we know.
That's not the main reason why I wanted to talk about this. The real reason why I wanted to talk about this, when Asmongold was covering the story, he tried to claim that he predicted something like this would happen, and he just kept on implying that Twitch and Hasan are responsible for this shooting happening.
Hasan tweeted about the CNN video. Oh, I bet he did. He's probably very upset about this because it makes him look bad. I mean, I'm sure he's upset about them blaming him. And it looks bad. It really does. And so I said this was going to happen. And again, I told them this was going to happen. I said a 100% chance this is going to happen. Israelis, very interesting timing. I'm not saying that they caused this to happen, but you know who is saying that? Well, let's go ahead and listen to the clip. All right, here we go.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker.
Oh, like, dude, look, he's fucking smiling like such a fucking gross little loser. Look at him.
Who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment where we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But
it gets better. This was from April 2025. Okay, this is what I said in April 2025. Twitch needs to stop making decisions based off of their radical, like politically motivated moderation team. Like if I was Twitch, I would probably get rid of the entire moderation team. It seems very obvious to me that, and this is what's going to happen. By
2 Israeli embassy staff members shot and killed.
By the way, the moderation team is going to get Twitch in trouble because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like, I don't know, like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And I'm just like coming up with an example, right? Like maybe some like terror attack happens or whatever. And if you have people on Twitch that are supporting this, theoretically, every single advertiser is going to leave the platform, and it is going to be an instantaneous apocalypse situation.
all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of its gamer Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. This is insane. I've never seen a sweep like this before in my...
You say you're fucking not blaming Hasan for this thing. You keep saying Twitch is at fault for this because they allowed terrorist propaganda onto their site. And last I checked, you sure as heck love calling Hasan a terrorist. So you're literally just indirectly blaming Hasan for this, dude.
Is that they have people waving around guns, talking about killing people, supporting terrorism. How absolutely, completely biased Twitch is that Hasan can come out and blatantly say that he supports terrorism. It's a good thing. At least Hasan isn't showing them terrorist propaganda like he did last time. By Twitch allowing this rhetoric on the platform, they open themselves up to the accusations that, and again, this is people that are openly promoting terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, okay? We're not talking about some political disagreeer. We're talking about literal terrorist orgs.
And also the fucking insane part is like, why are you even gloating about this dumb prediction? Because you didn't predict anything. The Chaos Manifesto had nothing to do with Hasan or Twitch. They only just mentioned the genocide that's happening in Palestine and a genocide in another country. They don't mention anything on Twitch or Hasan or any terrorist propaganda that's seen on Twitch that could have inspired them to do this.
Now we see the ripple coming farther out, and you're seeing, think about all of the streamers in the past week that have said that they've lost tons of ad revenue. Techie was right, Tectone was right, I was right, it was so obvious, right? This was going to happen. And so, yes, blaming Hasan is basically blaming GTA for violence. I'm not, listen, I'm sure he's going to get mad about this. I'm not blaming Hasan. Period. I'm not.
Okay, then why the heck are you blaming Twitch, dude? Because by blaming Twitch, you're just blaming Hasan. Because you keep claiming that he just does nothing but promote terrorists on his stream all the time.
I feel like all of that is not even close to as bad as interviewing a Houthi terrorist and then saying, we support you at the end of it. I tried so hard to warn Twitch that this was going to happen. I said, please listen to me. Please listen.
Okay, dude, let's just say for a second that Twitch and Hasan were involved in encouraging this dude to committing this fucking crime. You still shouldn't be celebrating it, Asmon. 2 people were fucking killed, dude. The fuck are you smiling for, dude?
Asmon war... let's see here. Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. This is not really true. The fact is that whenever you openly platform terrorism, you say that you don't have a problem with terrorist organizations that want to kill Jewish people
this is going to increase the rhetoric. This does turn up the temperature of the rhetoric. That's what happens. I mean, it's, again, for somebody to blame Hasan is unfair, but for somebody to say that Hasan has not been a radicalizing force in causing these people to be more extreme, I think you're being delusional.
Oh, cool. Now you're blaming Hasan. Okay, you were just claiming that Hasan had nothing to do with this, but now you're blaming him. Oh, dude, Asmon, you're like such a fucking annoying little loser, dude. Fudging egg.
Turned on emotionally to get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels because one is a video of two people actually having real sex and the other is.
I think she's right about that. There's even a term for this, and you know, it's like I always wondered, like, why is it that every woman isn't a lesbian? Because, like, I think a lot of guys are ugly.
What a little liar, dude. What a little Weasley little.
Tectone's a YouTuber, meaning he makes long-form video essay content on various online figures or online communities. They're actually like really well-made videos actually. I'm actually a fan of the dude. But when watching his Hasan hate content, I can't help but notice his inner dumb buttness just comes out whenever he's just talking about Hasan. And you can like really see it when like Tom's reacting to Aiden just like full-on ranting about Hasan, and he's just like mindlessly agreeing with Aiden. He's just going like, true. Yeah, true.
I swear to God, Hasan, Abby, you have actual issues.
True.
Crib, okay? He drives a sports car. Hasan, why don't you donate all the money that you make outside of what your expenses are to your community? No, you won't, because your community is stupid as
True.
He's just basically like reacting the same way Asmon reacts when he's watching a video.
Reserve is not owned by the government.
Yeah.
USAID is the Agency for International Development, not aid. And we see on television, there goes another pallet onto the C-130. Aid, U.S. aid from the American people.
Oh, we're being nice.
Yeah, we're being nice to people.
We should be nice. We're the nice people of the world.
Chat, I'm not joking, bro. His dad was filthy rich. His dad is filthy
That's true. His dad was. Hasan comes from money.
rich.
Like, dude, I don't know which slob tuber started this stank, but ever since this fucking rumor came out, people just keep running with this fucking line.
Do you want to know the main reason why you're not going to jail? It's because you're rich. You're not going to jail. Your family's rich.
Because Hasan has never had to work for anything in his entire life. That's why. He was born into money. He earned nothing. He got everything from his daddy. That's it.
Guys, it's his uncle, no? Isn't that his uncle who's rich or whatever? Guys, if I had a nephew, whatever, no? It's his dad? Oh, really? Both? Oh God.
Like, dude, Hasan has fucking spoken about this. I mean, yes, he grew up a pretty comfortable and affluent life.
I did grow up in Turkey in a very affluent family. This part is definitely true.
By the time Hasan went to college, dude, his dad lost all of their money in future trading. After that, Hasan's family wasn't really that rich anymore.
By the time I got to college, my dad lost everything, right? Which is fine. I mean, I still had a lot of the benefits of a early upbringing.
Could you tell us, do you mind telling us how he lost everything or what?
Future trading.
What happened in that?
Just gambled, basically.
Yikes, okay.
You know. Why would I have gone to University of Miami and then Rutgers? It doesn't make sense. Why would I have gone to a state school and graduated from a state school if my father is a multi-billionaire? What makes you think that I would not have gone to Harvard if that was the case? Brother, you say that like they're poor schools? Rutgers? I went to Miami with a scholarship, but Rutgers? What are we doing now? Like, are we acting like Rutgers is not a state school? What the I mean, I'm in the South, different perspective. I'm sorry. Being from the South does not change this concept at all. Okay, as far as schools go, and by the way, I literally also still, while paying in-state tuition, still had to take out student loans, for the record. But again, didn't realize that that was also something I didn't have to do because my father happened to be the second wealthiest person in Turkey, just not showing up on this list for some secret reason. Had to pay my own student loan debt, my brother's student loan debt, my mom's student loan debt, which, you know, I was very privileged and very fortunate enough to be able to do.
Son, you've been in politics for 15 years. You can't get a president stream. You can't get a stream from a candidate.
Ooh, he called him Lil Bro.
You can't. You know why?
You can't.
Nobody likes you.
Because nobody likes you. That's why. Because is Camel on Hasan's stream? It doesn't look like it. Camel's not on Hasan's stream.
What is the pronounced Kamala in the most SoCal style ever? Cameler?
Is Camel on Hasan's stream?
If I got Camela on your stream, Hasan, Camela's not on your stream. Dude, what is this commentary? What am I watching right now?
Hasan, wasn't your own fan, your own viewer wearing your merch and they were copying a little. What did you say to that, bro? I didn't even...
What'd you say to that, bro?
Hear what you had to say about that.
Oh gosh, dude, I hate this fucking stank. I always hear motherfuckers just bring the stank up. Even Tectone tweeted about it. Like, dude, what does that have to do with Hasan? Last I checked, I've never seen Hasan condone. Nor does he promote that stank at all. It literally means fudging nothing. Do you motherfuckers know how dumb you sound when you say that? Because any YouTuber could probably have a fudging in their fan base.
I don't know, favorite YouTubers, I'm still thinking right now. Like, I'm gonna say Speed. Just be entertaining wise, like other than the I show like meat thing, Speed's just like he's being himself, but like actually extra.
Who are your favorite YouTubers? Do you not watch YouTube?
I do watch a lot.
Okay.
Like, Good Mythical Morning.
Oh, I used to watch them.
Dude Perfect's pretty good. Mr. Beast, of course.
Oh yeah, Mr. Beast.
Yeah. I used to watch David Dobrik a lot.
So what now? Creators like Mr. Beast, Good Mythical Morning, and I Show Speed are like fudging liable for those dudes for being little. Do you motherfuckers understand how dumb you sound saying that thing? Plus, everyone kind of knows that Vitaly most probably like fakes these predator catches, dude. But even if it is a real catch, it still doesn't matter.
So, if you guys don't know, there was a podcast a while ago called Leftovers, which was Ethan Klein and Hasan's collaborative podcast when Ethan was on his full lefty arc. Well, their relationships were pretty tenuous for a while, and that's kind of sad. You know, very sad to see two of my favorite content creators splitting apart, having kind of a sad relationship, you know, breakup. I mean, you know, obviously I'm parasocially attached to both of these people, so it's very sad to see that. But Ethan recently, on the History podcast, we reacted to this. He called out Hasan for a lot of the stuff that Destiny, a lot of the stuff that myself, a lot of the people that, you know, stuff people on Twitter have been calling him out for, namely supporting terrorists. And it wasn't like his call out was like a call out of his politics, because I think Ethan in a lot of ways actually agrees with Hasan's base politics. It wasn't a call out of that. It was more just, why are you doing crazy shit? Why are you platforming terrorists on your stream, right? Why are you doing that? What the fuck is wrong with you? And I think that is based. I'm glad to see Ethan doing that and kind of, you know, realizing the error of his ways. Now, obviously, one big criticism I made that a lot of people agree with is like, well, Ethan, you know, you're complaining about Hasan's community being crazy towards you, but you also invited his community fully knowing how crazy they were onto your podcast. To an extent, I think that is true. Now, at the same time, Hasan, I would say, has gotten more unhinged probably recently with the Israel-Palestine stuff. So, you know, maybe we can give Ethan a little leeway there, but he did kind of invite this chaos into his life a little bit. Like, I think he could have, you know, I don't want to make like a victim blaming, like, well, what was Ethan wearing type argument about this, but realistically, he could have maybe seen this coming a little bit, right?
Dude, I hate this whole argument that Ethan didn't know Hasan's a leftist this whole time. Like, you motherfuckers treat this dude like he's a fucking child or something.
Hasan, in his infinite wisdom, has refused to actually watch any of Ethan's response outside of a few little clips. He has absolutely refused to. Instead, he's decided to play the victim about all of this.
Does matter. He's literally weaponizing his insane audience. We need to fight back, bro. Bro, if you heard some of the things...
The idea of somebody in Hasan's chat calling Ethan's audience insane is so funny. The idea of a guy who is a terrorist supporter, a literal, like, this is not even an exaggeration. We saw this in the last video, from like the last 5 videos done on this guy. The idea of a guy who supports terrorists on his stream.
There's such a pop title line that everyone loves using on Hasan, that like Hasan supports terrorists and he does nothing but promote terrorists. Like, dude, Hasan does not support fighting terrorists. What he actually does is that he understands and supports the actions that groups like Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas do in order to go against the genocide. That's what he supports about them. But he's still critical of them. Like, he doesn't just like blindly love everything and anything they do, dude.
During a stream that column posted on September 28th, Piker admitted that he did not have an issue with Hezbollah, which the U.S. considers a terrorist organization. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament, Piker explained. Do we like them or no? Palm asked. I think it's a resistance group, Piker replied. They're pretty successful against Israel, but everybody hates them. Everybody in the region. ... I don't have an issue with them. By the way, if you think that this is like the entirety of my perspective on Hezbollah, well, I've had academics on this particular subject numerous times on this broadcast, and of course, I do not agree with Hezbollah's own internal conduct or the way that they operate against, certain Lebanese factions or whatever. But in the framework of resisting against Israel, yes, they are very successful, and that's the reason why Israel assassinated Hassan Nasrallah and killed a ton of civilians in Beirut in the process, and still continues to do so. That is objectively correct.
Dude, the way losers like fucking Turkey Tom will just run defense for people like Ethan Klein, it's so fucking cringe and annoying, honestly. Like, dude, this motherfucker's literally over here saying that he found Ethan laughing at Cutie funny.
Why? Why? What is going on with you?
I'm sorry, don't mind me.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of...
Why? Pretty crazy clip. I thought this was funny. He is making a joke. Obviously, because he knows Cutie Cinderella is going to get shit for this. And to be clear, on the AI deepfake thing, I'm a bit of a feminist on this issue. I do actually feel bad for Cutie Cinderella. I feel bad for girls who put themselves out there on the internet and then AI deepfake is made of them. Obviously, they would feel violated and weird about it, especially because, one of their friends was, jerking it to some of that. I don't think he was jerking it to Cutie Cinderella specifically, but he was jerking it. He was on that website kind of implicitly supporting it. I think he paid for it. So obviously, I understand her being sad about that. But at the same time, you can laugh at it. Like Cutie Cinderella, honestly, her crying, you can shit on it all you want, but that's just like a normal girl reaction. Like that is the most normal girl reaction you can have. So, but it is funny. The way that Ethan responded to this is funny. It was a fucking joke. It is funny. Okay, you can't deny that.
Like, related to this fucking funny when Ethan was like laughing at Cutie, or she was just like crying about being a victim of the AI generated of herself. And this is the annoying thing, dude, because like if that was Hassan who did the same thing, losers like Turkey Tom would be making video after video telling what a crap person Hassan is because he was laughing at a fudging victim. But because it's fudging Ethan, these motherfuckers will do anything to fudging defend losers like Ethan Klein. Like, holy fudge, dude, you're simply running defense for fudging Karen Klein. Fudging insane. And I honestly just do not get like why the heck does Turkey Tom hate Hassan so much, dude? Because like Hassan has never even spoken about this dude like more than once or twice on his stream, and this dude has like just so much animosity towards Hassan, dude. It's like, fudge neck, dude, why the heck do you hate the guy so much?
Like, it's so frustrating watching this guy, because it's not even about his politics, okay? Do I think a lot of the shit he says is cringe? Yes. But if he was at least honest about it and just like base and double down, I'd be like, all right, well, at least he's being honest. But he's so disingenuous. He's such a slimy little rat. Keep in mind, this to them is their friendly reminder that Ethan Klein's a terrible person. Keep in mind, he apologized for this. Meanwhile, Hassan is having terrorists on his stream. He is lying about it. He will not apologize. He refuses to even acknowledge he did anything wrong. Okay? Like, this is the comparison. Like, him laughing at a girl crying because she got deepfaked on a website is way worse. Way worse somehow than Hassan having a terrorist pirate on his stream. It is like the standards these people have are so crazy.
Jeez, dude, I swear these motherfuckers love recycling this line about Russia being a fudging terrorist. Hey Tom, dude, Russia is not a part of the fudging Houthis, dude. He's literally just a fudging Yemeni civilian, dude. He is not a part of the fudging Houthis, dude. Like, dude, for Pete's anus, have you motherfuckers not watched the interview? Just watch the entire interview. He literally says it in the interview that he's just a fudging Yemeni civilian who supports Palestine. That's it.
I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like you can ask it pretty directly. راشد حسن بدي يسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
And dude, Turkey Tom's slobbing doesn't end with YouTubers like Karen Klein. This fudging loser was fudging talking about Asmongold's genocidal rant.
So recently, everyone's favorite creature from the Black Lagoon and resident resident bug charmer, Asmongold, has gotten himself into some very hot water for some comments he made about Palestinians, and it's kind of crazy.
If you want to consider a
And this motherfudger was way more fudging gracious towards Asmongold than he was to Hasan. Cause dude, the majority of the video just focused on mainly like talking about like reasons why Hasan should be banned off Twitch. Cause Asmongold got fudging banned for what he said on stream.
And the day after Asmon made his kind of crazy statement, we got a statement from him here saying, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad, of course. No one deserves to have their life destroyed. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. A few hours later, he would officially be banned from Twitch for 14 days, and a day later, he would make an apology video that did actually seem pretty genuine, saying he was going to take a step back from his leadership position at OTK and Starforge and try to take some time off to become a better person.
And dude, this loser Tom, he doesn't even fudging like criticize Asmongold. He does not question Asmongold. Doesn't even ask himself, hey Asmon, why the heck did you feel so comfortable saying that on stream, dude? None of that, dude. It's all directed towards Hasan and also Rashid. He fucking brings up Rashid again, like holy anal cummer, dude.
Thank God this huge streamer that, you know, violated multiple of Twitch's terms of service lines or whatever the f got the justice he deserved, okay? Thank God. Surely every top streamer is held to the same standard, right? Well, it turns out people started noticing that a streamer that I love, a streamer that I'm a huge fan of, that I'm addicted to watching, named Hasan Piker, seemed to be able to get away with much worse than Asmongold and not get banned at all. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. Instead of being banned, he gets showered with love and support from Twitch themselves. But there's been a lot of crazy shit that's happened on Hasan's stream that I think is definitely worth noting, like when he recently interviewed a pirate terrorist. I'd like to introduce you to Yemeni Timothy Chalamet. It's not the Dune guy. Dune is not real life. The desert is not Yemen in the movie. I was shocked to find that out. But no, he's a different guy. He's in real life, and he is a known terrorist. And Hasan interviewed him, and it went really swimmingly. Hasan even compared him to Luffy from One Piece, which is just like, he captures boats.
Like this fudging loser was fudging claiming that Hasan's interview with Rashid wasn't a serious interview. It was just Hasan fudging glazing Rashid the whole entire time.
I don't think that like platforming this guy is the main problem. I don't really care that Hasan wanted to interview him. That's honestly fine. Journalists interview terrorists and other terrible people all the time because there's like obviously value in talking to people that, you know, you disagree with or do horrible things to try to understand them. The difference is that this wasn't really an interview. It was like a glorified promotion reel.
No, dumb nug, it wasn't. Hasan was asking him fudging critical questions, dude.
What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places? What has the response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government, or
what's the response from the people, the government, like both? What does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking to him? What does he think about America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind? Oh, that's a good question. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
The only reason why he's saying he was asking him like unserious questions because the motherfucker was just humanizing him. He literally just fighting humanizing Russia. The moment he found out Russia is not a part of the fighting Houthis, dude, he was just like, oh, this is just a normal team. Let me just humanize him. That's all he fighting did.
I can't believe I'm talking to a 19-year-old from Yemen who's only experienced genocide his entire life and humanizing him. How unacceptable. Now, if you look back at that interview, and this part I have talked about extensively, but once again, I will right now. A lot of people were frustrated. I did not want him to think that I was inherently hostile to his position. I also, especially once I realized that he wasn't a militant anyway, then yes, I focused more so on humanizing him, okay? That's it. The problem is you humanize them and that's unacceptable. Exactly. That is the issue, okay? The issue is I humanized a 19-year-old who's only known genocide.
The fact that you're fighting focusing on that and not on Asmongold, holy Christ, that you're a fighting slob trooper, dude. Holy Christ, they're absolutely slobbing on that stuff.
To continue with this fun trend we're on here, Hasan has openly defended Hamas and October 7th several times at this point.
Imagine when the heck did Hasan defend October 7th? When?
Reflective about the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hasan Piker thinks.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically.
When you target civilians in any capacity, I think that is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action.
Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
I do not, and I do think that oh wait, hold on. That's let me clarify. Let me clarify something very important here. Events that unfolded on October 7th were atrocities. That much is clear. Those atrocities could have been avoided if Israel was not an apartheid regime. Israel has been an apartheid regime for 75 years.
In the early, you keep repeating that.
No, you can't just chime in. You can't just chime in. You ask me a question.
It's so annoying that this is even talking about Palestine because he doesn't fucking care about Palestine. The only reason why he's even fucking talking about it is just to get an easy dunk on Hasan. That's literally it. That is the only reason why he's even talking about Palestine.
Some people like Israel, some people like Palestine. Personally, I have no stake. I'm not someone who really cares about this conflict because it's just so detached from me. I don't know any Israelis. I don't know any Palestinians, so my investment is at an all-time low. But for Hasan, he's constantly riled up about this. And this heat, this energy led him and Ethan Klein to basically end the Leftovers podcast, which they had been doing for years.
He does not care about what's currently happening there. All he just cares about is drama and fudge Hasan. That's all he fucking cares about. Like, Thomas, dude, go fudge yourself, you fucking crud nugget.
P.Lol appeared on a stream the next day, and Hasan would ask him if he wanted to listen to a Houthi musical. Oh boy, a Houthi musical, that sounds so enriching. Turns out that Houthi musical is actually just an actual terrorist propaganda video. Like, there's no meme, it's just what it actually is.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food. In a recent stream, Piker broadcast propaganda from the Houthis, an Iranian-backed group in Yemen that has been designated by the U.S. as a terrorist group. Instead of explicitly addressing the materials as questionable propaganda, the streamer instead expressed sympathy and admiration for the group. In the stream, which was posted on September 28th, Piker showed fellow Twitch streamer Nick Pollum a Houthi musical released by the militant group and said it was an act of resistance. Now, I can't show you the full context of the clip on this one because I did get a warning for this. So obviously, I don't want to get banned for showing the context of this, music video. But as someone who routinely wears MAGA hats, as someone who has routinely shown the music video Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump leading up to the election, I show a litany of different musicals from a variety of different political perspectives. If you were to compare this to, I don't know, ISIS propaganda videos, you would be wrong. There is obviously a very clear difference there, okay? This is a diss track by the Yemeni population against the Saudi government and the Saudi genocide that was being conducted, the UAE and Saudi America-backed genocide that was happening in Yemen. This was to showcase to Nick Pollum over a 5-hour conversation about the dynamic between resistance groups and the way that they're covered and all the and the people that are on the receiving end of the bombing campaigns.
Right at the end of this fucking crud video by Tom, this loser goes on to claim that Hasan hates America and he thinks everything from America is automatically bad.
And it's funny because Hasan's MO has essentially been, if it's anti-American, then we like it regardless of whatever it is, while simultaneously enjoying the luxury of the developments of the Western world.
Like, dude, I do not know where you got this dumb idea that Hasan hates America. You're a fucking dumb anus for that take, dude. The only reason why he's fucking saying this is because Hasan fucking critiques America, like fucking regularly. And because of that, this motherfucker thinks Hasan hates America. Like, that's such a fucking delusional take, dude. Like, Hasan is fucking a Ameribu. That's how much he fucking loves America. The dude loves America so fucking much that his one goal in life was to fucking go to school in America. Because that's how much he fucking loves America. That's how much he wanted to fucking live in America.
What did you want to be when you grew up? This is kind of whack, but when I was little, I didn't have higher aspirations of any sort. Like, I didn't think about a profession at all, but I was so obsessed with America and was such a major Ameribu, like a weeb for America, for the New Yorker audience that doesn't know what that means, a weeb, like, that I just wanted to come to America and go to college here. That's all I wanted. And then basically when I got here and did that, I was like, all right, I've accomplished my life's mission. What do I do next?
And this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I grew up with one dream and one dream only. It was to go to college in America. That's it. Like, I did not even think about like what my profession would look like. That was my only goal. I wanted to go to college in America. I wanted to live in America. I wanted to leave Turkey and I wanted to live in America and go to college here.
You almost did. Your only dream was get to college in America because what? Because were just
the land of the free. I was like, this is gonna be so sweet. Once I make it there, everything will be good. I just believed in the American dream, I think. Like, I love the freedoms. I love that it did not resemble a socially repressive country in comparison to Turkey at the time that was transitioning with under Recep Tayyip Erdogan, very similar figure to Trump. So for me, it was like a dream. It was so much prosperity, 32 different brands of Oreos that you could pick from, right? Like all this stuff, and great television, and all of that played a major role in me wanting to come to America.
So to claim that Hasan hates America is like such a dumb take. Hasan literally just like that one James Baldwin quote. I love America more than any other country in the world. And exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. That's literally fudging Hasan, dude. He fudging loves America, hence why he'll fudging critique the fudge out of America. Because he knows America has the fudging potential to be a better country. That's why he fudging critiques it, dude. He doesn't fudging hate it.
I love America. I love the promise of America. I love what America could be. If I hated America, I wouldn't live in America. I would live somewhere else. I have the money to go and live somewhere else. I choose to live in America. And basically that's it.
In his next video, Tom talks about like how Hasan started to like gain less viewers on Twitch, and his reasoning for that is really dumb.
But things are trending down for Hasan Piker. He's been losing viewers and subs for quite a bit. I believe he lost 6,000 Twitch subs in 1 month a few months ago, and that's due to a few major factors that are going on right now. Firstly, the misinformation he's been spreading is actually catching up to him. It was out of control for a while.
Because the whole reason why Hasan was like experiencing a dip in viewership was because people weren't really happy with how he covered the attack on October 7th.
The real reason why this community went from 30K stable live concurrent viewers to 20K is a multitude of different factors, but one of the major roles was October 7, was a lot of people who do love Israel. And, you know, honestly, I think that there was a liberal Zionist position that I could have taken very easily that I didn't. And because I didn't pander to like people's expectations and said what I truly believe, and ironic because like this is pure projection from Tim Pool, I got a little bit of a punishment out of that. I've said it time and time again, like I don't care. People don't like what I have to say. I'm not going to stop saying it.
But Tom's reasoning as to why Hasan saw a dip in viewership is some of the most dumbest stank. He first brings up the fact that Hasan does nothing but spread misinformation on his streams and brings up the example of Ukraine.
Firstly, the misinformation he's been spreading is actually catching up to him. It was out of control for a while. One great example is during the conflict in Ukraine, he spread a lot of misinformation like claiming that Russia would never invade and then had to walk that back.
Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. US intelligence said that they were going to invade, but Hasan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock.
I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia. Every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
I am so tired of these motherfuckers bringing this stank up, dude. It's like Hasan already admitted that he was wrong on Ukraine. He was like totally wrong on Russia invading Ukraine.
Is the invasion of Ukraine. I was incredibly confident that Russia would not invade Ukraine because of all of the reasons why that invasion is going south right now. I demonstrated a level of confidence that I should not have. When you deviate away from that and you get something wrong, people that want to be right will never let you forget that and will constantly harp on it and will constantly use that to like undermine your perspective. There were a lot of people that for the first couple days of the invasion, when I was doing my coverage, would come in specifically to be like, hold this L. I'm like, dude, there are people dying on screen.
They want to celebrate your loss.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
But dumb nuglus like fudging Turkey Tom and fudging Willie Mac keep bringing this stank up. Like, dude, why are you even using this as a point? Hasan has already admitted that he was wrong on this. But Tom doesn't even care that Hasan admitted that he was wrong on this, because he just says that Hasan admitted to it, but in a passive-aggressive manner. But it's like, oh, dude, fudge off, Jesus.
He was making all of these videos, TikToks, Snapchat videos, streams, saying the war could never happen, it could never ever happen. And then when Russia did invade Ukraine, he sort of half-heartedly walked it back. He did apologize in a tweet from the time, which some would argue shows some goodwill, but in my opinion, that apology is only valid if his behavior changes.
This dude doesn't care what Hasan says. At the end of the day, all he just wants to do is just use this against Hasan just so he can fudging crud on Hasan. Another reason as to why he says Hasan is experiencing a dip in viewership is because Hasan is a unserious person who does nothing but react to videos on stream and yell at Twitter.
And I think this is a point in time where a lot of people realize that Hasan is not a political commentator in a serious sense. He's not educated educated about these issues. He's just a guy who screams on Twitter.
Yeah, dude, that's all Hasan does. Hasan like does nothing at all. Like, dude, have you ever fucking watched a full Hasan stream? I swear, dude, this loser Tom has only like experienced a Hasan stream through like short 30-second clips. That's all he knows Hasan through. And this whole thing about like calling Hasan an unserious person who does nothing. This dude Tom really likes fucking hammering that in every fucking time.
But last time I made a video about him, I had a ton of people in the comment section complaining about Hasan is actually helping the working class by tweeting and streaming, I guess. By streaming on a platform owned by the richest man in the world, he's saving the West, guys. Look, he's saving all of you guys.
Like, dude, I don't think you understand. Like, Hasan is actually fucking helping people by fucking doing his streams. Because you make it sound like Hasan literally does nothing but react to Stank, yell about Stank, complain about Stank, and then just yell at Twitter all day. Which is like totally fucking false. Like, if you fucking actually sat down and watched an actual like full-on Hasan stream, or not even a fucking stream, dude, just like a random YouTube video on like the Hasan fan channels or just on his own channel, you'd fucking see that fucking dude uses his platform to like advocate for like working class people and marginalized identities.
One of my favorite parts about this is whenever business owners are like, I have to be washing the dishes and also flipping the burgers, and it's like, oh yeah, wait, I'm sorry, is that like a shitty job? Do you now recognize that like your line cooks are providing a load of value to your business, and as a matter of fact that you would not be able to do anything without them? That's crazy, man. I didn't realize. I thought you took the risk, dude. I thought you assumed the risk, and that's why you deserve all of the profit. But as the old labor union motto goes, there is no value without labor. So when there's no labor, there's no value. There's no surplus value to exploit. There's no profit.
The overwhelming majority, if not the entirety of the homeless population is created because of the housing market. There are plenty of people who have jobs, but because the housing market becomes insane, they just can't pay for housing. So they still retain their jobs, but they live out of their cars. And it's not about like fucking deporting 20 million migrants or whatever. Like, that's not going to fix the housing market. It's going to make it worse, actually. Who the do you think builds the houses? You know, it's like 25% of the construction industry is undocumented migrants. Good luck. You know, imagine wiping out a quarter of the workforce. You're not building houses no more after that. And of course, the voiceless, poor, working class people are the ones who get over in the system because they don't have the same defense mechanisms that a rich person has. Rich people can get together and be like, you're not doing that. They can buy politicians. They can host politicians in expensive dinners and shower them with gifts and become friends with politicians. They go to the same schools with the people that are in positions of power. Their children work under them. There needs to be a underlying like base level of material equality. What Americans believe we have right now, which we don't have, is the equality of opportunity. And equality of opportunity means that like it does not matter what your background is, but you're getting the best education and you're not constantly desperate for your next meal. That's equality of opportunity. We can do that, but if we do that, then profits are going to shrink for major corporations, and we can't have that.
Business owners are never going to, out of the kindness of their own hearts, magnanimously decide to give you more of the profits that you generate for them. I'm sorry, that's the reality, which is why I always say, like, look, unions might not be perfect, but it's fair. Having one way to actually have more of a say at the table for all of the workers is an incredibly fair thing to do. It is the first stage of democratizing the workplace. It's not even, it's the entry point, okay? It should be without question that this is how things are run. And yet here in America, this in and of itself is considered to be a radical take. It's literally such an easy concept. Don't want a union, treat your employees extremely well, and they don't want to unionize. No, employees that are treated well still might want to unionize ultimately. I mean, I guess the example of that is Starbucks, right? Starbucks is like one of the places where it's probably a little bit harder to unionize because of the amenities adjusted to the rest of the marketplace. Starbucks' jobs are very competitive. Costco as well are very competitive because they do a really good job of offering more amenities, more benefits, better wages than anyone else in the field. But you should still want to unionize regardless, because the whole point should be fairness. And what I mean by that is you should be able to have a method for the workers to say, no, I certainly do not want this. We want extra benefits.
Like you can fucking see on stream, dude, like fucking Hasan literally fucking advocates that like fucking working class people to get like better pay, better working conditions, and be paid their worth. He literally fucking even had on stream like fucking reporters who talk about this thing.
And as this video that I took shows, as he tried to join the picket line, first the NYPD literally tried to throw him back in the vehicle and put his seatbelt back on, like keep driving. And then when he insisted on coming out, they arrested him. And it's funny, you can see a sign, one of the picket signs says, obey the law, speaking to Amazon. But there's the NYPD have no right to arrest someone for doing this. He has the right to be involved in this strike. The picketers have no, Amazon is breaking the law by refusing to bargain with its own workers. And yet there's just one person under arrest here.
And even had fucking activists like fucking Chris Smalls, a dude who fucking led like one of the largest Amazon worker strikes. And also just claim that Hasan doesn't do anything on his streams is also really stupid because he goes on and fucking protests, dude. And he fucking speaks to like political figures and also speaks to fucking voters, like that one time at the DNC when speaking to like undecided voters. So it's honestly stupid as heck to fucking claim that Hasan doesn't do anything on his streams that's like of value. And it's also really annoying that Tom even fucking brings this up because this loser was making fun of Hasan when he was at the fucking writer strike and he was being fucking bothered by that loser Matan at the fucking protest.
It's a 34-second video, and we're just gonna play this real quick. We can see Hasan right there, right off the bat, and we'll see what went down here.
What's going on? How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're here to protest against the landlords in the...
And obviously Hasan is a socialist, hates landlords. It's one of the things he talks about the most on his stream, how landlords are bad people, how, they're exploiting people who don't have anywhere else to live.
Unions, we love them. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to...
And Hasan's not even saying anything. He's just kind of staring at this kid, or like staring over him.
The more you do that, and the more you end up hurting.
You end up hurting.
The more you end up hurting.
He's just bothered because someone's trying to give him like a serious interview. He's like, well, I need to give my opinion right now, guys. And then Matan's just like in the background with him.
Capital. Hurting the capital.
The quicker the strike will end.
The strike will end.
And we can see Hasan here walking away.
Lord.
And I mean, frankly, there's a big kind of hate base right now for Hasan Piker. People really don't like him, and so for that reason, there's obviously an incentive for a certain amount of people to shit on him for this. And obviously, I'm somewhat included in that because I just found his reaction to be kind of like he can't take a little light trolling. He talks all this shit on his stream, but as soon as one person in person just like does a little light trolling without even any meaning anything serious behind it, he acts like a little bitch in person.
And this loser Tom literally didn't say anything like, hey Matan, how's about you fucking, step back while Hasan's like protesting out here with these other riders. No, instead he fucking called Hasan a little loser. All because Hasan was fucking visibly annoyed with Matan. Which is like, yeah, that's valid, dude. Of course he's fucking annoyed with the loser. He's at a fucking protest and you're just fucking zygote over here trying to annoy the fudge out of Hasan. Like, dude, Tom, honestly, what the fudge do you want from the dude? You complain that Hasan does nothing but sit behind his computer and yell at Twitter all day.
And I think this is a point in time when a lot of people realize that Hasan is not a political commentator in a serious sense. He's not educated about these issues. He's just a guy who screams on Twitter.
Hasan fucking goes outside, protests with fucking working class people, and you can't fucking give him credit for like going out there and protesting with fucking working class people. No, instead you call the dude a fucking loser.
Like he can't take a little light trolling. He talks all this shit on his stream, but as soon as one person in person just like does a little light trolling without even any meaning anything serious behind it, he acts like a little bitch in person.
Like, dude, Tom, quite honestly, you're a crud felcher. Holy fudge, you are just a grade A crud felcher. Tom also pulls out this other dumb take that a reason as to why Hasan doesn't really care about like working class people, like average Americans or whatever, is because Hasan streams on a site owned by a billionaire.
Oh, but Hasan can criticize capitalism yet exist in it, like he's not doing anything wrong. He's just trying to do the best with the system that he's been given. Okay, this is not participating in society. This is participating in high society. This is directly making money for the guy you hate so much and his empire, because he literally owns you, and you enjoy every benefit of the position he's given you to the fullest that you possibly can, while also being like, look the rich guys, make the rich pay. Dude, you're a little loser. You're not better than anyone. You're just a dork who watches videos like everyone else. But last time I made a video about him, I had a ton of people in the comment section complaining about Hasan is actually helping the working class by tweeting and streaming, I guess. By streaming on a platform owned by the richest man in the world, he's saving the West, guys. Look, he's saving all of you guys.
Hey dude, how pop-tarted are you? Fucking Hasan like wants the top 1% to fucking be taxed, including himself. Like, dude, that's such a dumb take. Like, holy Chrysler.
No one in the among 25 wealthiest avoided tax as much as Buffett. Tax avoidance buffet. According to Forbes, his riches rose $24.3 billion between 2014 and 2018. Over those years, the data shows Buffett reportedly paid $23.7 million in taxes. That's 0.1%, dude. Holy dude, when you're poor, every single year, you're just dropping like 30% of your entire earnings, or maybe less, but still, everything you own is your net worth. Like, you don't have any assets. So your income is your entire net worth, your entire existence on this planet. All that goes straight up into the government. And that's why you lose your shit about taxes. Meanwhile, the wealthiest motherfuckers are not even giving 0.1%, barely giving 0.1% of their earnings back to the government.
Why is it that we just act like it is so unfathomable to pay taxes if you're rich?
And he wants himself to be taxed more. Like, so he's not saying he's now that he's rich, he no longer agrees that we should tax the rich. And somebody was like, you claim not to be rich. He's like, dude, I'm rich. Yeah. I am rich. Yeah. Like, what do you, like, I'm not claiming that.
This brings up that dumb claim that when Hasan's like reacting to Stank, he doesn't really say much or do much, which is like absolute fucking B-Stank.
You spend all of your time reacting to weird videos on YouTube while you eat your lunch.
January 2020. The virus is spreading across the globe.
All right, now everyone just plops over dead and we win. Sweet.
And everyone was amped to start panicking. Oh my god. The virus TM is everywhere. In your country, in your homes, in your cereal. Better not touch that door handle. Better not touch your face. Don't touch me. Breathe somewhere else, Vector.
The guy just has no self-awareness. He says shit like this.
Tweet something out without attacking a larger streamer or like a larger personality and try to get over like maybe 100 likes or something. Maybe then you could understand what it's like to, I don't know, create new original content or be entertaining. It would be nice.
When the guy's entire career is built off of being a React Andy. And look, okay, I don't even give a shit that he's like a reaction streamer. I wish he added a little more to the videos he talked about, because his reactions up until this point mostly come down to like a comment here or there and like eating his lunch.
A door handle better not touch your face.
It's literally a fucking meme about like how much Hasan fucking pauses when he's watching a video. He's really fucking called Posanabi for the amount of times he fucking pauses when watching a video.
Yeah. My granny called, she said, Travis, you work too hard, don't worry, you forget about me. I'm falling in and out of class, don't worry, I'ma get it, granny.
Like Hasan will literally fucking take like a 20-minute video and turn it into an hour-long reaction. So it's absolute fucking B-Stank to claim that Hasan doesn't really do much or say much when he's reacting to Stank. Also, this loser also tried to claim that Hasan is transphobic.
Fans would chime in and say that Hasan's doing a bad job arguing for trans people. Hasan can no longer just write them off as being transphobic. So instead, Hasan decides to be transphobic.
Here's the other part, like you, for the record, my issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my little. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my little. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks. You catboy. Move your catboy out of here. You are never welcome. You are never going to be unbanned. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much you want to get unbanned, I will never unban you.
Really, Tom? Hasan's transphobic, not yourself. The dude fucking made up an imaginary trans woman just to simply justify his point that trans women shouldn't compete against cis women.
The trans people in sports debate is a contentious one in the world of athletics, and is something that all the culture war guys like Tim Pool or the Quartering talk about a lot. Some people believe that trans women should not compete in a league with cis women because of the competitive advantage that can come with the gender they were assigned at birth. For example, a 6'3" man who transitions into a woman should not be able to compete in a league with cis women, where the average height is around 5'5". Those extra 10 inches of height are a game changer in athletics, and for women who have been competing with cis women their entire lives, to have someone who is a man just a few years ago come in and demolish the entire competition is extremely frustrating and unfair. And I would agree trans people should not compete with cis people in athletics. I think they should have rights, to be clear. I'm not Mr. Gender Anger, guys. I don't really care what trans people do with their lives. I seriously don't. But they should not be competing with cis athletes. The advantage is too great, and to deny that is to deny science.
You have kids? If so, would you allow your daughter to be in the same dressing room with a man who identifies as a woman? With a man who identifies as a woman? Are you saying that, would I allow my daughter to be in the same dressing room with a trans woman? Yes. Why the f would I have a problem with that, you dumb psycho?
Like, honestly, dude, I hate it so fucking much when dumb butt losers like this motherfucker talk about trans people in sports. First off, complete fairness in sports does not fucking exist, okay? I did not hear you motherfuckers complain about Michael Phelps or fucking LeBron LeBron James or Usain Bolt having fucking genetic advantages that help them succeed in the fucking sports they play. Okay, I did not hear you motherfuckers complain once about those dudes having fucking genetic advantages. So shut the fudge up on that thing. And second off, I hate that you losers always focus on trans women in sports. You losers do not care about fudging women's sports. Shut the actual fudge up. If you actually did care about women's sports, you would talk about the actual fudging issues, not fudging trans women. Shut the fudge up. Go felt yourself, dude.
For some context, this clip is from when Hasan was watching the news covering the Kai Cenat PS5 giveaway that occurred recently, during which thousands of Kai's fans converged on one location in New York City to meet Kai, get these PS5s, and hang out with other fans. What resulted was a riot in which there were thousands of dollars of property damage, with multiple cars being jumped on and broken for no reason, windshields cracked, hoods damaged. It really involved a lot of unnecessary violence and destruction that really didn't need to happen whatsoever. And one of the people affected was a shop owner who owns one of those little newsstands you see around New York. You know, good place to grab a soda or coffee or some chips, snacks, and stuff like that. So some of these fans decided to steal from this dude and ransack the front of his shop for no fucking reason. Keep in mind, this is not like a rich guy. This is some random working class guy from New York who owns a very small roadside shop and is just trying to make some money, probably for his family. And then there's Hasan's reaction to that news.
Innocent victim in all this, that he was just doing his job, going about his day, and his business got ransacked there. But from where we are here, you know, it does that the officers are heading back. You know, in terms
Do you
of
see what they're doing?
able-
I fucking despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is and how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of Doritos like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit.
Imagine pretending to be a champion for the working class, and then when you see someone who's genuinely working class getting their shit rocked, your reaction is to say, oh well, too bad, so sad. It's not even a big deal.
So you're not gonna like play the full context of that clip, dude?
Context on the internet about his day, and his business got ransacked there. But from where we are here, you know, it does that the officers are heading back. You know, in terms
Do you
of
see what they're doing?
being able to disperse this crowd that they were able to do. You know, we did a story a couple weeks ago about how they were able to go after scooters by kind of circumventing them in that sense. And it from my perspective, that's
I despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is and how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of fucking Doritos. Like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit. An old man was hit, bro. Have some sympathy. No, it is though. But they're making it seem like this chaotic situation like killed people because it didn't do that. They're trying to beef up the stats as best as they can. You could say that they're trying to do that because they are because they have a vested interest in running a narrative that like something incredibly violent occurred today, or they're doing it because one, they want to have a if it bleeds it leads type response, and two, they also want to make it seem like you know, this is a riot that was completely out of control. It's tragedy met with also like black unruly teenagers. Look at them. Look at how scary they are.
Okay, dude, this is like such a dumb way to try and paint Hasan as someone who doesn't really care about working class people like average people. Of course, Hasan wasn't fucking downplaying what happened to that shopkeeper. Hasan was simply just stating that the news was trying to sensationalize the story simply because the kids who did it are black. That's literally what he was fucking trying to point out. Like, he was pointing out that they were trying to sensationalize the story because it's fucking black teens doing it.
I think Kai being black and his audience being like black as well also will factor into the way that the media covers this. You know what I mean? Because people will immediately be like, oh, this is gang activity. Like when the Nelk Boys does something like this, or when Mr. Beast does something like this and it gets out of control, they're white, their audiences are white, so it's like, oh, these are kids that are being crazy. I mean, influencers, who gives a shit? They're crazy, they should stop that, right? People will be critical of it, but they will not be critical of it in the same way that they're going to be critical of this. Because we've seen stuff like this happen time and time again. But the reality is that the coverage on it is always going to be teens are excited to see their creator, which is true, that is what's going going on, and you know, maybe there will be some legal repercussions, but the way that this will be received by a broader audience will absolutely be seen from the lens of white supremacy.
And of course, Hasan does point out that what those kids did was jack. He doesn't just excuse it. You make it seem like Hasan wasn't even critical of Kai and his fans over here.
This is actually very dangerous. Okay, I'm sorry. It's hard for me not to be a little boomer here. This is literally how crowd crush happens. This is so scary. God, I'm sorry. I'm 32 years old. On the one hand, I'm conflicted because like this is kind of sick. But on the other hand, you have to have like proper venue for something like this. That congestion is untenable. That is how crowd crush happens. That's terrifying. Yeah, he did a bad job organizing this, obviously. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Now, Tom's main gripe with Hasan is that he thinks Hasan is a fake socialist. Of course, he does. Simply because Hasan is wealthy and he owns a house and buys luxury designer brands or whatever.
It's hard to imagine a celebrity more unlikable than Hasan Piker, someone whose entire lifestyle seems to be a contradiction of his beliefs. I've talked about this before with him calling billionaires evil for living a lavish lifestyle, and then being the ultimate capitalist in his own right, from buying a house worth millions of dollars, purchasing a Porsche, which is widely regarded as one of the most expensive car brands, and personally purchasing one that is hundreds of thousands of dollars, owning a ton of expensive clothing, and even visiting brothels in Germany. Like, for a dude that claims to care about exploitation of workers, you would think a brothel would be the last place this dude would want to visit.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
First off, hey dude, how does that not make him a socialist though? It's like these dudes just want Hasan to be homeless and dirt poor, and then they'll accept that he's a socialist.
After the month that we had here in this community, watching this video is so wonderful because it's like a summarization of all the dumbest arguments. Socialism is when broke. Socialism is when you live in a in a wood shack. Socialism, I can't believe this socialism making money and also spending it. What? That's crazy. Like it's wonderful. Like this is the best that the right has, by the way. The greatest intellectual mind doing the exact same arguments as like dumb fucking anime avatar globe Twitter freaks in my replies.
And the whole house thing, dude, like, oh, this dumb butt Tom literally compares Hasan and Sniper Wolf.
He lives in one of the most expensive places in the world. And then he goes around and he's like, oh, I'm just one of you guys.
Unimaginable wealth, dude. How the f do people make this much money? $2.9 million near Las Vegas, dude. Oh my lord, dude.
He reacts to other people buying mansions, being like, "Oh no, no one needs this much house. No one needs all of this." Dude, you don't need anything. Your excuse for buying this house is that you want to take care of your mom. that's one person. The house has 5 bedrooms. The house is in Beverly Hills, the entertainment center of the world, the e-celeb center of the world. You want to be rich and have a nice house and be a big streamer. Fine, do it. But just own it. Own the fact that you're a sellout.
Hey Thomas, Sniper Wolf lives in a fudging mega mansion. Hasan lives in a fudging regular house that's just based in LA.
It's a $2.7 million house. Motherfucker, you're saying that, but like your mom and dad are living in the same exact house. It's just not in Los Angeles, okay? Do not misunderstand me. It's a very nice house. But like the only reason why it's $2.7 million and not $400,000 or not $500,000 is because of where it is. And I have no control over the fucking housing market. And I didn't buy it with cash, okay? Regardless. Yeah, the dumbest part of the house saga is people acting like you pay cash for it. I know. People think like I just dropped 3 bills on a fucking house. Like I had a bag full of Benjamins and I just popped in and I was just like, haha. Instead of funding the orphanage down the street, I've decided to purchase this home with cash. It's like, no, man, I fucking put a down payment and I paid goddamn mortgage. Shut the fuck up.
Guess who Fajin appeared on his stream, dude? Have Fajin commented on the fact that they were surprised how Fajin small his house was.
The first thing I ever heard about you was this house. And after hearing about it for the last 3-4 years and coming to it, this is no shade. This is a normal ass.
That's what everybody says. Every time people come to my house, it's literally the exact same response.
Like, I was trying to buy a house early this year. It didn't go through. But like, I don't want people to have seen the house I was about to buy, which is cost less because it's in Georgia, right? So yeah, like, money is relative according to space. But like, this is a normal, like going back to the anti-fandom. This is just like I have uncles.
You will never be able to describe it to people though. They literally in their minds have like turned it into, they've turned it into like a mega mansion, like a chateau.
What's your first impression of this house when you walked in?
I liked it, but
Well, I don't want to actually say too much. I don't want to like
You don't have to
dox
give
anything.
nobody knows.
But it's not as nice as you thought it was going to be.
Yes.
That's what everyone says.
It's
It's
it was
very
like
basic, right?
it wasn't crazy.
It's crazy to get canceled for this.
But that's not the end of his capitalistic, excessive lifestyle. Even beyond that, he buys a ton of designer clothes, he dates porn stars and shows them off on stream, he hangs out with a bunch of other rich, famous people who don't give a shit about his politics.
The whole thing about like Hasan buying designer clothing, whatever, who cares, dude? It doesn't really matter if he does or doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as he still fucking practices what he preaches, I don't really see a problem with it.
Didn't she say you shouldn't be buying expensive shit? Yes. Of course people say that. Everyone says that all the time. It's a byproduct of like liberal consumer-based activist attitudes, okay? It's just, that's what it is. I don't really personally care. I'll just explain it like this, as I always do, okay? Yeah, I buy dumb shit, okay? Of course I do. I like it, you know? It's not, I'm not buying it to like advance the socialist cause or whatever. Like, I don't give a yeah, no. I have money, I have a lot of it, and I like buying for myself that is like insanely within like my budget. And also, I think everyone should be able to buy dumb shit. You know what I mean? That's why I always get mad whenever motherfuckers are like, oh, you have an EBT card, but you're buying steak. It's like, why? Or when people say, oh, you're on the government dime, but you're buying drugs. I'm like, why not? Like, people should every now and then have the capacity to enjoy themselves. If they enjoy a little bit of alcohol consumption in moderation, if they enjoy a little bit of drug consumption in moderation, like, why the fuck should people not be able to do that? Just because you're poor doesn't mean you should be, you know, you should only be living in the way that like people have decided for you. And the same goes for, you know, what I do as well. I don't think I'm like buying anything that is exceptional. Okay, I'm not. It's not like I'm fucking going around buying yachts or buying anything that's unethical in regards to, you know, buying homes, multiple homes, so I can be a landlord or anything like that.
And also, what the fuck do you mean by Hasan dates stars, plural by the way, and shows them off on stream?
He dates porn stars and shows them off on stream.
Last I checked, the only star Hasan has fucking dated and had on stream was fucking Janice Griffith. And all the other fucking workers he's had on stream, they've all been friends, dude. Like Denims, Meowry, Mia Malkova, Morgpie. They're all just friends of Hasan, dude. They're not dating him. And also, when has he ever like showed them off? Like, oh my god, dude, I swear, this loser Tom has never sat down and watched a Hasan stream or one single video by Hasan. He just watched nothing but 30-second clips. That's all he's fucking watched. Like, dude, which subreddit did you get this fucking delusional take from?
It's just infuriating to me when I see people like Pokimane or Nico Lol, or I guess Hasan, to a more severe extent, be these multi-millionaires who have only benefited from the current state of the world, and yet do this act where they're like condescendingly talking down to everyone, being like, yeah, I'm one of you guys, you know, the rich. I'm with you. No, you're not. You're rich as go away. I can't tell if it's a cynical thing with them where they think they'll get more e-cloud from being pro, you know, socialism, I guess, because it's the hip hop thing these days. But secretly, they just don't give a shit. Or maybe they're actually just like really stupid and actually believe what they're saying, despite the obvious cognitive dissonance. Genuinely don't know.
It's like a really dumb take from Tom because, yes, dude, Hasan has way more in common with the fucking working class people than he does with like the top 1%.
To give you a demonstration of like how wealthy Elon Musk and like Jeff Bezos are, I am closer to being homeless than I am to being Elon Musk. Most people are closer financially to being homeless and having no assets, no money whatsoever than we are to being Jeff Bezos. Most people are closer to being homeless than they are to owning like literally 1% of Elon Musk's wealth.
Because fucking working class people are the people he cares about the most and advocates for. Like Hasan believes that fucking billionaires should be taxed more. So yes, he does fucking care way more about the working class than he does about the fucking top 1%. And also, dude, like, how dumb are you? Like, I don't get it. Thomas, you're not a fucking billionaire, dude. Why the heck are you fucking crying on Hasan for this? You're not a fucking billionaire, Kamnug.
Guy profits from capitalism. Guy complains about capitalism. Guy profits more from capitalism. Repeat. Rich boy promoting communism. He's the biggest grifter around. It's pretty funny. It's so funny that these guys unironically don't realize that, like, me being even if you think I personally am a class trader as a bourgeois, you know, capital owner who is saying like, no, better things are possible for the working class. Why the fuck are you mad at me over it? You are a member of the working class and you are defending the interests of the super wealthy. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. These guys will get mad at me for saying that a better future is possible for them, and it's wild that there's like no counter argument beyond, oh, this guy is a rich socialist. What a hypocrite. It's like, okay, dude, you are advocating against your class interest.
And dude, this was the Tom makes it sound like Hasan doesn't fucking practice his socialist values with his employees.
Basically, anybody familiar with like Hasan's politics in particular is that he's like very socialist, very all about like empowering workers' rights, and stuff like that. So he's obviously got this like super successful business of his own. He's not financially motivated at all. Like he doesn't give a like he obviously is a gajillionaire because his stream is popping off and stuff, but like he doesn't like he's not just trying to min-max his like margins and stuff. So when Will and Hasan approached me with this project because of my relationship with Will, which I can get into, when they approached me with it, right off the rip, that was the offer. Basically, Will was like, hey, would you come produce this podcast? We know you have some experience producing podcasts because of your work at 100 Thieves, and we'll just split everything 3 ways. Hasan wants it that way. It's actually like one by design, but also in retrospect, like Hasan is really happy that that's the layout because he's said to me, like even just off camera, there have been times where he likes that his producer, like his production person, his cameraman, whatever you want to call me, is taking like first class flights right alongside the streamers from like a TwitchCon or like TwitchCon EU or something, or like he can say that like, oh yeah, my producer is like one of the highest paid producers, because like it further is just kind of him speaking truth to power and like really practicing what he preaches when he says like, I want to empower workers, I want workers to feel like they are invested in something that they're also building. Because I mean, the reality of the situation is I do get paid more than most podcast producers because like I get a 33% rev share straight up, which empowers me too, to just like see direct returns on what I'm building.
Hasan Lid has been fudging applying the stank in his real life, even all the way back when you're still working at TYT. Hasan still paid his editors their fudging worth for the fudging work they did on his channel. All the way back when he still didn't even have all that much money. So to claim Hasan's a fudging fake socialist is an incredibly dumb fudging take, dude.
Every single person that has been following my account for an extended period of time knows that my YouTube makes no money. All of the editors know that my YouTube makes no money. And people send me free editing all the time, maybe with one day of hopes of becoming a YouTube editor, or maybe with hopes that you know, the videos will make money, because I always say if the YouTube video makes any money whatsoever, I will give it to you, but I'm letting you know it doesn't make money. Playerts is one of the people that, again, is I think he like works with Destiny a lot, was one of the first people who started making YouTube videos for me, and I told him like, dude, I know this sucks, this doesn't make any money at all, but if it makes any money whatsoever, if the YouTube video makes any money whatsoever, I'll give you all of it. And I did. The Jesse Lee Peterson video that Playerts edited for me was one of the only videos that made, drumroll please, this is going to shock you, I am a millionaire, guys, okay? $200. I don't even know where YouTube pays out that money, by the way. That's a whole separate issue because I'm a fucking irresponsible shit idiot. But I took the $200 and I gave it to him. I was like, here, this is the money that it made. This is the first time that any of my YouTube videos have actually made money. Here you go, sir. That's yours. When editors like reach out to me and they're like, hey, here are some videos, I want you to post them or whatever, and they say like, what's the compensation? And I'll usually be like, look, normally I would give you 100% of the profit, but these videos aren't going to make anything, so if you want money, tell me how much money you want and I'll give it to you. Like, I mean, you guys, Warger, I work with them. The goal is, and this has been the same goal since day one, the goal is to have a YouTube channel where that YouTube channel is making money, and that YouTube channel is self-sustaining, and that YouTube channel has an editor, or like an editor that takes like a managerial role, just like everyone else, just like every other fucking Twitch content creator has, where they take they do like a revenue distribution, like a revenue sharing model with myself. I'm not there yet. If I were to do that, it would be $0 because my YouTube channel makes $0 function.
And quite honestly, I'm not all that surprised with how dumb Tom is, because he didn't fudging understand this fudging meme.
I think this is the point when a few of the people watching this who maybe are more left-leaning will bring out this comic basically saying, oh, well, you criticize society, yet you participate in it. Basically just trying to take down the argument by saying, oh, well, you know, he's rich. I mean, he's extremely wealthy, but He's not Jeff Bezos rich.
No, Tom, it's to point out how dumb losers like you sound whenever you're fudging crowd on Hassan for criticizing capitalism. At the end of this video, I want to read some tweets to you. From someone who lives on $1,800 a month, Hassan buying an expensive house doesn't change anything about his messaging. It doesn't matter if an individual rises above a system if the system doesn't change. The system changing is the only thing that matters. It isn't about that. It's about every time he rails against the top 1%, but clearly exists and is comfortable there himself, doing the same stank they do. Spread the wealth. If you believe in it, there are tons of causes to donate to. He has no moral consistency. Disappointing. Expecting other people to abide by your subjective version of moral consistency is naive and delusional. The system is the only thing that matters. Everything else is fine print. The views I just read you are by fudging Asmongold. If fudging Asmongold can get it, you can fudging get it too, dude.
We talk about how like right-wing the internet is and how right-wing a lot of male spaces are, right? And obviously a byproduct of that is going to be an endless sea, an endless faucet of misinformation and an endless line of attack where people where people basically stake out their political positions without actually saying what their political positions are. And it's actually one of the best ways to do it is attack someone who is a representative of like the Democratic Party, liberalism, socialism, communism, all of that by just being like, focusing on the drama revolving around that sort of shit, you know? I try to stray away from that, from entertaining that shit to the best of my ability, because like I think it does get in the way of trying to do the coverage that I want to do. And if you're constantly on a defensive posture, people are just gonna be like, yeah, dude, you suck. You're always on your drama you know? This is boring. So we just keep pushing. That is what it is. And the best you can expect is, people coming to their own conclusions by actually coming in and watching instead of just like only getting the song content. And I think for the thousands that see, for every 1,000 person that sees the song content, there's like a couple hundred that actually come in here and see for themselves whether or not this is real. And basically, that's how we bring new people into this community. Yeah. But ultimately, just like Donald Trump can't out yap people's pockets hurting, I think a lot of the content creators in this orbit can't actually keep presenting someone like myself as like the primary villain that they have while the entire world is falling apart. So we just keep doing what we do. It's like I see it almost in the same vein as like having to campaign every single day. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Like I have a positive vision for a better future, and I will continue staying the course and continue talking about how we achieve that no matter what happens. And people that don't like it, instead of addressing it, instead of addressing why that positive vision is bad, they will just continue to clip me out of context, continue to create absolutely ridiculous narratives. And at the end of the day, those who are at least like somewhat charitable or somewhat curious to see what this is about will come in. It's important to see this because I understand sometimes it even impacts me. It impacts my own perception of me, right? From time to time where I'm like, am I this truly awful person, right? Because of the endless sea of hate that I'm inundated with. But going outside and touching grass is truly one of the best ways to quickly realize that no, these people come across as insane.
Now, the reason why I made this video is because I've just seen, dude, that there's honestly so much hate content directed towards Hasan. It's quite honestly insane. And from all 5 creators, a consistent thing I've heard from them is that they make these videos because they want to criticize Hasan. And honestly, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, totes. Like, you can criticize the fudge out of Hasan. I'm totally fine with that. But you can't fudge mask your unfiltered hatred for the dude as criticism. Because that's all these motherfuckers were doing. They just do nothing but hate on Hasan. There's no criticism at all here. It's just nothing but absolute fudging hate content on Hasan. Now, I'm not saying that Hasan is a fudging perfect person that cannot be criticized. Of course, you can fudging criticize him. I think a creator like Ford and did that perfectly in his video. He simply like gave some valid critiques towards Hasan and like didn't focus on like trivial stank. All I have to say is this to the 5 Hasan haters. If your criticism for Hasan is nothing but you just obsessing over how much you hate the guy and how much of a terrible person you think the guy is, honestly, dude, I think you need to take a step back and think about actually why the heck do you hate the guy so fudging much. That quite honestly, it sounds like a hobby for some of you motherfuckers, the way you hate on Hasan. Like, it's definitely possible to fudging criticize Hasan, but the way you motherfuckers are going about it, that's something else, dude. Anyways, that's all I had to say. Okay, bye. Plus, the only person who's like allowed to hate on Hasan is fudging Maya and Maya only.
Much more fun.
Old friends, goodbye, good night. I'll move on. You'll call it fate, I'll call it karma. We've had our time.
Overall, I'm just kind of tired of dealing with streamer drama, being tangentially related to it and then blamed for it. Like, I just don't want to have anything to do with it. And also, like...
And no regrets, I won't be mad, won't feel bad.
It's like, hey, enough with your bullshit. Xqc, Gartic phone lobby with Ron. I can't right now. I have to shoot a podcast. Maybe next time. But yeah, the crazy...
Life goes on, life goes on.